Right, so Julie. Right, so good morning, everyone. This is Julian Fetterline, and we're starting the quarterfinal of the Masters. So Steve Bibby is at the bottom of the screen, and Oliver Squire is at the top. So Blue started with 4-3, brought two down. White rolled a 3-1, made the 5-point, and then Blue made his 4-point. So the format for today is three best of three 7-point matches in each round. So the winner of this match will be the player that wins two of the three 7-point matches. So that was a genuine choice for Steve. So he could have made the 3-point, but decided to keep the 8-point and try and build his prime from the back. So it's an interesting contest today. So Steve is one of, if not the best player up north. So I think he's won the UK Open a couple of years. And Oliver Squire is one of the two rising young talents. So while I was away, Oliver seems to have got slightly the better of this. So he's got a solid four prime and he's got an advanced anchor. So the struggle at the moment is for Steve to see if he can free his one back blue checker when he'll be winning the game. But if it remains trapped, then he'll be in trouble. So 6-1 is a very difficult roll. So he doesn't have a good six. So he could save his blot 12-6 and then find one. So that looks the best play to me. So the one, I guess, would be slotting the 5-point, but that gives a 3, so he won't like that. So come up at the back. That looks the right idea. So 5-1, he hasn't managed to make the 4-point. He can make the 3-point, or he could escape his last back checker and try and cover the 4-point next time. So I think the right play here is to make the 3-point safely. So now at least he's got 5 blocking points against the back checker, but it's difficult for him to make the 4-point. The double one is a fantastic shot. So you can certainly unstack the 6 point and make the five. I think that's an obvious part of the play. And then he has two more to play, and he can't do anything decisive with those. So he could unstack his builders on the 6 point or shift from his midpoint to his opponent's. So I think it's probably a good idea to keep sixes blocked. So white has a good five already to bring his back checker out. So blocking his fives wouldn't be much good. But now some sixes could be difficult for white. So here's the case in point. He'd like to escape his back checker with a five, but then he doesn't have a six. So he's found a six. So then he has a choice whether to cover the blot on the two or escape his last back checker. And I think he should cover the blot on the two. So at the moment, he's in a blot hitting contest with a 3 point board against a 3 point board. So making the fourth point is going to turn the odds in his favor when there's any hit. So one thing that's noticeable in all these matches I've seen over the weekend is that the players generally they follow one of Paul McGreal's idea, which is if you have half your move is forced, then you play that, and that makes it easier to visualize what you want to do with the second half, and then you explore the options and see which one actually looks best to you. So it's certainly not an easy five. I wouldn't be betting my house on the fact whether you should come out or cover. A double five bands. White's still got quite a lot to do, so he's got to cover his 2 point and fill the 4 point gap. So I think he's short of a double here. So they're playing 7 point matches, and the general rule in 7 point matches is when it's 0-0 to seven, the cube action is very similar to a money game. So in this sort of position, you have to ask yourself, what's your market loser? So most of the time, I think you'll cover the 2 point, but then the 4 point is still open. So if even if blue stays on the bar, I don't think you can double him out because he has this chance of entering on the 4 point. So 4-3, again, he's got a choice. He can cover the 2 point, that's the automatic play, or he could fill in the 4 point. Now, sorry, I've read the dice wrong. It's 4-2, so he's made the 4 point. So 2-1 is a brilliant shot. So Steve needed that two to stay alive in the game. So he's stopped Oliver's attack for the moment, and he's threatening to jump the prime immediately. So 1-3, I would automatically come in on the one out of range of the opponent's attackers, and then start to control the outfield a bit. So this isn't too dangerous, leaving a blot in front of blue's stripped point, and it's definitely the right idea. So what white has 11 checkers at the top of the board, so he can't close blue out. So he needs to get some reinforcements to protect against blue eventually jumping the prime. So blue wanted a six, he hasn't got it, so he's got two options. He can hit or he can build the 2 point. So if you hit, you can either save one blot or bring another one down. So I think you'd probably want to save one. So you'd play 13-10 and then save that to the 8 point. So the positive with this is you move one of White's potential reinforcements back and buy yourself some time to escape. But the problem is you're leaving some shots on the midpoint. But perhaps more importantly, in the long term, if you're giving up the midpoint, you're going to save your block next time, and then you'll have given up the outfield. So I'd be very tempted just to make the 2 point here and keep the status quo as it is. So we are threatening to escape at the moment, and White's going to have a problem stopping us doing this when he's got four checkers at the bottom. So again, it's a very difficult play here, and I wouldn't bet on what the computer is going to say is the best. So while we're waiting, I'll mention that if you're interested in 7 point matches, there's an excellent video on the internet, Cube Strategy in a 7 point match. So if you put that into Google, that'll take you to a video by Dirk Schiemann, the top German player. Right, so Steve agreed with me on the play and he's rolled a double three, which is rather awkward. So he wanted to move his checker on the 15 point, but it's blocked. So I think this is right. This play's safe, and then he makes a switching play. So this is safe, that there's no danger of being attacked, but he's opened a gap at the high end of his prime. So blue's going to be able to take for a while the 5 point is open. So the whole game has changed rather now. So White's priming formation has disappeared for the moment, but he's still got a 4 point board and blue on the bar. So now both players will try and escape their last back checker. So White needs a 6 to get his checker out, and Steve needs to come in and then out. So there's a 6-1. So 6 is good to escape, but then we'd have to play 15-14. So the other plan is to bring up another checker to try and make the 5 point. So that would be 15-8. So I think the right play here is to come out. So at the moment, blue is on the bar. So if you're going to make a bold play, this is definitely the time to do it, because almost half the time your opponent will stay on the bar and you'll get away with it. So he sees it differently. He's looking at this play to fill in the 5 point. So there's another aspect in this particular position, that blue's suffering from what we call TMP, too many points. So you'll see he's got 7 points on the board and one blot. So what it means is if he can't move his one blot, he's going to have to break one of his points. So 5-6 is a great roll. So now he's managed to come in and out. So Oliver has a shot for the moment, and he's hit it. So that is very impressive. So he's still got his back checker trapped, and I wouldn't come up with the 2, because you're getting 5 blocking points in front of you. So in the absence of anything else, I think maybe 15-13 is a good play, duplicating the entering 1 and getting some return shots if the outfield blocks are hit. So we could try and play safe as well as that. We could try 8-6, which is a bit safer, protects against 5-3, but loses a builder. So I don't like that shot. That one of our winning plans as white is to make the 5 point and have a 6-5. So he's eventually come around to the play I thought was best. So now he's potentially getting close to a double. So he's got 4 builders for the 5 point, and the general rule is that the number of rolls that will make a point is the square of the number of builders. So if you've got 4 builders, you'd expect 4 times 4 rolls, 16 rolls to make the point. So I think blue has a comfortable take here, that white has to make the 5 point first. And even when he's made the 5 point, white's got the problem of his back checker is still trapped. So as I say, I think blue has a comfortable take. I'm just looking at the race. Both of them have got 1 checker back. They've both got 4 in the outfield, and white's got 1 on the midpoint, blue's 2. So the race, I think, is close. So Steve saw it very differently. So 5-1 split, 4-3. Right, so that I don't think is the usual play. So White's come down to the 8 point, so he doesn't have a new builder, so he doesn't have a great threat. So you can just split and bring a checker down. But this play is certainly not too bad. So 4-5, he can hit or cover, or he could hit and then hit again. So if you cover, then you'll think you're obliged to slot the 5 point. So I think hitting is clear, and then probably got to bring another one down from the midpoint as he's doing. So 2-3 hits is a very good number, and then just come down from the midpoint. So we've already split our back checkers. So bringing one of them up is effectively splitting just a bit further. So this is developing a checker from the midpoint and getting a new builder. So 2-4, usually you could make a point, but it can't make a point. So this is a difficult role. So he'd like to enter on the 4 and then maybe save the blot, or this is certainly a realistic alternative. So he certainly stops White from doing anything from the moment. So this looks like 2-3 hit and cover. So White makes a new point is always good. So now blue is looking to make an advanced anchor. So the 2 point isn't ideal, but at least it stops White for the moment. And again, he makes a new point is going to be the top play. So 3-6 is not really what he wanted. So he could make the bar point, but that involves giving up 2 points. So that's not the right idea. So this definitely looks right to escape one of his two back checkers. So 2-4 hits but breaks the midpoint. So I'm not wild about that play. So we've got two good alternatives. We could make the 4 point, or we could start getting our back checkers moving. So 6-3 again. Again, it doesn't do anything. So here, I suspect it might be what Mitchie calls the double falcon play, which is running your last back checker out and leaving two blots. So now there's a threat that all the checkers are out. So now Steve is obliged to hit, which he duly does. And I would think we want to start getting the back checkers moving. But the 1-2 back game, it's a solid formation at the moment. It stops him being attacked, but he's going to be terribly timed in a 1-2 back game. So he's got to seek to upgrade that somehow. So this certainly isn't bad. What he's trying to do is to build some sort of a prime to keep the last white checkers stuck. So 5-2, he's coming with a 5 and deciding which one to hit. And I really don't have a strong preference for the moment. So 2-1, he can come in and hit. So I think just entering with the 1 and hitting the checker that's closest to getting to safety. So that way he keeps all his points at the bottom of the board. Double 5, that's a brilliant shot. That gets everyone out with a hit. So that's 2-5. So the question is, does he make the 5 point or get his last back checker safe? So I think this is a very good choice that he needs to make some points in board. So if he's decided on those three, which he has, he's then looking at saying, should I save a blot or hit? And I think hitting is best. That Black's going to try and get a more advanced anchor. So sending another checker back is going to make it, I think, harder for him to do that and slow down the danger of blue being able to attack or prime us at the bottom. But since blue's got this back game, the aspect of timing comes into it a lot. So the problem with this is it gives blue more time. But overall, I think White's strategy is to try and build a prime at the top of the board. So if he can do that, he won't worry too much about the timing. So he should certainly think about doubling here. He's got ones, fours, and sixes to hit. Usually, I say to people that it's a good idea to double people early in a back game because you don't quite know how the timing is going to be. So that was an interesting play. He could have hit the one in the outfield and hit on the 7 point, but he settled for just making the bar point. So now he's got his four prime. So now I think he should definitely double. So the reason is that we don't know how Blue's timing is going to be. So if Blue stays on the bar for the next half dozen rolls, his timing will be fine. But if he enters and then rolls something which he can't escape with, then his timing is in doubt. So the fact that Oliver's one ahead on the score would actually, strangely enough, make him more enthusiastic to double. He'd like to win 2 or 4 points so that he's staying an even number of points away from winning. So he's sensibly thinking about this decision. So one mistake a lot of people make is they form an immediate judgment and say, I'm going to do this, and then they do it. But Mochi came up with a very good idea and said, when you're thinking of doubling, you've got 12 seconds reserve time, use your reserve time and make sure you're not making a big mistake. So I think that's a good take by Steve because this timing is not clear that his timing's going to be ruined. So double three, good shot. We'd like to roll double two to make the 4 point. So I think we have to make the 3 point. That's unstacking and giving us another point in board and another point about prime. And the question is, do we trade the 7 point for the 4 point? And I think he's making the right choice that if you make the 4 point, it looks very attractive, but all Blues backjackers then have a direct exit with fives or sixes. So Oliver's spot on, I think, in aiming for the 4 point and saying if he can win the fight for that 4 point, that's half the battle. So 4-6 comes in, and he doesn't want to hit to give White's timing, but I think he's got to hit to stop White making the 4 point. 6-3-3 comes in, six is forced. So now Blue's got to see if he can knock up some counterplay with all these white blots knocking around. So lots of hitting options. But the main fight in this position is about the White's 4 point at the top of the board. If Blue can win the fight for that point, then he's going to have a well-timed back game. But if he's forced back to stay in this 1-2 game, then it's not going to work out at all as well. So this must be a good play by Steve. So at least he's made another blocking point. 4-6 stays out. So Blue wants to roll a 3 here. He wants to get his spare checker up to the 4 point. So 3-2 is brilliant. So he's decided to make it. So I would come up with the 3 and look at the 2, but I'm pretty sure he's right in saying that he's got the hole in the middle of White's prime. So 3-2 comes in, and White's danger here is that if he anchors on the 3 point, he might well get stuck there. So the alternative would be to enter with the 2 and save the blot at the top with the 3. So this is the third play. This is very aggressive, trying to come out. So I think this is a bit too bold. So this is giving Blue threes, fours, and fives at the bottom. So 4, I think we hit on the 5 point, and then we decide if we want to cover it or hit at the top of the board. And I would definitely cover it because we don't want to break our second anchor and leave lots of lots on both sides of the board. It's a very committal play. So 3-1 is good roll, comes in, and I think we should definitely anchor at the edge of the prime here. So it's it's difficult for Blue to remake the 9 point, and we've still got the 7 point to escape. So that looks as though it's clearly the right play. So this is a bit more ambitious. I can't quite see what the advantage is because It's all very good getting these builders, but we can't make the 4 point when blues dug in there. So 5-4, this looks a bad roll. So he can't do anything with his back checkers. So I think he's just got to try and save the blocks at the front and figure out the most convenient way to do that. So that looks like that's going to be the top play. So 6-3, he's coming off the anchor. 6-2 rather. 5-1 points. So this is all going very well for blue, but he's still got this problem with his back checkers. So if he's going to work on containing white, he's going to have to do something about getting those up. So I would move both back checkers up to the 23 here. So the 4-2 is quite a reasonable back game. And then play 6-5 and probably 8-7. So certainly if white escapes, I think we'd actually rather be hit than having go past us. So there's nothing wrong with Steve's play. I'm not sure if the checker on the 24 point should be on the 23 or not. So it's no big great shakes. So that's a good roll. So now he's got his spare checker up to the edge of the prime, ready to jump out. So 2-5. He comes in and hits. So I'm sure he's right to hit that. At the moment, he's got to get blue into a back game and see whether it's good or bad. But there was a danger that blue was going to wriggle out of the back game. So 6-5, just 13-7 looks safe. So now we've spread out our builders. So at least now the game plans for both players are safe, clear. So white's having to come home against blue's 4-2 back game, which is pretty well timed. So Steve has a small problem that if he can't get a checker into the outfield, then potentially his front position will collapse. So that hopefully won't be a problem because he's got fives or sixes to get out. So that looks like a 6-2. So he can play safely just by saving his blot, but then he gives up the outfield. So he's wondering whether he should stay there and look for trouble. So I think you should just save the blot here. There doesn't seem to be anything sensible to do with the roll otherwise. So crucial roll for blue coming up here. If he can roll a 5 or 6 and get out, then his timing's really good. But if he can't, then he's almost certainly sure to damage his board somehow. So Oliver's decided he'd like some excitement in the outfield. He thinks it's crucial to be able to hit blue if he gets out. So 5-4 escapes and hits, but I don't think that's a deciding hit yet. So blue has great problems winning this going forwards. So the general rule I have about back games is that before you can think about going forwards and getting out of your back game, you need a direct escape route for your back checkers. So here, in order to get his back checkers out, blue's got to roll 2-5 or 2-6. So it's very difficult for him to transition from this back game to a forward game. So this looks a natural play. I don't think there's an option to slot the 2 point, which would be the other option. So white comes in, he gets to the edge of the prime, it's good, and his two aces. Does he want to be diversified? I would think so. So now Steve's in a bit of a fix. So he's got one white checker back, and he can certainly attack that next time. But if he manages to get away with it, as I say, he still has this problem with the two checkers on the 23 point. The ones on the 21 point might well be able to get out, but it's difficult to construct a prime to close your opponent out when you've only got 11 checkers. So 6-6, now he's got to come out. And he's wondering whether to leave a blot. and I'm not sure. I'm not keen on leaving the block, but I'm not keen on going to the 1 point either. So perhaps you should save it here to keep your other checkers in the outfield spread out, so you can hit white when he does escape. So 4-2, Oliver hasn't escaped his back checker, but so he's looking here at making the 4 point, which is something he wanted to do, but he has to leave another blot in the process of doing that. But that seems to me it's clearly the best play. He does have a safe play of clearing the bar point, but now it's making it easier for blue to escape. At least if you make the 4 point, you've got the 5 point board, and the chance of being hit is for one roll only, but the 5 point board is forever. So we've also got a 5 prime in front of the blue checker. So if we blue doesn't roll a 6 next time, then we've got a very good potential of keeping him blocked there for a while. So he's sensibly taking a long time about this, but eventually concluded that the 4 point is forever. So there's the 6 Steve wanted. And now he's out, and the only problem he's got is the blot on his 1 point. So this is crucial roll for Oliver. So he can hit with a 1 or come in with a 2 and then hit at the top of the board. So 1-6 is perfect. So now Steve, after making his attempt to go forwards, he doesn't have an anchor, but he sensibly comes in, is good, and aggressively hits white again. 1-5, Oliver can stop 2 5s, but he doesn't want to play 6-1 and have that checker out of play for the rest of the game. Three one looks perfect. So blue's very close to having turned this game round. 1-2, Oliver's in. So now they both need 6s to escape, but blue's got the advantage that he's got 2 checkers in the outfield, so he can wait a long time for his 6s to turn up, whereas white's got to roll 1 very quickly. So this looks like a very strong double, and I think this is a clear pass. So certainly if white doesn't roll a 6, his position will collapse quickly. And even if he does roll a 6, then it's very much the game's still up for grabs. So it's kind of like most of the games he's going to lose immediately when he doesn't roll a 6, and when he does roll a 6, he's probably only going to win half of those. So the threat here is not that blue has some winning rolls that are going to win the game for him. There's only really double 6. The problem is that white's position is going to collapse if he can't roll his 6. So the market losers would come not from blue getting a good roll, but from white getting a bad roll. And now the score's moved on. Steve's leading 2-1. So one of the general strategies in all matches is that you like to be an even number of points away from winning. So Oliver needs 6 points and Steve needs 5. So five away from winning is a very difficult score. So the Japanese Mochi and Michi, they always call it a stupid score, because if you do well and you manage to double your opponent and win 2 points, then you move to 3 away, which is still an odd number away. So anyway, getting back to the game, Steve's managed to escape 1 checker, so Oliver's gone for a hit and split play to try and get something going in his game. So 2-4, we can come in with the 4 and make the 11 point. So again, making a new point is usually a very good idea. So 4-2, does he point or make the anchor? Well, he thinks he points, it's clear. So 1-2, does he want to hit? And does he want to enter and hit on the 5 point? So I think you want to send the third checker back would be clear to me. And then the choice would be, do you bring that checker up or do you put another checker on the 11? So this, I think, is the top play. So 1-6, he wanted to make the 5 point, he couldn't. So what to do with the 6? So we could play 13-7, but that gives blue a 4, and that's a new number because he's got 1, 3, and 6 at the bottom. So 4-1 is an automatic double hit. Double 6 fans. So does blue have enough to double here? So this score of 5 away, what you're aiming to do as blue is to have a threat of winning a gammon. So your threat is to double and win 4 points, and that would compel your opponent to pass and let you get to 4 away from winning the match. So does he have enough of a threat to get blue to pass? I don't think he has, because he hasn't actually got a point in board yet. So generally in matches, passing to let your opponent get to 4 away is usually very bad. So I'm very skeptical about this pass. That although blue was doing very well, as I say, he'd still only got 1 point in board, so he's got to make the 5, 4, the 3, and the 2. So I'm fairly convinced I would have been taking that. So now the score's moved on to 3-1, so 4 away, 6 away. 5-2 is useless, so we just replace the builder on the 8 point and split. 3-2, we can double hit, and I can't really see anything that's a good alternative to that. So it's not usually a good idea to start a hitting contest when your opponent's board is stronger, but it's just here there was no other reasonable alternative. So 4-1, he covers the block. So a good general rule in backgammon is if you hit on the 1 point, you leave a block there. So somewhere during the game, either you have to cover it or your opponent will hit you. So it's usually right to get the covering out the way and say, well, at least I've got another point in board. It's certainly not the point you wanted. Okay, so Oliver's come in with double 5. So he's made his 20 point. The golden point is good. And then figured that pointing on the 1 point is good as well. So 5-6, Steve comes in and he has a choice of 6s. He wants to keep his anchor so he can play 13-7 or 8-2. So this is safe, so it can't be far wrong. So now we've got into a mutual 5 point holding game. So generally in these games, the right plan is to do nothing for as long as you can. And hopefully in the meantime, you'll roll a double. So the plays are generally very easy for both players. So sometimes you can leave a blot in front of your opponent's anchor if you've got a strong position in the meantime. So double 4 is definitely a good roll. So it's the question is how good is it? So I think now he's assumed a race lead that he's right to come off the anchor. So this again is the natural play, making another blocking point, but we do leave a shot on the midpoint. So we've got away with that. So Steve, I think now should cover the 2 point and start the 5. So Oliver doesn't have a double yet. He's still got to save his blot and find some way of getting his back point round safely. But things have definitely shifted in White's favour. So he's managed to relocate his anchor further forward, which means when the game gets into a race, he's going to be that much closer towards getting home. So 3-4, we could cover the 5 and then slot the 4, or we could get a spare on the midpoint into the game. So I wouldn't have a strong feeling on either play. So double 6, that looks potentially like a winning roll. So now White has a good race lead. So his plan is to disengage, but there's not going to be any more hitting in the game at all if White has his way. 6-5. So now I suspect white is staggeringly ahead in the race. And this is, I think, routine pass for blue. So you always want to look at the score and see if there's anything funny in the score. And the problem here for blue is if he takes, most of the time he'll lose the game, probably 3/4 of the time. And then white will get to 4 away from winning, which we really hate. So we like to pass at this score and push him to 5 away, which so the point he wins is not a particularly valuable one. The second point he would win if we take is a very valuable one. So now the score's moved on to 3-2. So effectively Steve is 1-0 up in a 5-point match. So he has the advantage of being 4 away, 5 away. And the reason the commentary has stopped is I seem to have lost the bottom of the board. So I can't see what's going on for the moment. Okay, so I've got the video back now so I can see what's going on. We're still in the early stages of this game. So this looks like a 6-5 for white, so he can either escape the checker or make the bar point. So yes, he's correctly making the bar point and bringing the 5 down from the midpoint. So 4-3 makes the 5-point. That's an automatic play. So both players have got their back checkers slightly trapped here. So that's going to be their objective of moving those if they can't make any new points. So double 4, I think, might not a great roll. It makes the 5-point is good, but now he's lost the midpoint and potentially losing the timing battle. So Steve is correct to stay with trying to get into a prime against prime game, where I think he's going to have the advantage with the better timing. So 6-1, we have to get the back checkers moving somehow. So this looks the right idea to me. I call this sometimes a decoy and diversion play. So what we do is we go out to the 18 point and we force blue to say, if you can't do anything, we'll make the 18 point. But most of the time, blue will hit you there rather than making a new point inboard. So 3-4 is an atrocious number, I'd say. So he's figured he has to hit to stop white from making the 18 point. So this is a bold play, and can white double immediately? He doesn't seem to have a good 6 or a 5. So I'm looking at the fact blue's made the 5 and the 6 points in his board. So white can't use those numbers to enter. So if white rolls anything with a 5 or a 6, you can see that it's a pretty useless number. He can't attack on the 4-point or hit anywhere with a 5 or a 6. So I would feel this is definitely a no double. And he sees it the same way. So 2-4 does lots of good things. So this looks a sensible idea. Just make sure that you've got 3 behind your prime. So 4-2, Steve anchors at the edge. So yeah, he's sensibly taking a look at this because he's got a 4 that hits at the bottom of the board. I have a suspicion he should make the 21 point and then decide whether he wants to hit on the 4. So that's the sort of style that I think Steve has, that he likes to play a wild, aggressive game rather than to potentially lose the game slowly. So there are another couple of options. So 8-6 is safe, but it's not really where we want our builders. Or we could play 24-22. So 24-22 would be a reasonable play if the race is good, but I suspect White is way ahead in the race because he had that double forward, gained a bit, and then he sent a third blue checker back. So as blue, I think if we play up 24-22, we leave some space behind that blot that White can dump his checkers in when he rolls badly. So I think this is a very fine play by Steve. So now Oliver's thinking of doubling, and I'm pretty sure this isn't a double, but now Steve's got his advanced anchor. There's precious few ways we can win this game quickly. 1-6, he makes his second anchor. So now he has a choice. He can play 13-7 and commit to the back game, or play 8-2, which is not where he wants the checker, but at least nothing can go wrong for a while. So this, I think, is a very tough decision. Would I play 13-7? Steve, again, he's a pure regressive player. I think he'll probably settle for this rather than the feeble looking 8-2. So what happens? White hits one or two blots, and White's got a lot of checkers stacked on top of his prime, so it's difficult for him to make a full prime. So Oliver's wondering about doubling here, and I think maybe he's got to a double here. So crucially, he's 5 away. So he would like to win 1 point and get to 4 away, or he would like to win 4 points and get to Crawford. So this is a position where blue can potentially get gammon. So usually the 4 point anchor is enough to protect you from gammon losses, but if you're going to have 6 checkers back behind the prime, then the gammon losses are going to mount up. So I think Steve should take this. I think it's a good double, but I still think it's a take. So Steve's going to be in this game for a very long time, no matter what happens. So as I said earlier, you can see White's got a 4 prime at the top of the board. So that's using 8 of his checkers. But he's got another 4 checkers piled on top of this prime. So they can't make points at the back of the prime, and they can't extend the prime forwards because Steve's dug in on the 4 points. So he can use them to make the 2 and the 3 points. They're not totally useless, but he doesn't have any potential, I think, to prime blue here. So if he hits these 2 extra checkers, they'll eventually meander forward to the 4 point and then jump the prime. So Steve's passed, and I think that's the second time someone's been rather cautious on taking cubes. It's very easy as a commentator because you're the one that it doesn't cost you anything when it all goes horribly wrong and you lose the match in one game. So now scores tied, 4 away, 4 away. So this is a very exciting score since a double gammon will win the match for either player. That it's usually right that you have to double very early when you have some sort of a gammon threat. So this is 1-2. He hits to stop blue making any further forward progress and unstacks. So it's usually right to use your second number to come off the midpoint to get more coverage on the bar when you hit with a 1. If you hit with a 6, then you've still got your spare on the 8 point, so you can use your second number to split with. So the double 3, there is really nothing good we can do with this. So he's trying to make the best of a bad job. I mean, obviously it's not a terrible number, double 3, but effectively this play he's playing it as a 1, a 6, and a 3. So he stopped White making any progress, but on the other hand, he didn't achieve a lot himself. So 5-2 makes a point. 3-6 doesn't do a lot. So we could make the 3 point. We could make the 9 point and hit. So that looks like number one candidate for me. So he's sensibly looking to see if he can find anything better. So that doesn't look right to me. So we're giving him a 5 to hit or a 4 to anchor. I think we should still be fighting for the 5 point. So 5-4 gives Oliver this choice whether he should hit or make the 5 point. So I think he tries for the best of both worlds. He hits and then tries to make the 5 point next time. 6-3 comes in, and the 6 is useless, so I think you just have to come out again. The other two 6s are less constructive. So yes, if we come out, we give white twos, 4s, and 6s. So I guess we don't mind losing the fight for the 9 point. And the 4 is duplicated, so white has a good 4 to make the 20 point anyway. So 5-4 doesn't hit, but he does make the 20 points, so that's something good. So now Blue's got to find some way out of this mess, because if he can't get out of this position, then he's going to get stuck on a 3 point anchor while White's got a 5 point anchor. So double 5 is a bad roll. So he can't move his two back checkers. So White's potentially going to form a block in front of those. So top play for Blue, I think, is to make the 4 point and the 1 point. So he's got a 3 point board, and having the stronger board will make it easier for him to move his back checkers. Yeah, so this play is safe, but it leaves two blots in board, so that's why I didn't like it. So if you're going to put two blots in board, then why not put them on the same point on the 1 point? So this looks like 5-2, which is a useless roll. So because Blue's put two blots in board, then it means White can play very adventurously this time, because if he gets hit, then there's some blots for him to hit next time. So can we play 6-4? This looks a bit feeble. So 4-1. So we can cover all our blots and try and move off the 3 point. I'm not quite sure it's essential at the moment, because White seems to have hit a bit of a stop in terms of his prime building. Okay, so now he's added the bar. So Blue is in danger of getting stuck there. So double 1 looks brilliant. We come up, make the 20 points. So that's equalized the strength of the anchors. So 4-1, again, we've switched to a rather boring game. So all of us being very creative here in trying to avoid the automatic play. So I'm not sure if this is right. I think it does give Blue an opportunity to come out with tempo, which is what he's done with the perfect roll. So White stays on the bar. So now Blue can think of doubling. And the question is, does he have any gammon wins here? That the gammon wins will be winning the match, so they're super powerful. So I'm sure he's right to double on the strength of however few gammon wins he's got, that they're going to win the match. So as White, I would give this one up. That we've got the 5 point, which is a good defensive point, and we're almost certain to come in before Blue starts bearing off. But our forward position is frankly is a mess. That we haven't unstacked our 6 point, we haven't made a point in board. So if we get a hit in the next couple of rolls, it's not really going to be winning the game for us. So we're going to have to count on coming in at the right time and hitting Blue later on. So Oliver's seen it the same way. So giving White this point when he moves from 4 away to 3 away is not too costly. So it looks like it's a big lead, that you've got sort of you've got a quarter of the points you needed in one go. But moving to 3 away, as I say, is not a very powerful point that you gained. So 3 away, 4 away, I've often said to people that you can't go far wrong as the trailer if you treat it as 4 away, 2 away. So your objective should be to double, get your opponent to take, and win a gammon. So the implication of this is that Blue should be seeking an advanced anchor. So double three, what he's done, he's come in and he's hit and unstacked the 6 points to make a new point. So that looks a very strong play. That looks like my number one play. He could be a bit more ambitious and make the 5 point, but that involves giving up the 8 point. 2-3 we enter and we can hit or not. So the question here is to ask what threats does blue have if we let him play? And he had a lot of threats. So he's got three builders at the bottom and the chance of making the 18 point. So this is a second double three. So now Steve is going to have a good position after this, no matter what he does with it. So now I think I would play 8-5 twice, I think is right. Yes. And I think with the last one that you follow the same plan and play 8-5 with the third one. So we're getting quite close to a very powerful position if we can prevent white doing anything dangerous. So 2-6 would have hit on the 8 point. So now he's got to pick the second best hit of hitting on the bar. 3-1 is useless, I would say. So we can make the 22-point anchor and then he picks that one. I think I would probably have come up 24-23. That having the builder 6 away from the open point, I think is better than 5 away. 5-4, that's useless number, so he's got to make the 2 point. So that's a useless point as well behind the anchor. It doesn't stop blue escaping. So 4-1 is difficult. It doesn't do anything. He can make the 9 point. Then he can either lose a builder or break his anchor. So is it too dangerous to break the anchor with only 8 in the zone? So 5-1, I'm pretty sure we should play 24-23. Since blue's given up the 8 point, we've got two exit routes with 5s or 6s from there. And then the choice is, do we jump out now or do we try and improve our distribution? So 3-2. After a very good start, Steve seems to have hit a brick wall. He doesn't seem to be getting any good numbers for the moment. So now I'm sure it is too dangerous to split. Now the ninth attack has arrived. So this gives up a point. I can't think this is right either. So 6-5 is a terrible number. Normally we can come out to the midpoint, but we can't do this here. This looks like a double four. So things haven't been going so well for Steve. And since he gave up his point in what I call the third quadrant, I think that was the 9 point, that he's lost a lot of communication. So there's a danger he's got a block of front checkers and a block of back checkers, and that they might not ever get to join each other up. So 6-5, that was a bad roll last time we got it, and it hasn't changed. So 13-2 looks the only play, not that we like it at all. But you can see at the bottom of the board that blue's got a lot of builders ready to attack us if we break the 2 point anchor. And we're not in any danger of being primed there. So this play I hate. I think this is kind of suicidal play. So blue's got 11 checkers in the zone. So yes, as expected, bad things are happening. So double one is a particularly good roll, but I think Oliver has kind of dug his own grave here in getting into this mess. So at least when you were on the 2 point, you could see he could escape with 5s and 6s. So he wasn't in any danger of being primed. So when you're not in any danger of being primed, you don't have to try and escape. You can keep your anchor and say, I can escape at my leisure. So it hasn't been catastrophic for him, but it has ended up with with a five prime in front of him, and 6-4 is another useless roll. So Steve should be thinking of doubling here for sure. So why he isn't, I don't know. The white position is very fragile, so it's threatening to collapse. But double five is absolutely perfect for him. So now he's got both his back checkers out. He's probably ahead in the race, but he still has a Herculean task to bring this home with all the dead checkers behind the anchor and the two gaps. So he's sensibly not doubling immediately. He knows he's got to do quite a bit of work before he can cube this. So 6-1, it looks as though it doesn't do anything, but certainly if you can move a checker safely in this position, that's quite good. So 6-5 is an opportunity for Steve to run off the anchor. So he obviously thinks he's behind in the race. So I'm not sure about this because he might well have to come off it next time. So double four is brilliant. That's good for the race, fills a gap. So now Oliver's on the point of doubling, but double four is a perfect number. So if he comes out, he'll have 75 pip count as against 67. So yeah, it wasn't clear whether you should run. It certainly didn't seem too bad, the race on my first count. So this one, I think the score is going to tell us what to do. Yeah, so we don't want white to get 2 points. So now we're down to a 3-point match. So characteristics of 3-point matches, 0-0 to 3, that generally you double considerably earlier than normal. So your opponent's quite keen to pass to give you 1 point, which isn't worth much. But on the other hand, if they take and lose 2 points, then they get to Crawford. So the take point is getting up towards 30% rather than the normal 25%. So doubling early is generally a very good idea. So 3-2 is not too bad. So he can make 8 points. He's choosing that one rather than the 11 points. So I'm not too clear on that one. 5-3 is terrible. That's 5-2. That's better. So both players have got a 3-point anchor, and in the early stages of the game, the 3-point anchor is definitely worth having. So it stops you being blitzed and to some extent stops you being primed. Particularly, it makes your opponent's fives rather difficult. So fives you usually use to make the 3 point somehow, but if your opponent's there, then you run into the risk the only good fives you have are to go to the 1 point. Right, so that was very impressive by Steve. He's got a 4 prime, and Oliver is suffering with these fives. So this is double five, which I would say is his worst roll. So however he plays it, you can see his position is going to look grotesque. So I would double as blue here now. So I thought Steve had a clear threat here. Is basically his threat is to roll a 4 and then leave it there and make the 9 point. So I can't even believe White could take this position with so ugly. So now Blue's done very little and White's actually improved. He's covered his blot. So now Steve is thinking of doubling. And as I say, I think it's worse than last time. So why he did that rather than 10 and 6, I don't know. So double one is fantastic roll. I think that rather quickly. So I'm not quite sure. He had a choice of three good points he could make, and he rapidly decided which two he was going to have. So I guess in retrospect, it looks good his play. So he certainly had to unstack the 8 point. That I think was his first priority, and then making the 5 is a new point. So this looks like 1-2. So I can't understand why he's not hitting here. seems crazy to me that hitting is was going to be a brilliant play. So it pushes another checker behind the prime and gets you closer to escaping. And although White had lots of checkers in the zone, he's not really ready to attack when he's got to use half his roll to come in. And so Oliver's having a think here. So he's got blue trapped behind a five prime, but he's got two trapped behind a four prime himself. So he's, I think, sensibly deciding he needs to do something with his back checkers before he doubles. So 5-1. This looks like a bad roll. So now he's had to break his block. So now he's only got three blocking points. So Oliver's doubling. And three away, as I said earlier, I think it's generally a good idea to pass. It's my initial thought without looking at the position. So we can see how this game would go. So what White was going to do is he's going to move one of his back checkers, and Blue's going to remain with two behind a five prime. So I'm not certain about the pass, but I don't think it's going to be wrong by much if it is wrong at all. So now Oliver's leading two away, three away. So Steve should definitely be doubling very aggressively here. So the the reason is that when you give your opponent the two cube, he can never use it against you after that. So Kit Woolsey had a good expression. He's described it as saying that when you double to two, you actually take the cube away from your opponent rather than give it to him. So Steve's got the better of the early stages here. He's made a point and he sent a third checker back. So has he got enough to double yet? Um, I think it's close, but I don't think he's got it yet. He hasn't got a point in board. He hasn't done stacked his 6 point. The threat is quite small, so 6-1 is beautiful roll. So now he makes his 20 point and gets another builder to make points in his board at zero risk. So 2-3, Oliver's wisely made an advanced anchor to stop the prime growing in front of him. So this looks a good play by Steve that he's made the 5 point, and most of Oliver's hits are going to involve breaking the anchor. So Steve has a slight edge in that he's got a 5 point anchor to Oliver's 4 point anchor. So 6-5 is bad. We can either give up the midpoint in the outfield, or we can try and do something inboard. So I think this is right by Oliver to keep the midpoint, keep the communication. 3-1. So despite his brave play of leaving the 8 point slotted, Steve hasn't been able to cover it for two rolls. So now I think, despite the fact it's against his style, he's forced to save the blot. So 6-3, that's a good roll. So that checker was potentially stuck on the 24 point. So Oliver's very happy to get it into the outfield. So it was looking all one-sided at one stage, but now Oliver's done a lot to get back into this game. So I suspect, without having a running pip count at all or anything, that Blue is ahead in the race, and that's not necessarily a great advantage because it means he's probably going to get squeezed off his anchor before White. So typically in these holding games, as we're seeing, that both players spend a lot of time shuffling their checkers around, doing nothing. So I suspect his play was right there, but there was definitely an alternative to make the 11 point. That was a very useful blocking point. 6-3. There's one obvious play, and I think the others are clearly worse. Double two, he can't move his back checkers. Steve has an 8. So double 3, we could make a 5-point board, or we could play safely. He's correctly played the 1-3 that fits into both plans. So he's left the shot and got the 5-point board forever. So 5 hits, but you're not favourite to roll a 5. So now Oliver's going to look for a play to come off the anchor. So 6-4. So I think he's got to come out with the 6 and then choose which 4 to play. So he's still leaving the 4 at the top. I'd be tempted to have saved that one. Right, so this is going to be at least double pass. He's maybe he's thinking it's too good. No, I would certainly have doubled there when we've got all these shots and a 5-point board. So now white definitely is too good. So 2-1, we can pick and pass and try and win a gammon without taking much of a risk at all. So are we still too good? 2-1, yeah, so he doesn't like losing the other builder, but it's definitely worth it to keep blue on the bar. So 6-3. So this is 5 shots for 3 builders. The alternative would be no shots. Oh, right, so blue's got 2 on the bar. I'm talking rubbish. It's just double 5 is what worries us. So 6-2, he's closed the board. So normally we'd expect something like 40% gammons, but he's got a bad distribution. So he's taking 3 off and leaving the gap. So he understands that the race to win the gammon is close. So it's worth taking that risk um, to get the extra gammons. So the gammons are actually going to win the match for him. So that puts an end to the gammon winning plan. So eventually White will pretty soon discover that he's not going to win any gammons and will have to cash. So 5-4, that's a beautiful roll. So he brings 1 in and he protects against double 4. Right, so Oliver gets the point to take him to Crawford. So 6-4, if Steve wins the next game, then he can double automatically on the first roll. So whether he wins 1 or 2 points is pretty much irrelevant. So this is effectively a DMP game where both players try and win the game and don't worry about gammon wins or losses. So 4-3 looks useless. So yes, this is a duplication play. I think I'd probably have gone the other way, but certainly nothing wrong with this. So 4-1, this is the first difficult play. Do you fight for the point or do you just make the 9-point? I think I would have made the 9-point. That when you're playing DMP, you don't get rewarded for the gammons of this bold play wins for you. So 5-3, that looks like it's a point on head. So if you missed Tim Cross's commentary yesterday, he's notorious for liking the POH, the point on head. So you make a point in your board on top of your opponent's plot. So it gives you a strong board. It puts your opponent on the bar. So that's a good play by Oliver. Usually it's right to hit at the top of the board. You send your opponent back further and you reduce his attacking chances by moving one of his builders out the way. So Oliver's got the upper hand in this game. So he's I think this one a bit quickly. I'm just wondering if he's short of time. Yeah, so perhaps I've missed the fact that he's got 11 seconds left. And this looks like 2-1, so he's made a point and saved some blocks. So Steve is really looking for 3 to make his anchor. So 4-2 is a good second best. So yes, he can do this, or he can hit twice. So again, it's the point on head is preferred by him. So 1-4, we've come in. Do we come down from the 14? So 5-1, we have to come in with the 5. It's just fatal to have too many on the 24 point. So we can slot. So I think slotting is clear here. So 20 and 5, I think, is an automatic play because the 4s are very good for white at the top of the board. So maybe if we try and make both 5 points, that's a very good play. So of course, white rolls double 4. So that hits, covers, makes a new point, and hits on the 5 point. So the good news for Steve is that being gammoned doesn't cost him anything at all. Oliver's getting a bit scared. He's trying to play against double 1. So it's not even clear he wants to make the bar point here. He wants to just get his checkers round and start bearing off. So again, he turned down making the bar point anchor, and I think that's a good choice. That he doesn't want to make an anchor and get stuck there. So again, Oliver's following the right plan. He's bringing all his pieces round together. He doesn't want to find that one's stuck at the back. And again, he's being careful not to get hit by double 1. I think he's maybe a bit paranoid about that, but it's not too costly. Double 4 is a very good move. Moves a lot of freight, as they say. So he's sensibly put his first spare on the 5 point, which is the right thing to do. So once he's finally got these checkers in, he's going to want to clear the 6 point first. So he's keeping an eye on the double 6 and the double 5, but they're not really going to be crucial. It's really all to do with what the bear off's going to be like in the later stages. This looks like 5-4. So yeah, that's a good play. So Oliver's bearing hasn't gone too badly, but he's still got 3 checkers on the 6 point, which he's going to want to get rid of one of those very quickly. So 5-4, 5 off was forced, and with the 4, as I say, he's stripped the 6 point because he wants to clear that point next. So now he's done it, but he's got a bit of a pile up on the 2 points. So I think that there's a pretty good chance that blue will get one or more shots here. So the problem for Oliver is that he's not going to have many checkers off before he potentially gets hit. So when he does get hit, he can lose this game fairly swiftly. So Oliver's cleared most of his points. So Steve wants to be starting to get checkers off the 24 points. I think he should have moved 2 off the 24 point. That at some stage he's going to want to potentially break his anchor, and he needs to be ready to do that when the time is right. So now I'm moving 1 checker off there, and now you just want to be aiming for the back of the prime. So crucial roll coming up. Do we leave a shot now? Turns out we do. So 2 makes the game interesting. We hit that. And now we want to aim for the back of the prime, so he goes to the 10 point is right. And then another one. So we can hit at the back of the prime with fives and sixes. So Steve should slot the back of the prime next with any five or six. Five, he rolls prime forward is good. So he's looking to see, can he make the back of the prime? If he could make the back of the prime, that would be even better. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, very good play. So I've had games where people have missed this play. When you get the double five, it's so obvious to point on the opponent, but making the six prime means that you can try and win this game at your leisure. Nothing can go wrong. So now there's a second blot appeared. So Steve will be tempted to hit loose. So he's doing this. So that looked an inaccuracy. I think he should have played 18-15. He wants to try and remake the back of the prime. So we can certainly play aggressively as blue when we've got a six prime, and really Steve wants to hit this second blot at the top. So he's thinking of hitting with a six, and it's not crazy by any stretch of the imagination. I think maybe you've got to let him do that. So white wants a one to save his blot at the top, so that's perfect. So Steve now wants to bide his time and wait for another blot to appear at the top of the board. He wants white to have to play ones. So we'd like to roll a four or a six to cover. So four is good. Five is maybe a bit deep, yes. So not quite sure on that one. He's playing very quickly too. So there's the blot appeared. So now Steve is going to go all out and hit on the 1 point with almost anything. So what he wants is to be Oliver to hit him with a one, and he can go back and hit the second checker. So now he wants to remake the bar with a six or a one. So six is good. Give Oliver another chance to hit with the one. So now we can go back and hit with a two. Double five is really bad. So got no choice except just go round to the 5 point. So Oliver gets a chance to save his blot and fails. So 2, 3, 4 we can hit loose. 5, 3, so we hit with the three. So Oliver's ended up with 10 checkers off, so he's going to be big favourite even though he's closed out. So what we have to do here, so that was very fast and not quite clear if it's right. I don't, might be. So the general rule in these positions is you want to keep as many points closed for as long as possible. So I think remaking the 6 point board is right. So 5-3 takes off the five, and then there's only one play keeps a 5 point board. 5-3. Yeah, that keeps a 4 point board. So it looks like Oliver just needs to enter to get to be big favourite. That adds a bit of excitement. So 7 crossovers to 6. Although it needs one checker off to be winning. So he's done it. So it's 5 against 4. So there's a double that should win the game unless Oliver replies with double three or better. So Steve gets 1 point out of that. So now he's trailing 5-6 post Crawford. So he's got no reason not to double on the first roll. And Oliver will will take if he gets opening roll, basically, is the simple way to simplify that. So 6-4, Oliver should play 24-14 at this score. So this is play I usually make. There's certainly nothing wrong with it. So since he got opening roll, his favourite he wants to take. So hit and split. So again, we've got a second of these DMP games. So Oliver seems to have got a slight edge at the moment. So he's got the 5-point compared to the bar point. So double one is a brilliant roll. So good play by Oliver. He's avoiding getting trapped behind the prime. So sorry about the pause. I got disconnected for a short time. So back at the game. Looks like Steve is getting close to winning unless Oliver hits. So this is a tough play, but of course he's got no time left. So basically got to work on instinct and figure that things are going badly. He's got to try and change it. So Steve's definitely got the upper hand. 5 form is perfect. So now he's just got to find some way to get his last back checker out. Five, four, yeah. I thought maybe he should have come up with a one earlier on when he had the opportunity. So the advantage of that is when he gets his checkers into his home board, as he did, he doesn't play sixes, and then he could use fives to come out. But here he's ended up getting stuck in very tense moment. So four should win immediately. So that should be enough. So now he's got two checkers caught. So really, he only needs to contain one of them. Again, I think you must bring the other checker up here. You have to try and attack these outfield points before the roof caves in. Now Oliver should try and win this game slowly. He doesn't need to take any great risks to try and win it quickly. So In the last pair of twos, I probably have played from our 6 point out to get double coverage there. So four hits, but we haven't got that. So we can remake the midpoint, but we can't do that. So we save the blot. And then the last two is not good, but that's probably the best way to do it. So 6-4. So Steve's got one almost safe. Oh, that's a great play by Oliver. He's just ignored the second blot and just simply saying, going to keep one of your checkers trapped forever until I've started my bear off. So 6-4, the way to roll these primes forward is you put a checker on the point in front of your prime, whether your opponent's there or not. And then you cover it, and then you just repeat the process. So 4 is what he's looking for to hit loose. So in these positions, if you roll double three or double six as white, you can roll the prime forward. So it's fours and fives that are your difficult number. If you keep rolling small numbers, then you're going to have enough turns to be able to roll the thing forward. But it's these big numbers where things can go wrong. So double five would be the worst roll for white here. So he closes his board. It's good, and now he's not looking too carefully about the double six. Well, that doesn't seem too bad a bear off formation, so he'd like to keep the 6 point closed, which he has done. So yeah, not too many risks when we're something like 95% favourite. So 4-1, yes, I like this play, another checker off, and give blue his joker of double four is less good than double six. So the more checkers white gets off, the more chance he's got of surviving a hit. So yeah, I'd rip the other one off. That's the danger is blue hits you, and having another checker in the bank in terms of checkers off is going might well be crucial. So white, I think, is still a substantial favourite here, especially after this roll. So looks as though it's all over. So he stayed five away. So white will hit if he can. So even if Steve gets a hit here, it's not going to help him his cause too much. So now Oliver should just play safe, I think, if he can. But no reason not to hit, I don't think. Don't think that's crucial. I think his position is so good he's going to win no matter what he does. So that looks like it's all over. So this is best of three 7 point matches. So they used to play this format in the London Open a few years back, and the right strategy is that you when you start a new match, you ignore the previous score. So whether you'd won or you lost the previous match makes no difference to your strategy in the next one. So effectively, you're playing three separate matches, and that each one you'll play in that match is contingent on exclusively the score in that match. How you're doing in terms of leading in match score or trailing in match score makes no difference. So it looks as though they're sensibly taking a short break. So I'm just looking at the time. It seemed to be about something like 90 minutes for that match. So I guess the organisers are rather hoping that Oliver wins a second match so that the round times get to be reasonably sensible, because there's a danger that if they end up playing three matches at an hour and a half each, then there's not going to be enough time in the day to finish the tournament. So I think I overheard someone saying earlier, and I could be wrong on this, that potentially they were thinking of shortening the match lengths to five if the schedule falls too far behind. So just to keep you up to date with as much as I know, so I managed to find the last eight players were Reese, Dan, Kat, Radu, um, Steve, Martin, Oliver, and Andy. So we've got Steve against Oliver in this match. So there's three other matches going on. And so the winner of all those four matches will get to play the semi-finals. So while we're waiting for them to come back, I'll repeat something I said earlier, that there was a very good video online called Cube Strategy in a 7 point match with Dirk Schiemann, who's the top German player. So if you're interested in knowing what you should do in 7 point matches, that's a very good place to start. So while we're in a gap, I'll also mention that if you want to get in touch with me for lessons, you can find me at the Backgammon Workshop online, which is bgws.co.uk. And that's also the place to go to if you want to contact Seb Wilkinson. So just a bit more on the schedule for today. So as you've probably gathered, this is Julian Fetterline commentating on the first match. So after this one finishes, the next match will be the semi-final of the intermediates, and I will be commentating on that along with Jeff Hall. And then the final match for the day, which is scheduled to start at 3:30, but might well not do given the way speed is at the moment. So that will be the final of the Masters, and that will be Jeff Hall and Chris Bray commentating on that. So while we're waiting, I'll give you a bit of general ideas about match play that I've been spending a lot of time on match play and rolling out a lot of positions. So I can give you a general idea about match play as a whole. So the the basic strategy in match play is to say that you want to get a power of 2 points away from winning. So the powers of two are one, two, four, and eight. So if you can get your score to one, two, four, or eight away from winning, then that's a very good strategy. So then the next piece of information you need to know is what to do when you're leading by a lot or trailing by a lot in a match. So if you're the trailer, then obviously you want to be a bit more aggressive doubling, but critical here, the complexity is there's really two types of games. So Mochi wrote a seminar on 5 point matches, and he split games into two types, what he called the type A and the type B. And they're what I call the boring games and the exciting games. So boring games are races, typically, or holding games or coming home against an anchor. And these type of games, typically there's either zero or very few gammons. So really, the absence of gammons means that it's not a good type of game for the person who's trailing in the match to play. His opportunity when things go well is he can double and potentially win 2 points. So they're very good games for the leader. The leader knows he can take, and the worst that can happen is he'll lose 2 points. So the trailer in the match wants to push the game towards what I call the exciting games. So these are blitzes, priming games, back games, and the trailer in the match, the person who's playing this game will typically win a much higher percentage. So in these boring games, then typically you're getting doubled when you have something like a low 20% chance of winning. Whereas the exciting games, the player who's doubling has many gammon chances. And because of that, they double a bit sooner when you've got something like 30% winning chances. So exciting games very much favor the trailer. So he can double aggressively on the threat of winning 4 points, but he can also take quite deeply on the basis of saying that if he loses this game, he's probably going to lose the match anyway. So he's going to take and then redouble aggressively and try and win 4 points that way. So the general rule I have in matches is that when the scores are relatively close, so you're within 1 or 2 points of your opponent, then you don't need to panic. You can just try and catch up in ones and twos. But when the difference in score gets to be 4 or more, then you sort of enter into panic mode and say that you've got to a stage where you have to catch up quickly. So being 4 or more behind, you're saying that you're going to take more aggressively. So the position can still be worse and you'll still be taking. Or on the other hand, you're going to double aggressively. So normally in a money game, you might think it was too early, but when you're a long way behind in the score, you have to try and catch up in twos or fours. So I'm stopping for a bit because it looks like at least one of the players is back. So I think Oliver is back. The waiter seems to be filling up his wine glass for him. So now we can say Oliver, for those of you who missed the first half, Oliver Squire won the first match. So Steve has to win the next two matches to go through. So with equal players, it's a 50% chance of winning the match. So at the moment, we would say Oliver is about a 3-1 favourite to get into the semi-final, and Steve is 3-1 against. So that was a very close match. I mean, it seems to be in backgammon. It's notorious that however long your match length is, whether you play 3, 5, 7, or 25 points, it almost always seems it feels like it gets down to DMP, and that it's the last game decides who wins and who loses. Right, so we're off. First move of match two. So again, it's 0-0 to 7. That's the cube strategy is very much the same as if it was a money game. So no deviation from what you would normally do. So 1-6 is bad. So Steve's got the advantage with his double six. So if he was trailing in the score, this would be a good time to double. But usually double six is not enough to cube on its own. So I say if you have double six and a point in board, if you've started with a point making roll and then followed up with a double six, then it's usually a double, and the problem is can your opponent take? So Steve rolled a 4-3, was really useless. So he made the only sensible play of just stacking things up. So 6-1 for Reese. So he's decided not to split, and I think he's right to, because there's 11 in the zone to attack him. So they're really it's tempting to unload the checkers on top of him. So 6-4, that looks a very pure play. So I thought maybe you should make the 2 point there because you've got this big stack on the 6 point. So 6-1, that's a good play by Reese. He's building his board. He knows to win this game, he's got to get a shot and hit it. 6-6, that's really terrible for Steve. So what he wanted to do was make a new point or move his bar point round. So as I say, that was really good for Reese. So I have a suspicion he might be winning this game now. Certainly some of the sixes for blue can be catastrophic. So Reese has blocked that one. But certainly blue's position looks inherently very ugly. So all of us, he's rightly thinking about this. Yeah, so this is an unusual position, but certainly don't think the double's wrong. And I certainly wouldn't have passed as blue. I saw a lot of redeeming features in blue's position, notably that he was a long way ahead in the race. So Oliver's opened up a 1 point lead, so he's six away from winning. So six away is not a particularly crucial score, but it means he's 2 points away from getting to four away, which is really his target in this early stage of the match. So Oliver's opened with 2-1 slotting. Steve's brought a couple of builders down. 3-5 makes the 5 point. So now Steve wants to reply with a point making number himself. So 5-4 is useless. That is probably his very worst number, I would say. So again, Oliver's got the early edge in this game. He's sensibly waiting for one roll, but he's got a hit. So I think he's probably going to be doubling next time, depending on Steve's reply. So 4-3. I guess we come in with a 4 and decide whether to anchor or hit. So I like this play. I think he needs the defense, that there's enough white attackers to pound him if he doesn't get his anchor. So 4-2. Yeah, we're as white, we're ahead in the race. We just want to get into a race. So he's thinking whether he should come up with the two or not. And I don't have a strong feeling one way or another. So 3-2, Steve is really scraping the bottom of the barrel for bad rolls here. I think I'd kind of finally get too frustrated and say that I'm going to hit on the 1 point, because the more I move the pieces, the worse the position gets. So he's sensibly, he's being creative. He's trying to find something good out of these bad rolls. So the question is, yeah, he's gone that way. I think that's the right thing to do. That he does need his checker on the 24 point to stop White coming home safely. So I think maybe Oliver should have doubled before his 5-4. So double four, he comes in, and does he want to hit? Can he play without hitting? So double four is certainly a good shot, and the question is really what's the best to do with it. And this looks ugly, but might well be the best play. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blots. I definitely double as white here. That we have a good game, even if we stay on the bar, but it can get spectacularly good if things go our way in the next exchange. So note that being six away, Oliver's quite happy to gain his points in twos. Either two will take him to four away, or four will take him to two away. So good double, and can Steve take this? I think he can. That's White has threats, but it's going to be a while before he can execute them. Perhaps I'm being a bit enthusiastic. I certainly don't think White's position looks ugly. What's the worst that can happen? He hits us with 1x. That doesn't seem fatal. Or he hits us in the outfield, and it doesn't look tempting, but we might get a second anchor. And the catcher on the 24 is very useful, what some people call the goalkeeper. So good. I'm glad Steve took that. He's not being discouraged by previous things. So this is probably the best role for Oliver. Now he's put two on the bar. So I think the play here is to slot the seven, because we're probably going to want the bar point. But maybe with the last one, we don't need to make the 4 point yet. Maybe we can play 6-5 to try and stop him getting a second anchor. So to recap, he's played two of them. So making the 10 point, I don't see much value in that. What we need is a solid bribe. We don't need any gaps where the opponent can get out. So I'm not saying this is terrible, because he might well be able to make the 7 point next time. I can't see why this looks useless. We're not in any danger there. The danger is that blue gets a back game here, so we need to be in a position to counter that, and we do that either by making the bar point, or by hitting blue when he comes in and stopping him getting a second anchor. I really don't see any much value at all in 24-23. It gives you a good double five, is the redeeming feature. So anyway, Reese obviously has some plan here as to how he's going to bring this game home. So 6-1, we can send some more checkers back. We can hit two checkers inboard or hit two checkers at the bottom of the board. Hitting those two is certainly not bad because there's two more in the wings. So that stops blue anchoring. Yes, I eventually decide I like this play. So the problem for Steve here is that Oliver might actually limit him to only one anchor. So 3-1, that's not great. So can we actually hit again, or do we have to cover? If we cover, the 1.3 is very good for blue. Maybe we can go all out here and hit on the 3-point. So there's only one on the bar, so yeah, he's thinking about this. And yeah, so that's not too bad a one. Couldn't see any other good one, so I'm not going to say that was a bad one. So 2-5. So Steve's still got only one anchor. So 4-1. What can we do with this? We can hit and cover the 1 point. Yes, so that looks clear. Unless I've misread the dice. No, it's 4-1. Yeah, so I can't see why he doesn't play 5-1 and 3-2. And now he can't see any reason why he shouldn't do that either. So double two is excellent. So that digs Steve out of a very deep hole. So how does he follow it up? So we could play 6-4 to unstack, or we could just play 9-5 to try and make the 5 point, or half of each. So from looking like he was just going to get gammon from the off, this double two has certainly put Steve back in the game. And I'm not entirely sure if he's not favourite yet. 5-4, he can hit in the outfield or make a point on head. So here I think I would actually hit in the outfield, despite what Tim Cross said about the point on head, that we've got four checkers on the 21 points. So that's too many. And if you stay back there, there's a danger next turn that you might not be able to get out. So I think what's worrying him here is that sending White back is going to improve his timing for the back game. But I think this position, blue is really not wanting to play a back game. That there's two white checkers gone behind his anchors, so he has an opportunity to win this game going forward without playing the back game. So I think that's why I would hit on the midpoint. Fact, the more I look at it, the more I'm convinced that's the best play. I can see an alternative. We can come out with the 5-21-16 and then hit loose on the 3 point, but then we're in danger of getting pushed back into the back game. So he's come round to this idea. So 5-4. So Steve's still got a long way to go, but I think he's showing that he's in good shape in this game. So hit twice is the double tiger, or point on the 3 point. I think point on head is sensible here. So Oliver's found. So can Steve redouble yet? He's thinking about it, and I think he's right to. So yeah, double six. So now we're really pleased we got one of those checkers off the 21 point. One comes out, yeah, and what do we do with the other two? Do we keep the second anchor, or are we ready to come forwards? Yeah, so I think he moves all of them out. So I think that's the play. So he makes the 15 point. So he leaves two checkers back. He's got an anchor that's potentially primed, but White's a very long way from making a prime. Right, so now I'm convinced Steve should definitely redouble. So he's got another attacker in the zone, and he's got lots of pieces to move in the outfield. His position's not going to crash for a while. So yeah, so if we redouble, if we win the fight for the 5 point, White's in real bad trouble. But what happens if White survives? Yeah, I really don't like this for White. And Oliver is in agreement. So Steve goes into a 2-1 lead, so he's got to the 5 away score, and Oliver remains at 6 away. So if you remember from the last match, 5 away, I was advocating your plan should be to try to get to a Gamanish position and then use that threat to be able to get 1 point to get to 4 away. A small problem on the setup there. So Blue had his 2 checkers on the 23 point rather than the 24 point at the start of the game. So I think they had a short discussion as to whether it was right that they should stay there or get moved back, and quickly resolved that. So White's come in with a double two. He's been able to unstack his 6 point to make a good blocking point. So White's got 9 in the zone, so splitting is possible. I think I rather like that play by Steve. I think his blot on the 1 point is scaring him from splitting his back checkers, and I think I'd be aligned with him. So White's got 3 blocking points instead of Blue's 2. And Mitchy always said the builder on the 9 point was the most powerful builder. So White is going to have a lot of rolls that will make a new point here. So he's wondering, is this the time to double? So it's certainly early, but I'm not sure it's too early. So 3-1 makes the 5 point, and now Blue needs to respond with a good roll or he's going to have to pass. 3-2 making the bar. I don't think that's enough to be able to take. So White's certainly winning the priming game, and he's got threats of making the bar with a few rolls. But if he doesn't do it this time, there's the threat is going to be enduring. So I'm tempted to give this one up for Blue. I think that he's losing the priming game. He's got the weaker board. He's got a blot on the 1 point, so lots of negatives. But I'm not convinced it's a terrible take by any stretch of the imagination. So 4-2, he makes a new point. That's the 5th point of his prime. So he's wondering whether to split or to come down. And I'm strongly in favor of 13-11 here. I think we need to focus on making our 6 prime, and then we can split at our leisure. The 2-1, does he want to? Certainly doesn't seem to be what I would like to do. I was wondering whether to split or make the 5 point, and he decided to do neither. So 6-1, can't see why we can't just make the bar. Yeah, so now we've got 5 points out of 6 and the 6 points slotted and 2 numbers to cover. So how can this be possibly wrong? So he was more scared about being trapped. Like I say, I'm dubious about this play. Let's say that politely. So 5 is forced. Do we creep up at the back or do we play 11 to 10? Can't see a good argument for either play. So 5-1. Got a very ugly safe play. There's a very aggressive double tiger play, which I think is off the scale. So I'm going to settle for 9 to 3 hitting as kind of a compromise. Perhaps an alternative is 9 to 4 and splitting with the one. So white still has this enduring threat of making the bar point, the 7 point, which will win when he does it. So because he didn't do it when he had the chance, he's still got the threat. So we have to stop him doing that. And one way is like this to hit him, or the other way is to split the back checkers and threaten to hit the checker on the 8 point if he uses that to make the bar. So Steve's shown us one of the plays he's thinking of. I'd like to see if he shows us another play he's thinking of. Yeah, so the one we really like to do, but then what do we do with the 5? So yeah, then you have to do this. So this is Mitchie's double tiger. So unfortunately, we're giving up the 8 point to do it, and White's got a strong board. So we're starting a hitting contest when the odds are against us. Right, so now he's looking at 9 to 4 and the split. So right, good. So he's found this other play. So which one is right? I think I would have gone for the 9 to 3. I think there's letting white play in this position, I think is very dangerous. Whether you can whether you can get out of trouble when you hit him, but at least it stops white winning the game instantly right now. So okay, good. He's come around to the same conclusion. It's not pretty, whatever you do. The 5-2, he makes the 20 point, and the 2 he'd rather not play, but at least he's still got his threat of making the bar. So double 2, lots of good things to do. Certainly coming up to the 3 point is the edge of the prime. So even if white makes his 6 prime, then at least he can't roll it forwards. So he's gone for the 4 point. I think I would have been very tempted by the 11, but I'm not quite sure which was right. So I think in retrospect, if he knows white's rolling double 6, he'd have made the 11 point too. Right, so Steve's got the worst end of this, but it's by no means a disaster. So he's got a 3 point game, then he's going to get quite a few wins from that. I'm not quite sure how many, maybe 15% if White just comes round safely. So if he had his life over, if he saw this was coming, Steve wouldn't have taken. But having said that, as I say, it's not a disaster for him. He's not going to get gammoned, and he still has some winning chances. So Oliver's bear-in is not going beautifully. So I mean, he'd like to have spares on the 6 and 5, and he hasn't got any. So 6 4. Yeah, we can bring 2 down or slot. So this is another ugly roll. So, ooh, yeah, that looks as though there's an impending disaster there. The alternative would be to clear the 9 point, but I'm not quite sure he's enough ahead in the race. Yeah, so that wouldn't have worked out too well. So 6 4. There's only one play clearing the 8 point. So I think Steve should run if he gets a 5. So does he. Rightly having a think about it, but the race is his best chance, and he's done an awful lot in getting his other checkers home. So if he gets pounded, then he's not going to lose too many gammons anyway. So 4-2. I'm suspicious of this play. I think we have to keep him back there to have the attacking opportunity. So he's looking at this and doing a pip count. So 83 to 61, 73, 75. So I've got him 8 ahead. So if he's 8 ahead, I don't think this is the right play. I think he's got to keep the contact. So we have a good way to keep the contact. We can play 5 to 1 and 4 to 2. So we keep 5 blocking points. Yeah, so this is an entirely different alternative. And it might well be right because there is a blot at the bottom of the board. No, I'm really not too sure about this. If I was going to do this, I think I liked his first variant of making the 3 point, at least having a four prime. So crucial roll now. 3-2 is good, but not brilliant. So he hits and saves the blot. 4-1 fans. So what's the match score like? Does Steve want to redouble quickly or not? And I think the answer is not, that he's at the moment his gammon value, his winning a gammon is particularly valuable. But if he turns the cube up to 4, his gammon wins get to be virtually worthless. So I think White can take this position for a very long time. That there's the 2 point being open. It's very much if Blue hits, does he really win all those games? So Blue's hit White has stopped himself losing quickly, but does it actually win the game for him at all? So he's benefited. He's gone ahead in the race, but the negative is he's introduced a lot more contact, and Blues checkers are not well placed for this contact and the hitting that might well follow. So this is a really important decision, and Steve is spot on in terms of taking his time for what's probably going to be the most important decision in this match. So I'm just looking at the time. It says he's got about 3.5 minutes left. So he's chosen to double. So whatever the rights or wrongs of this, there's always a chance that your opponent will make the wrong decision. So as I said, I thought it was an easy take for White, and I'm going to stick my neck out and say I think it is. But that isn't to say that XG will think the same way or that Oliver will think the same way. So he's had a take. The double six is a bad roll. So he doesn't escape, he doesn't hit, and White has an opportunity to come in. So now he's thinking of doubling. So if he ends up losing this game, it'll be 6-1 behind. So that's about 11% match winning chances. So if he redoubles, then he can potentially gain 2 extra points for the 1 extra point he loses. So what that means is theoretically he can double when he's got about a 1/3 chance of winning. So I think I'd have problems figuring out who was winning this game. So I would then reach the conclusion that we must double as White. So I'm grateful for him that he took the time to think about this and gave me the time to figure out what's going on. So it's really in this score we can say, well, if we lose, we're going to be 6-1 down Crawford. So when things go wrong, it's not going to cost us very much at all. As I say, it's 11% match winning chances. But when it goes right, then we'll end up winning the match ourselves rather than being 5-2 up. So we're going to gain actually 25% match winning chances when it works. So if we're gaining 25 and losing 11, we can actually double when we're worse than 2-1. Okay, so he chose not to double, and that I think is going to be a blunder. Certainly with the role he's got, he'd like his life over. Or maybe not. So the positive bit for Oliver is he's got the cube in reserve. When blue gets a bad roll, then he can double. So now he's got 5 builders with the 3 point. So I can't believe he considers he's too good. Yeah. So double and monster pass, I think. So that would put Oliver at 5-2. So that's 75% match winning chances. So that made me think why he should be doubling when he had that when he was still on the bar. That he'd like this position to have the cube on 8. He wished Steve would take this, and that he'd be playing this for the match rather than Steve still having 25% match winning chance when he passes. So again, I'm commending the players here for spending time at the right time. So Steve is seeing that this is a crucial stage, and he's got 6 minutes left. So it's not a case that you can carry these forward to the next match. If you've saved your 6 minutes, you might as well use it to make sure that you make the right decision here. So as I say, I think the decision is clear, and he's got there, and he certainly is right to take his time to think about it. So now Oliver's leading 5-2, so he needs 2 points. So rule one is that you almost never double early on. So if the position's good, you can potentially win a gammon and win the match with no risk. And if the position's bad, you certainly don't want the cube on two. So you generally tend to wait until a lot of the contact's been lost. So you'd be very happy to double in races if you've got sufficient winning chances. But when there's gammons for both sides, you want to keep the cube low. So blue, on the other hand, needs to catch up quickly, so he wants to create positions with gammons. So his opening roll of 3-2, I'm sure the computer would like playing two checkers down from the midpoint to create a position with more gammons. So remember, Steve wants gammons. So if he wanted to avoid gammons, he could make the 20 point, but he wants to have positions with gammons. So he's sending another white checker back. So 5-1, that is really bad. So we don't want to come on in on the 24 point because Kit Woolsey said 3 on the 24 point is death. So we then have to come in on the 5 point, but Blue's got lots of builders. So this is a good play. So Steve's got 1-3-6. I think you should be doubling here. So now he's thinking, does he want to make the 5 point or hit the second checker? And Tim Cross is right. The point on head is way ahead, I think. So now I think 3-1, there's an anchor. So has Blue should definitely be doubling here. He's got the upper hand and some gammons at least. So there's an alternative to come in and make the 10 point. So the advantage is we've got the 10 point. The negative is we're stuck in on the 24 point and getting gammoned. So Steve's again chosen not to double. So the danger with this is that when Oliver comes in like this, he'll probably be very happy to pass now. So this is a crucial point for Steve to win. If he can get Oliver to pass, then he'll get his score to 4 away. So 4 away, 2 away would be the score, and that is really the most exciting score of backgammon. So this is finally he's got to a good cube. So this is a good cube because Oliver he doesn't want to pass to let Blue get to 4 away, but he doesn't want to take and get gammoned and let Blue get to Crawford. So if you look at White's position, you can see what he's done is he's played two checkers from his midpoint backwards to the 3 point. So that's saying what he's achieved in the game so far. Whereas Blues managed to make the 5 point and escape one checker. So it really shows how gruesome this is for Oliver. So I think he's right to see the back of that game. So 2 away, 4 away. So now it's getting to be crucial for Oliver to try and get to positions without gammons. So if there's no gammons, he'd love to take and win 2 points. But if there are gammons, then getting gammoned will cost him the match. So instead of leading, he'll have lost. So 4-1, you have to split. So that's an aggressive split. It's an unusual play, but I'm not going to say it's wrong because it might well be right at this score. So good double from Steve. The general principle at this score is when your opponent splits his backjackers, that's the signal for you should double because suddenly you've got some really killer rolls that are going to win the game in one roll. So 1-5. He's that's a conservative play. It might look bold to you, but basically hitting and trying to make the 5 point. The aggressive play for me would have been the double tiger play. So blue had 9 in the zone when he was doing that, so it wasn't automatic, but there's a corollary of this score. So as well as Steve wanting to win a gammon and win the match, that because he's doubled, his gammon losses cost him nothing. So he has an alternative way of winning, of going all out for winning and trying to get the gammon. And if it goes wrong and he has 8 or 10 checkers sent back, then he's playing a good back game and he's missing the downside of paying double when it goes wrong. So 6-3. So 2 plays here. We can run one of the back checkers out, which is trying to save the gammon by escaping one of our checkers. Or the other play would be to hit on the 4 point, which is risking getting another checker sent back, but giving us much more chance of making an advanced anchor and saving the gammon that way. So what the experts generally say is when you can't decide, then pick the play that's the DMP play, the play that will win most games. Unfortunately, I don't know which play that is. So here's the second play. So this looks rather bold that you're leaving blots on both sides, but you can see it's only small numbers work for blue. So 1, 2, 3, 4, any 5 or 6, and he really can't harm you anywhere on the board. Yeah, so I rather like this play. I thought the other play was really looking for an accident to happen. So that's a good shot for Steve, hitting twice. But you can see Oliver's also got good chance to make his advanced anchor. So now he's done it. So that should prevent almost all his gammon losses. So now I think he's got to go all out. I think 24-18 is the play there. So the danger with this is that White will be able to block his checkers on the 24 point somehow. So what's the roll? Is it four? I thought it was 4-4. Right. Okay, so it's got to be a good roll. So he comes in, and then I think if you could make the 20 point, but what you do is the fourth one, or you could do something aggressive, hitting on the 5. That gives up the midpoint. Yeah, so this looks like the very best play, I think. So double 4 isn't enough to allow us to win the game quickly, but at least if we make the 20 point, we know we're not going to lose the game quickly. So 5-3, can we do anything remotely useful? Doesn't look as though it does anything good. We could make the 3 point. Certainly that's going to be something for the rest of the game. Or we could make the 10 point and then save a blot. So that doesn't seem too bad. If maybe we play 2 down from the midpoint, so we leave him a 6 to hit, and those hits will involve coming off the anchor. Yeah, so this is what he's looking at. So he's made the blocking 10 point. And this play might even be a bit better than my play, I think, to be honest. So I think the argument for this play is that you don't want to be attacked on the 5 point at the bottom of the board, but you also don't want to have too many blocks knocking around. So 11-6, I think, is the worst alternative. So then his hits don't break the anchor, and we don't want 6 checkers on the 6 point. I guess the plus for that play is that you're duplicating the ones to hit on the midpoint and the ones to hit on the 5 point. So now he's going back. It seems he doesn't like any of these variants of making the 10 point. Yeah, so he's gone that way again. So I think 13 to 8 is top play. Uh, 20 to 15 would be my second. Yeah, so he's got there. So double three. Yeah, I can't see how he could potentially do anything better than that. So those are the first three, and then what does he do with the fourth one? Yeah, he's left the blot on the 8 point is fine. He's kept the midpoint is fine. Yeah, so this I think is very good play. So 5-1, we come in with the 1 and we save the block to stop ourselves being gammoned. So Steve wants a 5 to make the 10 point. So there it is. He's done that. And then the 3, we're going to tempt him off the anchor, or we're going to come up at the back. So not sure about these two. So why we want that checker to stay back on the 23 point because it gives us the zone of contact. It stops white playing safely when he rolls difficult numbers. So 6-5, that is a good roll and good play. But the negative is that now white has given up his anchor. So he's opened up the opportunity of gammon loss. So it's not going to come quickly, but it's there now. That it's hanging over him like the sword of Damocles. So 4-2. 4-2 does nothing. So I think we just make the 4 point. So it's also sensible to save the blot. That would be 16-10. Yeah, so I agree with him. I think this is his best play for the long term, despite the risk in the short term. So 6-3 should hit something. Yep, so 2-6, he's in, and no good 6. So this, as you can see, is the problem with giving up the anchor on the 4 point, that it didn't seem dangerous at the time, but the danger is getting to be apparent now. So I think you have to hit here. I think I'm just too scared. The alternative is to leave double shot anyway. So at least you stop blue attacking you at the bottom of the board if he's forced to attack you at the top of the board. It's 5, he's in, and 6 is useless. So we could hit on the 2 point, but that's giving up a point. This looks the conservative option, so it's giving it 2. Or the other option would be to get the extra spare off the 20 point, but maybe that's a bit too bold. I think probably on reflection, I think Steve's got the right idea here. A good roll for Oliver. Didn't spend too much time on that. He's got one of his 2 back checkers out safely. At least if the other one back there gets closed out, it's probably not going to cost him a gammon. So 3-1, this looks like a good roll. Why aren't we just making the 2 point? Or have I misread the dice? Yeah, so it looks like it's a 2-1, which is much harder. So first he has to choose whether to come up with the 2. And if he does, that would provoke a crisis and he can get gammoned when it goes wrong. So he's right to stay back and then say, I can't do anything useful. Right, so 5-1. So we couldn't get our back checker out. So I like the 5 for sure, but the 1 I'm not too sure about. I'm not quite sure if we should have played 5-4. 3-1 covers is good. So now we want even numbers. So 2-1, not what we wanted. So 8-7, and do we come out with a 2? I say no. If we come out, we're giving him ones, twos, and threes. So focus on making the 4 point and then coming out is the plan. So 6-3, that does nothing. So 15-6, I think, is only play. 2-6. Oh, we can come out all the way. That looks like the number one play. So 20-12 and give him just twos. And if he doesn't roll the two, then hopefully he'll lose immediately. So Steve's quickly found this idea. So yes, definitely look at the alternative, which is pointing on the 2 point. So does put him on the bar, but are we going to make the 4 point in time? So I'm convinced 20-12 is number one play by a very wide margin. Problem with this play is not only does he have fours to work well, so he hasn't set the position up properly. But yeah, so getting one checker out into the outfield from the 5 point means when we've got our 6 prime, we'll actually win. I can see one dice is a 3, but I can't even see the other dice. Right, so now we need 1 and 8. 8 is good enough. 5-3, we're just trying to play as safely as possible for the rest of the game. So now Steve wants to get out and roll a 3, so 5-1 is not what he was looking for. So we must keep the solid 5 prime. Yeah, so this he can play the moves in this order, but he's going to have to make the bar point, remake the bar point, because otherwise White's ones are threatening to escape. Okay, 3 or 6 to cover. 3 and no 5. Right, so we cover 5-2 and then play 8-3, only play. 5-4, so fortunately we've been able to hold it together long enough for White to break some points and let us out. Okay, so Steve's got this game comfortably in hand, but he's very keen on getting the gammon. So the gammon price is 1 here. It's virtually the maximum. So he wants to keep the contact. He wants to see if he can try and get another white checker back. Double 1. Do we put him on the bar or just play 10-8 twice? Right, so he's playing 10-9 twice. Is right in all variants. So yeah, I think I would go 10-8. I think I want blue playing here. I want him to get out of my hair. So that is useless. That does the worst of both worlds. The other play was just 6-5 twice and keep him on the bar so we can clear the back point safely. So I don't think this is terrible, but as I say, I would have gone for 10-8 twice. So yeah, I think this was safest in the short term, but the problem is that if blue stayed out, then there's a danger he's going to hit you in the long term when you break your board. So 5-3, he wanted twos and fours and didn't get them. So 2, 4, and 10 is on our list, and we get 5 and 1 and 6. So 5-4 here. I don't like this. I don't like being on the 2 point. Not good for the future. Double 5. So yeah, I've seen this sort of position before. So we can come in with 2 of them and then bear some checkers off, but that looks a horrendously ugly position. So here I think we just settle for second best and say 6-1 3 times, and then 7-2 once. Yeah, so we can get hit with 6-1 and we can potentially lose the race, but um, most of the time white will stay on the bar and we'll win routinely. Right, so he's found that one is common to both plays. Yeah, so I don't like this play. I find problem with this is it's difficult to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, as I say. So when you roll a 6, how are you going to save your blots? So 2-3, he can play safely. So that's good. That's clear and right. The white's in and he's holding his board. So blue just wants to play safely here. So double 2. Are there any gammons here? Yeah, 5-3 twice and 2 off. Yeah, so that's definitely going to be right with the gammon price so high. So he might get hit and lose a few games, but he's definitely going to get enough gammons out of this when it works. That's another double 2. That's a 4-point board and 1 off. Or we could take 2 off the 4-point. Yeah, not sure, but I think I liked his first play of 6 off and 6-4. Yeah, so you shouldn't play too wimpy and play 4-2 with the last one just to be safe. Much better to have your chance of winning the gammon and take the risk of the shot. So 4-2 is perfect shot. So Steve's gone some way down the line, but he needs a bit of luck to finish the job. So he needs a double now or the next roll. So 5-3 is down to 4 checkers. Oliver needs 5 or 6. He's rolled 3-1. So Steve has double 4 or better to win the match. And there it is. Right, so excellent play by Steve there in terms of taking the necessary to risk to win the gammon. So now the match is a 1-1 and they play a decider. Now I'm going to take a short break for a call of nature, so I'll be here for the rest of the final match. Right, I thought the players had courteously given me enough of a break to make a coffee, but my coffee is now turned up, so I can give this my full attention. So we're still in the first game. So blue has managed to escape one checker. It's now gone sent back. So white is dominating. Does he have enough to double yet? He's got 10 in the zone. He's missing the 5 point. Certainly think about doubling. Don't think doubling would be a big mistake. Not totally sold on it yet, though. So, yeah, I'm going to hold off, is the answer. So, we might be able to attack, or we might be able to make the 5 point, but we probably won't be able to do both. There's no other blue blocks knocking around on the board. So, the best we can do is hope to attack him in his home board. And we're also threatening to make the 20 point ourselves, but we can't do everything. So if we start attacking, then we could get pounded on the 20 point. So I'm by nature a little slow on doubling. So if he does double, I'm not going to say it's wrong. So he waited. So double six is usually a very good roll. So point on him. Yeah, so we want a point. And then we might want to hit on the one. But I think with the cube in the center, probably just play 20 to 8 after we've pointed on him. Now, I haven't officially been told, but they have set the match length to 5. So I think because of the time constraints, they're playing to 5 rather than 7. So surprises me when I was giving my cube verdict when Reese didn't double. So in a 7 point match, it's very much the same as money. In a 5 point match, it's different ball game. You want to win your doubled gammon for 4 points and get you to Crawford. So 5-3, he's and in and out. So White's certainly good enough to double here. I can't believe he's too good when he's only got 12 at the top. Yeah, he hasn't got blue on the bar, so he certainly has to double here. And I think it is a very big pass for blue. There's a danger when it goes wrong, he could just get gammoned and lose the match. So Oliver's doubling and over to Steve. Does he feel lucky? So White will hit with ones, and White will also hit with fives and sixes if needs be. So the danger is blue will get into a blocked hitting contest with a 4 point board against one. So that's the threat. And compared to giving up 1 point, I think the downside is too big when you get gammoned. So my vote is for a big pass. And Steve's vote is also for a pass of indeterminate size. Right, so Oliver's got his 1 point. He needs 4 now. So a doubled gammon is really strong for him. So in some ways it's a kind of paradox. So you'd think if Steve was behind, he's more keen to take, but in fact he's actually more keen to pass because he wants to give Oliver this unimportant point to get to 3 away rather than 2 or 4 points to win. So 3-1-6-3, the play's been correct so far. 5-3. That's a dynamic play. So Steve's play of leaving his back checker 6 apart was saying he was threatening to make an advanced anchor with a 6. So when Oliver hit with the 5, he makes the 2 back checkers 7 apart, which makes it much harder for blue to get his anchor. So 6-4, that's definitely a good roll. So I would think we could anchor and cover the 4 point. And he thinks the same. So I think the alternative would be to cover with the 6 and then play 18-14. So that's more of a running game. Yeah, so this is what he's looking at now. So this is saying that I just want to get into a race. Making the 18 point is a good defensive point and saying that you're not going to get blitzed or primed, so you're going to be in the game for a long time. I'm not clear about this. I think I would make the 18 point. Yeah, so very good rule in backgammon that comes up very often is doing two things is better than one. So covering the 4 point and making the anchor is it's difficult to compete with that. So Oliver had a chance to make the 20 point and turned it down. So last game he didn't make he came off his advanced anchor and lost the match. So this time he's sensibly made the 20 point again and saying that at least that way I can't lose the gammon. So now we've got a mutual holding game where we expect nothing to happen for a very long time. So I don't like to say that there is such a thing as boring backgammon games, but I describe these sort of games as boring because essentially nothing happens for a very long time. Both players mark time trying to improve their position until eventually either someone rolls a double and wins because they're losing contact, or both players fail to roll a double and then the holding game collapses. Each player has to progressively give up points and leave blocks. But we're certainly at the moment, as I say, in what I would call the boring phase, that nothing much is going to happen for a while. 6-2 is clear, makes another blocking point. 5-4. So I'm pretty sure Oliver should just play 8 and 6. And I can't quite see why one should look to be too creative here. So yeah, he's found something weird again. So the reason I don't like these plays is I can't see great upside. So he's managed to leave a block for two rolls and not got hit, and what's it actually achieved for him? So 5-1 is a difficult roll for Steve. So I think the answer here is that you play 10-4. So the idea of that is that you have to give up a point no matter what you do. And what we're doing is we're leaving a blot in front of the anchor. So this is all going back to Paul McGreal's day when he talked about this and the golden point, and saying that sometimes your opponent will try and tempt you off the anchor. So that's what Steve is doing here. He's giving Oliver enough rope and asking him if he wants to hang himself. So double two. So right, so he's made the 9 point and he's come out to the 18. So it's a difficult decision whether to come from the 20 to the 18, and I don't think it's crucial. So now he definitely wants a 6. So 4-5 is important roll. So he clears the midpoint. That's a good play, I think. So now he's got a lot of flexibility that he can handle almost any number. So 3-4, we could do some attacking, or we could try breaking our 18-point anchor. So I think we have to play off the 18 point. I'd be more convinced if I knew we were ahead in the race. Or three, we can make a point. So what White's hoping to do is to get this last backjacker out, and he's been trying to do that for the last half dozen rolls or so on, and not really had much opportunity to do it. So one comes in, and we can move a point with two more of them, but we're going to have to find a fourth one somewhere. So I guess we have to hit with the fourth one. Now he decides which the last pair. So I think you need to keep the 18 point to give your last back checker some way to get out. So I would have played 13-10, but I don't think this is terrible. So double two again. So we could hit loose, but not quite sure if we want to do that. So we've got a quiet play, 9-7 twice and 8-6 with threats to come. If we come in and hit, I suppose we play 9-7 twice again. So come in, play 9-7 twice, and then decide whether to hit. Now, I wouldn't hit, but I have a suspicion it's stylistic. I think the computer's going to say they're close. Okay, so this is something I definitely wouldn't do. I can see the positive that he's kind of getting holding on both Blues points in the outfield, but he has left his back checker a bit isolated. So double five, we must be able to do something good with this. So certainly 13-3 twice would be my first try and say that's going to be a good candidate. 3-1, we can pick and pass. That prevents any immediate disaster. 4-2, 4, he comes in, and 2, he shuffles along. Well, it's still trying to prevent his immediate disaster. So 4-1 points on him. That's really good. Fans. So White still needs this 5 to get the guy out. He has 12 at the top of the board, so he could do a closeout, but Blue's board is already as strong as White's. This is 6-2, I think. Steve's still on the bar. White still needs his 5 in double before he gets his 5. He doesn't seem to think so. So 6-3 comes round to the 7 point. So I'm beginning to get to the stage where I was going to double as White, but clearly I was right to wait up to that point. So 1-4 hits, and we break a point. So I don't think we break that one. That gives him a good 2. I'd like to break the 8 point, so the 1 that hits up there is duplicated with his entering ones. Not certain, because this gives 3-5, and the other way we give 3-6, which he could hit with the bottom of the board as well. So I thought this was a good idea, but I've talked myself out of it. So 1-2-1, we come in and we hit, no alternative. So now Oliver needs to respond, because I think otherwise he'll be doubled out. Yeah, so now it's double and clear pass. So we've got 1s to hit, 6s to cover, 2-5 hits. And if we can't execute these threats, then White's still only even money to come in. So double and pass I thought was clear, which they agreed with. So now it's 4 away, 4 away. So as I said earlier, 4 away, 4 away, it's doubled gammons are the name of the game. So any sort of gammon threat you want to be doubling, and usually if you're the guy who's under the gammon threat, you don't want to lose the match in one game. So you'll just give 1 point to avoid that risk. So, as I said, four away, you're not too upset about passing and losing a point, but it's tempting to take because when you get to recube, that's your opponent needs 33% winning chances to be able to take. But so that's fine in normal positions, but when you're under a gammon threat, the danger is that before you get to recube, when your opponent's attack works, that they've won the match before you get to give your powerful recube. So anything with gammons you should be terrified of. So the players are being quite helpful. They gave me a short break to make myself a cup of coffee, and now they're giving me some time off to drink the coffee. Right, so both players are back. So four away, four away. 4-1. Steve splits with the one. Best move according to the computer. 4-1. We have to double hit because Blue's got so many builders, he's likely to make a new point if we don't hit. This looks like 5-4, which is a hit and split. So we've done the hit. Now we can do the split. Double four, he's in and makes the 5 point. It's again this point on head. So what Tim Cross was saying yesterday seems to have got proved right quite a lot of the time. So three, we're in. Do we want to play safe or do we want to hit? My instinct would be to play safe, but are we really under too much pressure that we have to hit? So there's 10 in the zone. It's a bit scary. Blue's 6 point is stacked. I'm suspicious of always hitting behind the potential anchor. So if you hit on the 3 point, you give him a 3 to hit you, and you also give him a 4 to make the anchor. So I'm not going to argue with Oliver here. I think this is a very tough play. 3-2 is hit and something. So not entirely convinced of this player. There was one in this Mochi Sander match where the top player was to come in with the 2 and then hit. So 4-5, he's in and he can't hit anymore. So now it's important to get the builder on the 8 point again. So he's taking his fifth checker off the midpoint. It's good. So Steve gets a roll to attack. Yeah, so he sensibly has a think before he makes the 3 point. So if white fans, blue can definitely double him out, but he's sensibly come in with a 4, so he's got an anchor. And now, since he's outboarded, he wants to play safe and play 24-21, which he did. So Steve's attack has done as much damage as it's going to. So now he needs to consolidate his back position. So he hasn't won the game quickly, but now he's avoided losing the game quickly. So 5-4, I think it's obvious, is 13-4. That's where we've got one extra checker that's doing nothing. So we put it somewhere where it's going to make the 4-point for us. So 5-2 doesn't do anything. He has an option to make the running play here. So um, this is potentially the time to do that. So I think that's going to be the right play. So that would be 18-13, 18-16. So for this play to be right, we've got to be ahead in the race, which I think we are. We need to have the stronger board, which we have. And we also get the bonus that we're duplicating the 4 to hit as one of the covering numbers. I'm not sure about that play, so we might want that spare later on when we get a potential hit in the outfield. Right, so now Steve's got rid of his back anchor and he's potentially going to double. So double 6 is going to catch up in the race. So what do we got? 34, 42, 64, 66 as against 58, 64. So I've got Oliver as 2 pips behind. So that means he shouldn't be racing. So either fall down from the midpoint or come out part of the way. You can come to the 15 and then play 2 down. So that I think looks like the best compromise play. So we keep a little more contact. So this is the play that I was favouring. So I liked his style here, that he looked at the running play that made the pip counts a bit easier. So look at this, double 3. He's delighted he made let's play now. So the obvious play is to make the 2-point. That's good for when there's hitting, but we're probably not going to be in a hitting game. We're probably going to be in a racing game. So I think Oliver was 2 behind, so now he's 14 behind. He's rolled an 11, so he's going to be 3 behind. I'm not certain about this pip count, but I think it's the best we can have do at the moment. I wouldn't spend a lot of time on these plays. They're going to be pretty close. So now the race is 100% clear. So given the fact no one has doubled, they must be fairly confident as to knowing what the pip count is. Yeah, so I think it's technically slightly wrong. So I think I would have played 6-4 and then 11-9 to diversify. Yeah, so that doesn't look right. You can't put 3 checkers on 1 point. That doesn't give you much flexibility. So now they're going through the counting again, 44, 45, 70, 82, 91, 92 to 92. So I've got it exactly level. So again, no guarantees with pip counts, but if it's level, then you shouldn't double yet. Now that looks like 6-3. But 6 should go to the 4-point. Why we're going to the 3, I don't know, but he obviously does. 2-1 is useless, so 6-3 against 2-1, we gained 6 pips, so we should be 6 ahead. So now we should certainly be thinking of doubling. So what was the actual race length? We're certainly close to doubling. So I suppose we'd like to win 2 points here. We don't really want to lose our market and win 1 point. So I'm inclined to double here to try and get the 2 points. So I think it's comfortable take for blue for sure. As I was saying earlier, there's a downside of doubling your opponent in, is that when he starts to turn the game round, that you have a take point of 33% when he's giving you the 4 cube. So I would double, but I'm not 100% convinced about it. So he's doubled, and Steve is definitely taking, not 10% behind. 5-2, two crossovers is good. We were 13 ahead. Now we're going to be 6 ahead. Yeah, so that could well be right. That's 2-1, I think, so that's 9 is the difference. And we've rolled a 5. Right, so double 4 is brilliant, I think. You might have gathered one of the problems I have is that it's difficult to read the dice on a small screen, so um, you can't see the dice that have been rolled. It's rather difficult to run the running pip count. But I think from what's on the board, it's apparent that Oliver is doing very well in the dice rolling contest. So things disappeared for a bit, but I'm pleased to see that Steve is not going to lose a running gammon despite Oliver's very powerful rolling.
Hello, Jules. I think you're on mute at the moment. I don't know, Steve.
Right, okay.
The prize money as opposed to pools. I don't know. Steve hasn't given me the figures. So,
Right, Julia, can you hear me
let me
now?
see if I can find it. No, I can't. It's not on the email.
Can you hear me, Julia?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Right, excellent.
I think. Sorry, you just got on mute for a little bit. So
Yes, yes.
we are running a little bit behind schedule. So
yes.
as soon as this one is finished, we'll go straight on into the intermediate semi-final.
Right. So I am correct in saying this is a 5-point match.
This is a 5. Yes, we've
Yes.
reduced it because of the
Yes,
time
understand.
constraints. So.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
okay, in the interim, Steve gave a good double. He's seeing there's some small chances of gammons. So Oliver's been playing a kind of running game. So that's going to generate a lot of wins. But the downside is he hasn't developed a forward position yet. So he's got no points in board. So the problem is at the moment it's okay, but when there's a wheel falls off, then the cart just overturns straight away. So he needs something to make a point. So 5-4 is useless. So he's escaped. It's not useless. He's got his last checker out. It's good, but again, he still hasn't made a point. So I think I would go 24-20 here. I think 13-9 could be a good play. I wouldn't go out to the bar point because I think then the problem is white will hit you and you're going to get indirect returns. Yeah, so that's my play or one of my plays. As I say, 13-9 was the other one. I'm not sure if he's going to look at that. Yeah, so this one I thought was the least good. 2-1, that's doesn't do a lot. So the 2 he couldn't enter with, he couldn't find a good 2 anywhere. So 3-2, do we attack or we make the anchor or do we make a point? Well, we're playing this at gammon go. That's why we doubled it. So I think we should be hitting with the 3 and then deciding which 2 we like. If you don't hit, you give white a free hand to improve his game. As I was saying, he hasn't got a point in board. You give him a free go. So yeah, this is a good play to win the game for sure, but it's not going to get many gammons out of this. And there's the point in board and no more blots. The double 1 is 7-5 twice, that we want to make the 5-point. I read that in a book somewhere. Yeah, so he looks like he read the same book. 4-1 doesn't do anything. So it's not a good roll. How bad is it? Doesn't clear anything. So 6-1 is automatic play. He couldn't find anything better than that. 2-3, we're in, and now he's got an automatic hit. So there's a white blot in board. So he's got a fallback plan. If Oliver hits him, he's going to hit the blot on the 1 point. But Oliver was wise to that plan. The 2-5 is still far from fatal for Steve. And now he's taking his time to figure out if he's ready to continue his attack or whether he needs to stop for breath and bring round reinforcements. So I rather like his idea of waiting here. I think 10-5 is a good play. So again, I mentioned earlier this TMP, too many points. You can see White's got 7 points. So if he can't move his back checker with all his roll, then he's going to have to probably expose another block somewhere, or at least give up a point. So we'll be in a better shape to attack next roll. So that's my master plan. But not too much wrong with attacking now. I still prefer this idea of giving White enough rope to hang himself. So is it realistic? Can we actually launch an attack when we've got 6 at the top of the board? Right, so he's gone for this play. So I'm delighted with that about that. So now we can see how it does, and it has done really well. So he can come out with the 4, but then he's got to expose a blot with a 1. And if he doesn't come out with a 4, he's got to expose a blot anyway. Right, so that's leaving 2s, 4s, and 5s. Or we could play the 10 point. Yeah, so that's just 2s and 5s. So that's much better then. So the TMP, you can see it's generated these extra shots. And what Oliver's done is he's now, by breaking one of the points, he's put himself in a position where he's got pieces to move next time. So now we have to attack. Steve is on the ball with this. So the only one is 8 to 7. I think he's thinking of picking it up. So yeah, I think playing 3 to 2 is a bit too wimpy. Yeah, so that's my play. If we get hit, so be it. That White's forward position. He's got a 3 point board, but we're not going to get primed. We're not going to get blitzed. Double 2 fans. So now we have 2s and 4s. Well, that's fortuitous. Right, so that's all gone well so far, but the trouble is the cavalry are on the other side of the hill, so he needs to get the builders round to make the 4 point is his number one priority. So that looks like getting the builders round to play. Yeah, so I think this is right. The alternative, if he doesn't make the 1 point, he's got to slot the 4 because he's got a big shortage of 6s. So 1, we must definitely hit loose. Or 2, looks like we're stuck. So I'd be tempted to play 23-21 here. I think we need to get some air. So I think putting all the checkers on different points is going to give us more options of finding a role that can play next time. Yeah, so I think he's getting there. So yeah, you could play 18-16, but then you're pretty blocked and you haven't started to get your back checkers moving. So the blitz has gone about as far as it's going to go at the moment. So we need to get the secondary plan of escaping our back checkers and just winning the race when white manages to anchor. Yeah, so that's my play. I can't see another play. Okay, so Oliver's got a 4, so that's kept him alive for this game. So now he's got to decide how many blots he's going to leave. So he can play 6 to 1 and leave no blots, or he can leave a blot somewhere. So all the blot leaving numbers leave a double shot. So he's decided to play safe. So I can't say that's a terrible mistake. So 2-5. So this is not the play I was thinking. I was thinking 21 and 11, but this play might well be better than that. Yeah, so that's the play I was thinking of. So I don't have an immediate thought which one is right. I see merits in both plays. So this keeps a lot of contact. It really means that to play safely, White's got to come off the anchor, and he can't do that. So we can't break the anchor and lose instantly. So I think 13-7, 13-8 is a good play here. So those are the ones that are furthest from home. So the problem with this is that when it doesn't work, we've got 2 on the midpoint, so we've got a bit more to do with gammon saving. Okay, so I think Steve likes this play compared to mine. So double 4, that covers the 5 point. That's the start. and we don't want to race by coming out, so I guess we just make the 4 point. 6-1, Steve's got to start racing home. So yeah, he can do that 6, but there's no other one, so he's going to go on with it. Yeah, so he had to look and say he could stay back and duplicate 5s, but no reason at all to do that. So he's left 12, so 4 and some 12s. 5-2 is a miss. So yes, we keep one outside, so we're not forced off the anchor with the first 6. So double 3, that doesn't seem too convenient, but no, you can just make the 7 point cleanly. I don't think there'll be any alternative to this. So he's rightly found the alternative. I think it's clearly worse. Yeah, so you give a 9 shot. I think it's, if nothing else, making the bar point and the 10 point means that you get 2 builders to attack White's remaining checker when he runs with 1. So I don't think he'll run with 1 at the moment, certainly. And I've got it that White is behind in this race, so he's not going to run 3-2 is difficult. Yeah, this is really difficult. So I think maybe Steve was right in his reticence last turn of not liking this position. So 4-3. He's staying put. So that's going to win less games, but it's going to save more gammons. 6-1. He's off and running. So we've got 3s and 6s to hit. 6-1. Pick and pass. Yeah. So we could stay there to win some gammons, but there wouldn't be many gammons. So that's a brilliant shot from Oliver. So that's probably going to win the match. 2-1. So I think double 6 will win for blue anyway. So we should walk into it. Yes. So we want to be aiming at the 6 point. So when blue enters and chooses to stay there, that we can pick and pass. So 6-2. We can leave 2 blots outside, or we can just save one of them. And this looks a bit difficult. I think I would probably go to the 8 and then 3-1. Yeah, so that's just a mistake. Yeah, so that's much better. So you don't want to come forward and give him 6-4 hits. You want to duplicate the double 6 as his best roll and also one of the hitting numbers. So 6-3, he's off and running. So we have 3s to hit. 6-2. Unfortunately, blue came in, otherwise we'd be very happy. So I don't like this play. I think maybe you just bring 2 in from the bar point. I mean, where do you want those 2 to go ultimately? So yeah, so he only got 1 crossover, and so that was just a bad play. So going to the 12 point is bad. So it's, you can see he's put both his checkers at the front point of the quadrants. So in the meantime, Oliver is showing that racing dice are one of the elements of the game that he's mastered. So Steve needs something good to get out of trouble here, and he's not going to have enough time to do it. Right, so great matches. I think both of them played very well. So Oliver scrapes through to the last round, to the semi-final. So next up, I believe we're going to get a match from the intermediates. Yeah, so we're having Marin Rose against Aidin Golkak. Do we say Aidin or Aidin? So this will be the intermediate semi-final is the next match on. And it's best of 3 5-point matches, I suspect. So, Julian, if you can hear me, it says best of 3 7-point matches on the screen.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hi. So we've just put out, just got the two players coming for the semi-final now.
Right.
So I might give us a couple of minutes, but
Okay.
they're aware that the board's ready for them.
Right. Can you
Obviously
help
the
me
Hi,
with a couple of...
Julia.
Hello. Hi, Jeff.
Hi. Hi, Julian.
Hi,
Hi.
Jeff. Yes, I was just going to ask after Jeff, so that's one question answered. So the top player, is that pronounced Aidin or Aidin?
Aidin.
Aidin, okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
So
And your screen is still saying it's best 3 of 7-point matches.
yes, we'll see how quickly it goes, but we
Right.
might drop it to 5 the
Okay.
last round if they're
If it's
restrained
going
on
slow.
time.
Right.
It may be over in two fairly quick matches, but we'll find out.
Yes. Okay. So one last question, and this is purely optional. So if you've got time, it would be good to know who the semi-finalists were in both the intermediate and the main.
Right. So the main semi-finals, which are just underway, Radu Kortan and Andy Darby, and obviously you've just seen Oliver Squire go through. He's playing Reese Hodges on the other side. In the intermediates, the one you've got Merrin and Aidin, who you're about to see, and the other two are David Sanders and Liviu Ionescu.
Excellent.
And just a quick plug, Aidin is involved with Art Gammon, who are obviously sponsoring UK BGF for the year.
Okay.
They've provided this wonderful board for the streaming and the boards as prizes as well. So
right. Yes.
I have to give them a little plug.
No, but if they've produced the board we're watching, then it's very easy to mention it.
Yes, yeah, it's dedicated for the streaming, this one. Right, I think the players are sitting down, and just quickly I'll pop into the other room and correct the names because I've got them on the wrong sides.
Okay.
So I didn't tell them which side to sit on.
Right.
And I'll just get them straight underway and I'll leave you to it. And thank you so much.
We need to sort out the match length because your screen says 7 and their scoreboard
I'll
5.
correct it to 7s. So it will be 7s to start with.
Okay, good.
All right.
Yep, happy.
Okay, both of you enjoy the match.
Right, are we live?
You are live, yes.
Okay.
Thanks,
Right.
Julian.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to say we've got Jeff Hall has joined us for the later half of today's session.
Good afternoon, Julian. It's a pleasure to be working with you.
Hi, Jeff, and that's entirely mutual. I can tell you that they've worn me out for the last 2 matches.
But I've been listening to it, so your service along with your commentating. So I'm going to try my best to keep up with you, but I won't promise to reach the same
No,
level.
well, I'm very grateful for your being here, because to start with, that you can give my mouth a rest for a bit. That I need a bit of lubrication, I think.
Okay, if there's any pip counting to be done, I'll do that. You can do the rest. How's that?
I don't know. I did some pip counting in the last match, and I'm not quite sure how I did, but I'm remembering how to do it right. So used to playing online, it's a lot easier when they have the pip count on the top right hand of the screen. So, and I keep looking at the top right hand of the screen, but the pip count's never there.
It does make you, a little bit lazy. It's a little bit like when they brought out calculators. I'm sure you remember years ago, and
yes, exactly.
People stopped learning their multiplications because all they had to do is press a couple of buttons. So
yes,
sort
so
of similar.
I find the same when you go shopping. That I used to
Yes.
know how much I was spending, and now it's an unpleasant surprise when you get to the till.
Exactly.
Right, so they're just about to kick off. So
okay.
I think we're just doing some stuff on the.
Getting the names the right way around, I think.
Yes. Okay, so now we're live. So that was a 4 something. Okay, so 4-5 split. So that's meant to be the top play. 3-1 points on the 5 point. Blue on the barbells, double 5 and fans. So good advantage to white, but probably not enough to double yet. 3-1, that I don't think is the very best. So you can split with the 3 and use the 1 to play 6 to 5. I think is slightly better than this.
Yeah, a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah, so I said in one of the earlier matches that doing 2 things is very often better than doing 1 thing. So if you were just splitting, you might well want to go to the 20 point, but splitting and getting a builder on the 5 point is going to do 2 things.
Yeah.
So white's now got both 5 points. Is pretty impressive, but there's not really enough checkers to attack with. So he's got 2 builders to attack on the 4 point, but only 8 in the zone. So I certainly wouldn't break the 8 point to hit here. So this looks like the right play in my book.
Well, that's a nice roll.
Yes. So I'm not quite sure if it's the very best, but it's certainly pretty close to it. So right, we make the anchor and bring the last one up. Can't be too bad, and then you can make either the 3 or the 10. So each of them has some merits. So 5-4, just play safe.
Yeah. I know it was Mitch that said that in one of his books that, if you've made the golden point, the anchor, the 20-point anchor, that in the old days we used to play a lot more aggressively because we felt that, well, at least we've got a safe landing point. But
yes,
Mitch's book seems to counter that by saying, well, you should be playing safe because you've got the race lead. You should be protecting it.
Yes, so like you, it sounds like you were surprised the same as I was by that. So basically, I think his argument is to say you're 1 big double away from winning the game, so you don't want to endanger it that way. But as you rightly say, sort of back in McGreal's day, it was the golden point was one of his safe feet bold criteria. That if you have an advanced anchor, then you can play aggressively.
Yes, exactly. So it was counterintuitive to what I learnt
Yes.
30 years ago. So we've got the sort of the holding game here, Julian, by the look of it. Not one of your favourites.
No, I'm not saying I'm against the holding game. What I'm saying, all I was saying, I didn't want to be too disparaging about it.
No.
Just on the idea that nothing happens for a long time.
Yeah.
So one thing I did learn recently is I've been plugging this online video of 7-point matches by Dirk Schiemann, and I analyzed a whole set of positions like this, and the answer, surprising bit of the answer was that these kind of positions, that the gammons are virtually negligible. So,
right.
What it does is they're good positions for the leader in the match, so they're not going to give up their lead very quickly, but not very good for the trailer because the trailer can't hope to catch up a lot of points.
That's a good point. So it's a sort of game you want to be aiming for if you're leading in a match, really.
Yes, yes. So you're saying, provided I've got my 20-point anchor, the worst that can happen is I can lose 2 points when I take the cube.
Right, right. Very good
Okay,
point.
so now we're getting to the business end of the thing, that the players have shuffled their checkers around and moved all their spares and got a strong board, and now we're getting to the point where there's going to be some excitement where someone's got to start giving up their assets.
Yeah, and Blue's got the extra checker on the
21, right? Yes. So I guess that means she's going to be behind in the race, and therefore White's going to be the one exposing blots first.
Here we go. Oh, okay, leaving the. It's always difficult when to leave the anchor, isn't it?
Yes. So I had some rules about this. I said you had to be ahead in the race. So when you get away with this risk of coming off the anchor, you actually get to a winning racing game. And the second one was that you need to have a stronger board. So you've taken a risk, so you need to be able to hold your own in the hitting contest. So I thought I'd solved all this, and then there were a couple of new Mitchie rules I learned a couple of weeks back. So he said that you want your opponent to have a blot in their board, so you can hit them, and you have to be in a position where the alternative to running off the anchor is going to damage your position. So
I don't seem to tick a lot of those boxes actually coming off the anchor then in that case.
yes, exactly.
So we're looking at now.
That is a brilliant roll. So I'm pretty sure we bring the 3 out from the back. So maybe we bring 2 out and make a point in board, but
yeah, I mean White's pick count is 101, I think. So that gives 45. Still another one to come in.
yeah. So 96 I got for Blue, I think. But
okay, so it's close.
Yeah, but the good bit for Blue is now she's got to a position where 1 point is holding 2. So theoretically, Blue can have 2 checkers on the 16 point and have the rest to move, and White is going to have 4 tied up in the holding.
Right. Yeah, White's going to break something here with a 6, obviously.
Oh, so she's doubling.
Hmm.
Right, so take for Blue, and I don't think we're convinced about the double yet. So 6-2. So you've got to play the 6, 13, 7, then decide which 2. So yes, I think this is right. This is minimum shots. So still 2 blots in board. I don't think we can double on the threat of hitting and covering both of them.
I think that's why Aidan decided to double, because he felt that he could clear 1 point without too much risk of getting hit, unless the roll was perfect with the 2 blots in board. But I didn't think the race was that favourable for him.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, we both did a pip count, and I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident, but we got to the point of saying it was close. So anyway, on this decision, I think the answer for Blue is that you calmly just play 9-1. So that's hitting, you can't cover any of the blots. And one of my students, Andy Darby, he came up with a rule that said when your opponent's got a 5-point board, you just want to make the safest play, give minimum shots. Right, so white's getting to disengage.
Yeah. And Andy Darby, one of your students, is I believe in the mains of the semis. So obviously
Yes.
you've been teaching league, right, Julia?
He's been doing very well. So in Brighton, he got to the final of the Super Jackpot and the final of the doubles. So he's on a roll at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've gone through this, that sometimes that you win a few matches, you feel confident, and suddenly everything starts going right. And you have the opposite, that when you lose a few games on the double six, you kind of feel that you're too scared to play properly.
Totally agree. You keep thinking of the anti-jokers rather than the correct way to play. Oh, well.
Yeah, so I think Blue's last roll was 6-2, so she had to move off the 9 point and leave the shot. So the double two is slightly inaccurate. That leaves you a bad double six.
I know there's a few shot numbers with too high die.
So white needs a small number, a 1 or a 2, to get out of trouble. So that's good. So 3 and 1 is perfect. So now they should all come off relatively safely. But Blue's got almost everyone else home, so there's not going to be many gammons at all here.
Well, there's certainly going to be no gammons. Whether Blue can win the race, it's extremely unlikely.
Got 11 to 15, so white's 2 or 3 rolls ahead, and all her checkers are deep.
So I understand from what Julia was saying is that Ada is involved with the art gammon.
Yes, that's right. She mentioned that. So just in passing, that the board we're using for the streaming is provided by Art Gammon, and I think it's a beautiful board. Not that there's anything fantastically ornate about it, but it's elegant and simple. So a lot of these boards have all these extra bits built in where you can file dice and whatever and bits sticking up everywhere. But this simple idea of saying let's have a board where we can see what's going on is, to me, is optimal.
Sturdy. It looks like a nice solid board as well.
Yes.
I like the look of the surface. I'd have to be there to, but it looks like it's that nice smooth feel to it. Checkers will slide nicely on.
Right. So anyway, back to the match. So white is leading 2-0. Blue started with 6-4 splitting is fine. So 3-4.
4 down and 3 split the 3.
Yes, so that's what I would do. So yeah, this is the slot and split, which Mr. McGreal didn't like very much. So I put it in a category of saying that it's weak on both sides of the board.
Yes. Yeah, you're putting both sides of the board at risk, really.
Yeah, so that's what McGreal was saying. You're saying that if your opponent doesn't hit your slot on the 5 point, then he'll hit you on the other side of the board and keep you busy there. So that's what Blue did, but White seems to have come in with a 2-1. So she can enter with the 2 and make the 5 point. Perhaps she's being tempted by something else, but no, she's made the 5 point. So good. We like the 5 point.
Yeah, that's helped a lot.
Right, so 4-4 is not the best. I was hoping for 6-6, but make the 4 point, hit, and find another 4 somewhere. Five, 4-3. Right, so we're in and we hit. So that's staved off the cube, hopefully. 4 and 6. Do we hit or anchor? I guess hitting is right. Our plan is to attack. Right, so in and hit 2. All right, so which second one do we hit? I have a suspicion that one is right. So the one at the top of the board we can hit with fives and sixes when we get into trouble. Right.
Yeah.
So as white, I'm sure we can double this, can't we?
It's certainly not. It's certainly looking ominous for blue now. And
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
not
blue's got good home board, but she's running out of reinforcements to make it any stronger.
Yeah. Okay.
6-3, we can just cover the 4-point. Looks simple. Okay, so that's what he's done. So I still think white can double out any time he wants to, but I would be suspicious this was too good now. So 6-4 makes the 2-point.
So blue needs a 3 to
Yes, so if he gets the 1-3 back game, then it's interesting. But the problem at the moment is he's just being blown away.
Oh, there's one. It's relentless. Oh, okay, another good roll. That's keeping off the.
So if we were playing online, then I know they'd say the dice were rigged. Doesn't matter how many times we hit him on the 3-point, he's always going to come in.
Oh, could consider the switch here, but
yes. So I question whether there's. We can hit loose. We can hit loose.
Yeah,
maybe we should do.
toss up between the two, isn't it?
Yes. So I rather like this play of keeping the 6-point. I think the problem was if we switch, then we don't have enough checkers to remake the 6-point in the short term. So is this really 3-3 again?
This is very awkward because you've got to play to the 2-point by the look of it.
I'm not quite sure how many he's played, and I think maybe you're right that you've got to do the switching now. He seems to have found a way to handle it.
Oh, what a roll.
Okay, so I think I would put blue as favourite now. I'm not sure if you agree.
I think you're right. I think white's looking very stretched.
So it's not that white's really done anything wrong. It's that the dice haven't cooperated. So he's left himself with half his army on one side of the board and the other half on the other, and that blue's essentially got all the outfield that she can enjoy.
Yeah. Would you hit here with the 1?
No. I don't think it's a big mistake at all. I mean, you might be right, but I'm very much going to where her finger is and saying that I want to extend my prime from the back.
Right.
So this is fine. I mean, as I say, there's no big downside from this. So you can get hit and stay on the bar for 6 rolls and it's no damage. Six, 3.
Ooh.
Yeah, so this is fine. I can't see anything wrong with this at all. Provided she keeps both anchors, that nothing can go wrong at all for, as I say, for
Yeah, and this is a bad entry, really. I mean, it's better than.
So is this double 2?
Yes.
So I think maybe we just do 13-9 twice, maybe, yes, or 13-5, but this I like because we're 6 away from our block, so we're in a good position to fight for that point if white starts trying to make it.
That's a hit, and I think I would come out from the back.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So we've got to avoid those checkers getting stuck. So double 1.
Double hit.
Lots of opportunities to go wrong. White's not giving up without a fight either. But it's
No, they're both very good at coming in off the bar, Julian.
yes. So that's one of the useful numbers I've discovered in XG. If you go to the not the luck is entirely different page, but there is a page where I think it's called dice, and it says how often you come in from the bar. So it says your expected coming in from the bar was 57 and your real coming in from the bar was 42. So that makes a big difference. Just this idea as to how lucky you are in getting into play.
Yes, I think I'm tempted. This is a tricky. I think I'm on the from the 24, but some difficult plays there.
Yeah, so you can see as it's turned out that Blue's actually lost the outfield now. So for a minute she was dominating it completely. Now it's White who's taking over the outfield.
This could go on a while. We could be here at 6 o'clock. Still talking about this game, Julian.
Yes, right. So what have we got? 6-4. So we must come out with the 6, surely.
Yeah, there's no other play, and then you've got to look at the least damaging 4, I guess. Bottom board anyway. I think I'd play that. I'd said I wouldn't have played that.
Yeah, so it is safe, but the problem is it's safe that you're not going to get hit, but it's not safe in terms of you're going to hold your board next turn. So there's going to be lots of combinations of 2s, 3s, and 4s where you do permanent damage.
And there you go. Exactly what you said.
Yes, I'm looking for a job to replace Mystic Meg.
Well, I mean, Blue has definitely got a big advantage now. That makes the bar if they want. They need it.
No, so I think Blue's got 2 objectives. So she wants to cover the 3-point. Otherwise, that blot is going to be a long-term danger. Ooh, so can we really do this?
Play that and
yeah, if you hit, you've got to play 5
going to realise where the 3 go.
So I don't think you can do that. You've got to put it back, yes. And then 6-2 is the only play that's legal that holds your position together. So right, as far as Blue is concerned, that as I was saying, she wants to cover the 3-point and she wants to flood the outfield. So it's just how you do these 2 goals and which one you put as your number 1 priority. Right, so she's got that one sorted. So then I would come to a different point in the outfield. So we'll do more indirect.
And what about the cube in this situation, Julian?
Yes, I think someone should use it sometime, is my feeling.
Yeah.
So I think at the moment, as we were saying, we think Blue has the advantage.
I would have been tempted to cube there, but maybe I think it's
I'm with you. But it's not a position we see an awful lot of the time. Yes. So I have seen something similar recently, and it seemed to be that when White's board is like this, that it's collapsed, that it's very difficult to put it back together again. You know, even when you come in and you roll your miracle 6 to jump the prime, it's still not easy to win the game when everything goes your way.
I've just got a feeling that this could turn to be too good very quickly.
So I think Blue is, while we've been talking, Blue has been playing very well in terms of taking control of all the outfield. So you can see she's left no shots and she's left lots of numbers to make a point at the back of the prime.
And that makes the 8-point.
Right. So yes, now White's in, we've got to show a bit of caution. So there's a few big numbers hit here. I guess 10, 11, and 12 would do the job. 5, There's no 4. So coming up is good. Don't want to get squeezed off the 23 point. Yeah, I really like this play by Blue. I think Blue is edging towards the winning position. So she doesn't want to find herself in a position where she's hit and her potential win has disappeared very quickly.
Yeah.
So, like you, I'm inclined to wonder whether it's too good now.
I mean, there is an argument as well. I don't know if oh, is this Blue now?
Yes. So you can probably hear that siren in the background, and that's a device I've got set up that records when someone doesn't make the 5 point.
Yeah. So this is another dilemma. Now you've got to go down to a 2-point board.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
So double 6 is actually pretty useless. They all go to the same points, and they're not the points we want.
I don't think I would. I don't suppose it really matters. I might have.
No,
kept
like
one.
you, I'd be tempted to leave one back, and
Yeah.
that we'd like to try and send some more white pieces back.
Well, they would have got a shot. I mean, 5s are going to be bad for white as well because they're going to have to leave their anchor.
Leave the front anchor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so double 3 is bad. So this is half of double 6. You thought double 6 was bad last time. This is not quite so bad. So I'm surprised Blue hasn't been doubling because, I mean, she's got to the semi-final of the tournament, so she must know what she's doing. So, the match length has changed. That she's kind of has some strange plan, but yeah, you were spot on in saying we should be doubling, right? So yeah.
I think what it is as well, Julian, is exactly what you said about this is an unfamiliar position.
Yes.
No, if you're saying it's unfamiliar with your experience, then some people are going to be completely unsure about.
Yeah, so I mean, if you did a pip count, then you'd wonder why Blue was considering doubling. I think is the answer.
Yes. Right. Of course, the danger is you don't double when you should, and then you get to a position where you're too good, and then you throw the cube over, and next cheek pings you several more times.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Six, 1. That looks right, I guess.
Yeah.
Don't like to be 6 away, but it's nice to diversify. 4, 3, so in and off. So that's a good play. So yes, whatever the resulting shots, you can see that White's board is so damaged that Blue should be bearing off boldly and trying to win the gammon.
Oh,
yeah, I like that play.
Yeah.
What's the worst that can happen? We leave a shot, we get hit, and we have to hit him on the 1 point.
And it seemed to play very naturally for her. She didn't think twice.
Yeah, as you say, she didn't seem to care about the danger and just thought that's the best play to win. But this is the wrong idea. So now you should be bearing the 3 off. Right. Okay. So she's played the one that's forced.
Yeah.
And then taken 3 off. Perfect.
Right.
So someone asked me recently about these positions as to when you should come off the anchor. And my basic rule is you bring your outfield checkers home first. So I liked his play there. The idea is that when something goes wrong and you get attacked, your last checker you've left behind is attacked, then you don't get gammoned because you've done a lot of work to save the gammon before.
Right. Well, talking of gammons, I think we are not going to get one now.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you. So it looks like everything works. Yes, so Merrin clearly was aware of the idea that she could win a gammon, and once it disappeared, she decided to double.
Yeah, but and she was aware where the cube was, so
Yes, so it wasn't a sin of omission, as we say. Right, so 2-1 to 7, 5 away, 6 away. Nothing too exciting yet. 4-2.
I'm just wondering at 5 away, it's gammons just on a double cube.
Yes, so that play I don't like. I think you should stay on the 20 point. That you'd like to make the 20 point, and it's dangerous, but there's only 8 in the zone, so you can do it. So was that a 6-2?
Strict 8
Yes.
point. Oh, I think that just comes to the 10 and makes the 3.
Yes, exactly. So he's left the block there.
Duplicated the 3s to hit and the 3s
Yes.
to cover, I guess.
Right. So yeah, I'm not sure about this play. It's kind of like you've got lots of good 3s, but your 6 is going to be bad no matter which one you pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Aiden hesitated there, so I think he's right to say he doesn't want to go to the 23 point, but there wasn't another one.
Oh,
It's for fans. So how many have we got in the zone? 9. It's not enough yet, I think.
a few more now. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know what was right, but this is certainly a contender.
Yeah.
So what 6 do we like? One of the back two, I think. I'm not quite sure which one. So there's a good argument for this, yes. The 5s are duplicated to make the 20 point.
Yeah. That was quite good rather than coming out to the 14.
Yeah. So yes, there's another argument to say if you get hit on the 8, you'd rather like to come in and make the 20 point. So 3-2. I'd be inclined to make the 17 and then figure out which 2s was tolerable.
Yeah, I can't see an alternative. I mean, there's no real. I mean, you can pick and pass, but I don't think that does anything for you.
Yeah. So
I think I like that play. I think make the 17.
Yeah, so I like the 17 and 6-4.
Yes. Okay, that's
5-2 in and hit. Yeah, so you've got to leave a block, so I think you might as well hit.
Yeah, and unstack's quite a heavy 6 point as well.
So I mean, you've got to leave a shot either way, so it's no great shakes no matter what happens. Oh, so going to the 7 looked rather clever. It was duplicating 5-2.
5-2. Yeah.
But there's whatever goes on in the short term. That's why it's got the safety of the 20 point anchor means that he's not going to lose the game anytime soon.
No, it's always a great asset to have. You can see
So
why.
he's in.
Bad 6.
Yes, so I think I would play the same one. That at least there's only one blot.
I agree. I don't think you want to open up the board. Well, that leaves a lot of shots as well.
So white's four. Sorry, blue is 4 away. So I'd be tempted to think of doubling here. I think that
Yeah, even with that, even with the safety of the 20 point, normally if you're on the bar,
that's right.
it,
So
it
she's in
really
again, and she's
weakens it.
got another 6. Oh well, him rather. So right, okay, wow. So we must double this.
Oh, good double. Yeah, because it's so volatile, this situation. And there's
Yeah.
two
So
blocks to
there's
pick, three
3
blocks to pick.
blocks with a 4-point board. And what are we hitting with? 2s, 3s, 1s, 4s. Yes, he's sold on the idea.
Okay, 5 away for. I know the match equity for this, Julian, by the way.
Okay. And does the percentage winning chances of both sides add up to 100?
They do.
Right. So I've noticed that at quite a lot of match scores.
So at 5 away, would you say that they're both aiming to, if you were 5 away, would you be aiming for a particular type of game, or would you be
No, not really, because whatever's good for you is going to be good for your opponent.
right, right, fair point.
So yes, what I say about 5 away is that your plan is to get to a gammonish position and double on the basis that you have a threat of winning 4 points. So your opponent will pass and give you the 1 point you were looking for. So you get to 4 away.
Yes, because of course that this score. Do you take a little bit deeper because I'm
Yeah,
not
so I
saying
was
I like
was
it.
talking about this earlier and said there were these 2 types of games. So if you're in the boring game and there's no gammons, then as you say, you can take deeper, because the worst that will happen is that your opponent will get to 3 away.
Yes,
But if you're in the exciting games, you have to pass faster and say, I'm terrified of him getting to Crawford, so I'm going to give that one up.
of course. Yeah, it makes a bit because of course at 3 away, 5 away, you're 35%, 15%.
Yes.
So it makes a big difference to your own match equity if there's a gammon involved. So,
Yeah, so the other point I was making about match play is that you want to prevent your opponent from getting a power of 2 points away. So 5 away, 5 away. If you pass, you let your opponent get to 4 away, which is very costly. So
yes,
on the score sheet, each point is the same, but in the match equity table, a point that takes you to an even number of points away is more valuable than a point that takes you to an odd number of points away.
yeah, yeah. So they're just having a little break. Actually, while they have a break, I must mention, if you don't mind, that in the other semi-final, I believe it's David Saunders and Olivia. I'm not sure of the pronunciation, but Dave Saunders is from the Worcester Club, which is a club that I frequent and have played
Right.
in the league. So I shall have to show a bit of favouritism to Dave and hope that he does well in his match.
Okay, so they're on again. So it's 5 away, 5 away. Blues started with 4-5, split down 6-5 runs. So it's perfect game so far. So 4-2 is difficult play. Yeah. So what do you think? I like this play.
I would make the 4 point.
Yeah, so I always say to people, and one of my rules is that any 5 point takes precedence over any 4 point. So this one is definitely an exception to the rule.
Yes, good. Normally would think 5 point would be more beneficial,
Yes.
but
So
I think
here,
with
this
white,
is wrong. So we should have bought the same one that we played out and duplicate the 3s. So now we've given white a few more hidden covers. So double 3. Ooh.
that's a really good roll because it
Yes.
2 on the bar makes a 5 point.
Yes. But aside from that, it doesn't do anything.
That didn't quite make the 4 points as well.
So blue has recovered, fortunately. 5-3. I think make the anchor prevents anything going wrong, and 13-8 is good for our distribution.
I think it's a 4, Julian.
Ah, right. So that would explain why he's hesitating.
I think I would play that. I'm not sure.
Yes.
I
No,
don't like that.
like you, I don't like hitting behind the anchor, and I don't like breaking the 8 point, and I don't want to give up the anchor. So at least with this, there's only one block can get hit.
Kicks back. You think that hits now?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm with you. Once you've got so many back that you're not really scared about losing ground in the race. So yeah, so 6-1. So this is the expert play is to make the bar point and say that the bar point is going to block all 4 white checkers.
I mean, that looks nice and tidy, but with the 4 checkers back, it's nice to pen them in, isn't it?
Yes. So as you say, it is very tidy. It's very safe. But how are we going to bring this home with all the gaps?
Yes. Yeah. I guess you clear the 10 point here.
Yes. No. So I agree with you. We need something to play in the future. So it's definitely a risk, but I think it's a risk worth taking. So 8s and 9s to hit. 5 is short. So that, I think, is a small error. That it's not so easy to cover that. So
Yeah.
I think I'd have gone 13 to 8. But as I say, it is a small error. So 6-5 is very awkward. So if you've got to leave a shot, you might as well slot the 5 point. And it's duplicating 3s by accident.
Oh, that's not. But then that just goes to the 2 point because
yes, I'm with you on this. That we can't give up our defensive formation. That's what's keeping us alive in the game. We can repair the board if we play 6-2.
Mhm.
So one thing I've noticed in these games is that people are getting the right idea about if part of the move is forced, then you play that, and then you can assess which bit you like with the last bit.
Right.
So I like the idea he played 5-2 and said these 3 are the definite good ones. What do I do with the last one? So in the meantime, blue has rolled a double 1 to get what I would call a winning priming formation. So this is just the kind of position we were talking about and saying that you have a gammon threat, so that you should exploit that to win 1 point.
Are you suggesting you're saying that by doubling?
Yes, the idea was that
yes. Yeah.
So, like I say, having said that, I wasn't too sure about the position, but we do have 4 behind a 5 prime. So the question is that White's playing a back game, but is he going to have enough timing for it?
Because the blue has on the midpoint, they've got plenty of timing. So I think White something will crack with White.
Yes, one of
the
great remarks about backgammon I remember was from Falafel, and he described the checkers on the midpoint as your spare tank of gas.
right.
So when you're playing a back game, if you've got spares on the midpoint, it says when something goes wrong with the timing, I've got these extra ones to move. But once you run out of checkers on the midpoint, you find that you've run out of fuel. Right, so White's given up his back game now. So I think blue should be claiming a point because she's doing so well. So I think this is a systematic error by Merin. Not that she's playing badly, but that she's not troubling as often as she should do.
And with just a 22 point, from what I've learned or heard, is if you're behind a 5 point prime with holding a 22 point, and you need to be around just 9 pits behind in the race to take.
Yeah, I think if my theory is if the race is level, then it's definitely a double and not clear whether you take. So here White's got another problem that she's got the checker on the 2 point, which is going to give her more hits, but it's more times that blue can attack. So
Yeah.
do you think we pick and pass here?
Well, if you pick and pass, you leave 2-5 and 3-5 and 2, so you leave 6 shots. But
Yes.
it doesn't look very nice playing it the other way.
No, so as you say, it doesn't look very flexible this way. And
no, I think I would pick and pass actually.
so, yeah, the other thing is white's got 2 checkers in the outfield. So if you force her to play for 1 roll, her position's not going to collapse. You're going to get this position where you're 1 roll and you've got to try and clear it safely. So
yes,
I'm not sure, but yeah, so we both like this to start with. There's only 1 blot is a positive bit. So if we do get hit, maybe it's not the end of the game straight away.
Oh, isn't that? I know, but they're both rolling so well off the bar. Maybe I wouldn't have done.
Yes, that's a very good argument. Okay, so now blue didn't double. Can we double? So we should be doubling soonish, I would say.
Yeah, do you bring more into the attack? Do you take?
No, so I understand these positions very clearly. And what you need to do is, first of all, you have to say, I have to avoid, I want to try and make a play that wins quickly. And if you can't do that, you make a play that avoids losing quickly. And in this case, we didn't have to do either. So then you ask the question, should I be extending my prime from the front or the back? And the position we had, white had 5 checkers at the back of the prime. So that's dropping the hint to you and saying you have to build the prime from the back, not the front. So this is
very excellent.
So this is what's happened. White tried to build the prime from the front, and that entailed giving up the outfield. So now blue's managed to sneak out and not have much chance of being hit. But as I think you very astutely said, both the dice are on fire.
This is why they're in the semi-finals, I guess, to
Yes.
some degree. They're obviously rolling well.
So that's suboptimal, we will say. So he understood what he wanted. He knew he wanted 2 even numbers, but he picked the worst combination of the 2 even numbers.
That's right. Oh, okay.
Right. So now we need another builder to attack when white runs out.
So it's got more it's got more twists and swings than a chubby checker concert. This has.
Right. So now I think we should be doubling, but blue is, as I say, and it surprised me because if she's got to the semi-final, then she's got to be doing something right. So
yeah,
pass is clear, and then we can double if white stays out. So maybe we're too good. I can't see anything leaves a shot. That looks the best pair in. So I really don't think there's enough gammons to play on here. I always say that there has to be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. If you're taking the risk, then there has to be something good that you're going to win when it works.
Of course, there are some bad rolls as well.
So I think white's going to get squeezed out. No, she's still okay. Like 2 is safe. So now white's going to be forced to run.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, blue's getting so many checkers off that even when white hits, it's not going to win.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, again, I'm okay. So now.
Right. So she's got to 4 away, which was the first objective when we were 5 away.
Yeah. And of course, it's so nice to be commentating with you, Julie. I must say, I know you were mentioning about your tuition courses earlier on in the stream, but when I started playing again, just under 4 years ago now.
Yes.
I was very pleasantly surprised. Well, not surprised, but I was very pleased by having you as a tutor.
Right. So yes, I remember that. So yes, I've got quite a few students at the moment, and I have to tell you, I'm mixing in very good circles. Because one of my students, he said to me, I'm afraid I'm going to have to miss a few lessons because I'm going to my second house in the Caribbean and we haven't used it for a few years because of the lockdowns. So
Well,
that's
I hope you put your rates up after he told you that.
so I had another girl who signed up, and she signed up for lessons for, I said 3 lessons at £90. So she had one lesson and she said, I think I'm going to stop at the one lesson and not pay you £90 for the next two. And I explained to her that I was actually charging £90 for 3 lessons rather than £90 for each of 3 lessons.
Wow. Wow. So you're undervaluing yourself, Julian. You're in nuggets of information that come out from you. You know, I think any standard can learn from you.
Well, they do vary. So I had one rich American, and he said, I want the very best lessons. So I said, well, I'll charge you £50 an hour for the very best lessons. And he said, well, no, I want really good lessons. I want to pay you £100 an hour for the really good lessons.
Right. I might have been tempted by switching here, I think.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted.
No, sorry, I just.
So what's happened? The cube hasn't moved. So are we really too good here? 3, 4.
Could have switched from 6.
Yes, so I'm with you. I didn't see it, but certainly putting 2 on the bar against a 4-point board is going to be really powerful. So as white, are we ever going to double this? Are we going to say it's always too good or not good enough?
Mm. Do you find in your experience that we're looking at the intermediates here, so maybe not as strong, obviously, as some of the stronger players in the field, an aerial weakness is the cube play generally?
Yes, for sure. So
right.
One of the things you can do with XG, I'm not sure if you've done it yourself, is keep a player profile.
Yes.
So then it's got a facility to give you a pie chart and say where your errors are. So it divides them into checker play errors and then cube errors. And cube errors are kind of too many times you pass or too many times you take, or when you're doubling when you're too good. So if you keep a collection of your matches, then what I find is the right number is you should get something like 20 to 25% of your mistakes are coming from cube errors.
Right. Okay, interesting.
The other thing you can see is that the XG, it pretty much divides the cube errors into ones where you're doubling too early and ones where you're doubling too late.
Okay, well, that's useful as well to know.
So, I mean, none of us can handle the cube perfectly. So you know there's going to be some errors, but if you're systematically getting numbers saying that you're doubling too late, then it's something you can adjust for and say, well, I don't have to get to such a very good position before I double.
Right.
So anyway, we're getting distracted.
Yes, sorry. This game is starting to. Well, Blue was starting to get back into it a little bit.
Oh yes, right. So we were playing on us too good. So I think we should come out 20 to 16. That we're doing so well in the race. We need to try and reduce contact.
I agree. I'm with you on that.
So now Blue needs to make some blocking points. So that's a very good start.
Yeah.
So this sort of position is the
screen.
double two. Yeah, so this sort of position, I think white can always take, provided they're okay in the race and they have a 4-point board or better. When you get down to a 3-point board, then there's a danger that blue can just create too much contact.
Oh, I might have made the 10-point there as a little bit of a block.
Yes, for sure. So you definitely want as many blocking points as you can here. So one of White's main ways of winning is to roll a miracle double. So the more of them you can cut out for longer, the better it is. So 6-1 is a difficult choice. We can just play 8-1 and keep the status quo, or clear this extra midpoint we've got.
Yeah.
So I don't know between those two. So now I think if he rolls 5x or something, then you should maybe come out and make that point. 6-3 is, maybe it's a bit too early to run off the anchor. Maybe we just save one for the moment.
I mean, obviously the race is monstrously.
Yeah, so I think I
it's
found a better play was 2014 and then save the 3. So that way we had a return 6 on the one in the outfield, and also threatened to roll a 6 to get everyone out. So 6-3, we're off and running, no double falcons. So now blue has to perform. So that's good for the race, but the race is not good.
No, she's about 36 bips behind a roller go.
Right. Well, I'm glad you're here to do all the hard work on the counting.
Well, she was a roll or two ago, so I
okay.
didn't.
So that's good double by white, I think.
Yeah.
So 20, 31, 37, 52, 62, 68, 71, 62, 86. So 21 I've got on my first count.
Was it 92?
I'm not sure. As I say, I got white ahead by 21, which tends to say, I mean, I might be wrong by a bit, but my counts are generally wrong by small numbers rather than multiples of 10. Right, so having said all that, I think it probably was a take, that it's no guarantee that white would get out.
No, I think it was. That's the only. I think it was 22 pips. So obviously, race-wise, it was a pass, but there was a bit of contact. Whether it was a love.
So I mean, if nothing else, there's 9 small numbers that don't jump the prime, let alone the ones that are blocked by the extra midpoint. So what's going to happen? White's going to win 2 points and be leading 4-3. So 3 away, 4 away. Right, so I think I am going to disappear for a minute, if that's all right with you, Jeff, and I'll leave you.
Absolutely.
Leave you to handle the bit of the game that's too difficult for me.
I'll try and keep to your standards and see if I can finish off this game. I think it's a good time to have a bathroom break because I'll see you shortly.
Right.
Looks like I've got the easy option here because unless something really extreme happens, White's going to win 2 points here and become 3 away. Although that helped blue. White's still a big bang. I'm just getting a little bit of lag on my screen as well, so I'm getting it. It's jumping about. I'm not sure if the viewers are getting a clear picture. Okay, so we're at 3 away, 4 away. So Merrin being 4 away is going to be quite aggressive, looking for a gammonish style of game, and so that she can turn the cube and put the pressure onto Aiden, because winning a gammon on a turn cube will win the match. So Aiden will be trying to play a simple game. Well, that's the idea when you're 3 away. Mitchie calls it a stupid score. It's because it's quite a difficult position when you're 3 away. You know, you're turning the cube and you're reducing your gammon value, so it makes some of your cube decisions quite tricky. Anyway, so far it's slight advantage to white, making the bar. Can make the 5 point now. So it's got a 4 prime. So Merrill will be looking to roll a 3. And she's rolled 4 of them. So that's even better. 5-4 is a bad roll. Bearing in mind that Merrin's got to be quite aggressive with the cube here. She should be looking at any opportunity.
Yes. Right. So I'm back now. So
good. I was explaining, Julian, that at this score, Merrin needs to be looking at aggressive.
yes. So I remember on one occasion, I think Sebka told me this idea that 3 away, 4 away behaves very much like 2 away, 4 away. So the 3 away player has to work on the idea that they need to snatch the match by winning the double gammon.
Yes.
So big roll coming up here, 4s and 12s.
Oh, 2 of them. And that makes the 1 point, guess.
Right. So again, with Merrin, I think she's missed out on the doubling opportunities that, from what I've seen, that she seems to be very good on the checker plays, but maybe not so used to the doubling cube.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I know that you were stuck behind that 4 prime, which can cause, but you had such a lot of good things going for you, including gammons. And
yes,
I mean, would you be doubling now, Julian, or do you think you're in too good territory now?
No, I don't think so. When white's on the board, things can always go wrong. But
there you go, exactly what you just said.
How strong is white's board? 3 comes in is good, and 6 is not so good. So are we ahead in the race? I guess we are, because we've got 3 in the outfield and they've got 4. So 3, 4, we have to hit. I guess.
If you think, I guess if you're behind.
No, so I can understand his feeling of thinking that maybe you just need to play safe. So 4, 6 again. We've got this awkward 6. So I don't know the pip count, but I'm kind of getting suspicious of thinking that white's maybe caught up enough that he doesn't have to hit.
Yeah, I think you might be right here. The hit might be the
wrong idea. Very scary leaving this blocked when you've got a 5-point board, as I say, because this Derby's law says you should leave minimum shots. So this is so 4, 6, and all the ones. Right. So finally,
yeah, that's I didn't get a chance to do a pick count. I'm getting a slight delay on my video.
Right.
So it's jumping about a little bit. So it makes it quite awkward to follow. But
okay, so now white's on the bar, blue should be cashing this.
Yes.
But having said that, she's sort of passed the sweet spot and got into the position where there's potential gammon wins.
Yeah, it's too good now with the
Yeah,
six.
yeah. So we got six. Six is 1-3 double one. 6-4 is good. So now we want another builder for the 3. So 39.
Yeah. That was good play.
1-3-6. So 1 is hitting and 4 is. I might have been tempted to play the back one, 15-11, to stop anything collapsing in this game.
Oh, that was a big hit.
Yeah, so I'm always a very conservative player. I always think that I'll take my chances to get the close out, but I'll try to minimize the number of blocks and shots in the process. So it's not just one-way traffic of saying let's try and make the 3-point and disregard everything else.
Yeah.
However, this aggressive play seems to have done the business. So we've got 2 checkers closed out. So that usually means about 40% gammons if White had all the rest of his checkers home. But this thing he needs 14, 7, 10, 20 pips to get home even when he's come in. So Blue's winning a lot of gammons here.
I did read somewhere if they've got 2 closed out and there are 8 pips to come in, then it goes up to 50%, then another 10% for each 4 pips after that.
Yes, so that was one of the Americans said that. That was Nick Blasio, I think. I think I saw that on one of his videos.
So with 20 pips, then that would be 8 and 30, sort of around about 70 or 80%.
Yes, exactly. So one of the useful things is you can say, well, okay, if I'm at this high end of gammon wins, I would just want to play safely in the bear off.
So yes, of course, it's a good guide for that. Good point.
So yeah, it's if you've closed 1 out, you say, well, okay, I'm never going to win any gammons. I don't want to take any risks. And if you close 3 out, it's like, well, I'm always going to win a gammon. I don't need to take any risks. It's only when you're in the middle ground and saying I've closed out just 2 checkers, now the gammon is in doubt. So you have to take the risk.
Yes.
So anyway, the gammon is not in doubt anymore.
It's pretty much nailed on. That's it. So Merrin is a 60% favourite in the match now.
Yes.
3-2 away.
Yes. So using your theory that the percentages add up to 100, so that would mean that Aidin has 40%.
Well done. I knew you had some math skills, Julian.
Yes. So I don't have very good memory skills. So is this the first match still? Or the second?
Oh my God. I think it's just the first match because I had that really long second game. We've sort of, it was a back game that sort of turned into a front game.
Yes, yes.
So they may have to make a decision whether to reduce the match to 5 points after this because of the time it's taken.
Yes. So not sure. So what are we doing with our 5-2? I guess come up.
I would have stepped up and played down, but
yeah, but this is not too bad either because we've got some more coverage at the top outfield. So this is proving why it's good. So if White runs out with the 9, we get a double shot. So we've stopped them doing that. 5-3. That's a bit under the gun, I think. 4 builders. Is that too big?
Yeah, I think I'd probably play into the 22 and 13-8.
Yeah, so I was going for 22 and hitting.
Or hitting, yes.
But either way, I don't think we don't want to be losing the fight for the 5-point.
Depending on this roll,
Yeah, so I'm with you. I think white should be doubling here.
Yeah, I would double this. I know 3 away, your gammons aren't quite there, but it wins you the match still and takes away the cube from your opponent.
Yes. Oh,
Would
right.
you
So
hit Lucy on the
that's a very
floor?
good point. Yes. So the fact that Merrin's on is 2 away, that you don't mind giving him the cube at all. So yeah, I'd lost track of the score. So 3 away, 2 away. The 3 away player has to be reasonably aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, it was always something early on that I found a little bit difficult, Julian, because I felt that if I hand over the cube, I'm allowing the player to win the match,
Yes,
but
yes. No, so
it's
that's the way things were in the past. I remember when I was playing many years ago, they always used to say you don't want to double your opponent into match, which is what you're saying. But you you can't expect to just catch up 1 point at a time. You've got to say, well, okay, at some point I need to start winning in 2s or 4s.
yes, yeah.
So Blue has had a good turnaround. That she's proved conclusively that the doubling earlier was going to be wrong. So that's technically wrong, I think, because White can't enter with a 3, so you don't want to give him a hitting 3. So I would have stayed back and given a 4 and got hit.
Yeah, of course, 11 to 10 would have meant that you would have been focusing on the 4 point as well to build on.
Yeah.
To hit
Right.
on.
So what's happened for 3? So we've got a safe play. So are we just ahead in the race here as Blue? I think we are. Miles ahead, it looks like.
111 for Blue. And 21, 47. This is pre-roll. 61.85. 120, 109, 123 for White. That was before the roll. So should that be down to 112?
Right. So I'm just thinking how far Blue needs to be ahead in the race to double. So what we've got to think of is if we double as Blue and our opponent passes, then we'll be 3-1 favourite to win the match, so 75%. So what it means is White needs 25% in the race to be able to take.
Yes. Well, they would have been 1 pip behind if they'd have run.
Oh, right. So 1 pip is definitely not enough. So 4-5, we can make the 1 point. So yeah, Merrin seems to have a different approach to winning this match. She's thinking she's going to try and win a gammon and do it in 1 game rather than 2.
Yeah. I'm assuming that if Aiding did come in, that she would double him out.
Yes, I'm not sure, and I think the style she's playing in, she's much more likely to carry on and hit and still try and win the gammon. So how many pips has Blue got in the outfield? 14, 16, 18, 19. So the gammon's going to be, I think, about 50-50 if White stays on the bar and gets closed out.
Yeah.
3-1.
Oh, do you play for distribution?
Yes, I want to get the 5 builders. Not that for sure. I mean, 2 shots, and there's a couple of blots at the bottom of the board, so you might even get a gammon when you do get hit. So that was a bit tentative, I thought.
Of course, when you're rolling well, though, you can leave yourself just 3 builders and still make the points.
Yes, I mean, I believe technically they say you can make a point with 2 builders.
It's true, yes.
Okay. 4-3, that's not good. So White needs to roll a 6 to save the gammon pretty soon.
Yeah, he might.
Or to get a shot.
Like that.
Shot. 4 for glory. So I think if he doesn't get the 4, he's going to be toast. Right, 4. Okay, so now We put them to the test as to how bad the situation is at the bottom. So 8-7 for me.
Yeah, in case they come on with the 1. Okay.
So 10th time, 6-4.
Gosh.
That's not perfect, is it? So 13-7, I think, so that we stop blue escaping.
Yeah.
And then maybe we move the back one. So we say if he escapes, then we've got the double shot in the outfield.
Yeah, I would have moved from the back. I'm with you. I mean, this is okay, but it gives.
Yeah, so it's too many escaping numbers. My plan of leaving the blot on the 4 was that when blue hits with the 1, he's still stuck behind the prime a lot of the time.
No, Merrin has got to remember that she hasn't given the cube yet. I suppose.
Yeah, so I think McGreal said then when you have a check and 9 away from your opponent, you've just about got enough to take. So it was going to be a really powerful double.
Yeah.
So has White done enough to save the gammon? Certainly, if he rolls this well, he should get home.
Okay.
Right.
No.
Okay, so she's been sold. So 6-4 is, we were saying, 3-1 favourite, that White's got to win 2 games. So there is a chance he can win a backgammon in the first game, but that's pretty much almost exactly cancelled out by the idea that blue gets to use the free drop a lot of the time. So
But in this position, Julian, sorry, where Merrin can afford to lose a gammon, if you like.
yes.
Would you be playing slots and playing a little bit
No,
more?
strangely enough, I had something like this against Mitchie. We played a match in London, and you can do the slots because you're not worried about getting gammoned. But the problem is they generate more backgammon losses, which are catastrophic. So
Right.
it's surprising that you don't slot the 5-point because you can get backgammoned when you do it. So right, anyway, let's get back to the action. So blue has launched an attack. So 4-1 hits.
Sorry, I lost you for a bit then.
Sorry.
My internet's not great, I'm
Right.
afraid.
Okay, so anyway, we're back with the game. So I was going to say blue had an advantage because she'd made the 1 point, but I wasn't sure if it was actually true. I wasn't sure if white had the advantage because blue had made the 1 point.
To give you an update, Julian, in the other semi-final, because I've had a text through, Dave is 1-0 ahead in that match.
Right.
And he's 6-4 up in the second match.
I see. So he's won 1 match and 3/4 of the second match.
Correct. Yes. So it could be a Worcester player in the final of the intermediate.
Right. Good.
Well done, Dave.
So I think I saw Sean Jones's face on the camera a while back.
Well, Sean obviously is the captain of the Worcester team, and he does a great job. He's got some really good players. Very, they work well together. I play in the Worcester team in the world.
Yeah,
Teams.
so I did go to Worcester sort of 2 or 3 times for the Turkey tournament, I think it was.
Yes.
So yeah, I've got enormous respect for Sean. I think he does great things there.
He does. He does. As do a lot of the tournament directors.
Yeah, it's funny you've got Worcester and Bristol, and they're not sort of enormous cities, but they have enormously good backgammon clubs just because someone's taken the time and effort to organise things.
Yeah, totally agree. Oh, what a great roll! Look at that. How many things does that do?
More than enough, I would say.
I think so.
Right, so we have to be conscious of White's plan is to win the game. So it's effectively DMP, that the gammon isn't worth a lot for us. So
yes,
definitely hitting the extra checker would be where I would start. So we had something similar to this in one of the earlier matches, and I said that this giving up the bar point automatically means that all blues back checkers are now at the edge of the prime. So at least when you kept the bar point, it was much harder for blue to get these extra checkers out.
right.
So 4-3, we could either play 2 off the 6 point or just play off the midpoint. So, and I wouldn't be looking to leave any shots here. Perhaps I'm wrong. I mean, you can go wild and hit, but again, I'm thinking perhaps I'm totally off base here, that there's going to be too many backgammon losses when you do that, when you get 5 or 6 checkers back.
Do you know roughly, Julian? I know you've got a lot of information in your running around there. What the backgammon losses are for X number of checkers that are on the bar?
No. And I just have some, what's the word? Some knowledge from experience, and for some reason, my experience is having the 2 point is one of the worst places to get backgammon from. So it's kind of like if you're on the 1 point, you're going to get enough hits to get off the backgammons that way. But when you're on the 2 point, you still have to go a long way to run out, but you don't get so many hits to get out of jail. But that's I'm by no means certain about that.
Yeah, interesting.
3-1, white is limping home, or 2-1 rather, right. So 7s or 8s, not much difference. Unless he rolls a 6-1.
You called it.
So I think you've got to make progress at clearing the midpoint while blue's board is less than perfect. So I like this play. I think that so I don't feel strongly about this one. As long as you don't make a play with more than one blot, I think you're reasonably comfortable as white. So 3-4, that's definite weakener.
Would you, yeah, I was going to say, is it too risky to leave the 1 there on the added to the fact that white's got 3 on the midpoint anyway? So
yes, so as you say, it's the fact there's 3 there is that what will happen next time is if white doesn't hit, then he'll play his spare from the midpoint, and then we'll have to save our blot next time, maybe. So if we stay there, we're committed to staying there for 2 rolls.
So that was a good question I had in mind. Would you have come out, because you're not concerned about the gammons? Was it too big to come out to the bar there with the 5?
No, so I was definitely coming out somewhere. So yes,
Right.
as you say, so maybe you go all the way with the 5-4.
Yes. Yeah.
The problem is that white's difficult numbers that are going to give you a shot of 6s. So you don't want to turn those into hitting numbers. You want the 6x to put a blot in front of you. Right, so now she's following your plan. I'm not sure if she was listening to you, but she's out there and fighting.
Yeah, I think the 6 was forced that time though.
Right.
But there you go.
You've got the shot.
But
so I suppose closer is safer. It's probably less shots, but it's certainly easier to clear up next time if you're missed. So all the 3s and 5-4, 16 shots.
yeah.
So 4-2 is a miss, but the game still goes on. Right, so it's 4-2. So this is the one occasion where I've read the dice and players haven't. Now this looks as though it's going to be a single win for white, unless there's a bit of a turn up for the books. So gammons aren't worth anything. So yes, Mitchie had a rule about these positions. He called it a zero position, this, where there's no number leaves a shot. And that seems to generally be the best play. If you know the next roll's going to be safe, it can't be far wrong.
So it looks as though it's going to be just a free drop.
Yes.
Oh, I think. Well, this has been a long first match, Julian.
Yes. So I'm not quite sure how long it's taken in time, but the first match of the main quarterfinal, I think that took 90 minutes, I think, or something.
Right.
Sure,
yeah,
90 minutes or maybe 2.5 hours. Maybe it can't be that long. So yes, 90 minutes I'll go with. Right. So white needs this automatic double. And blue will take if her winning chances are above 50%. So 6-4, 18-9 is what I play. I think the computer plays 14. So because she's had the opening roll, she is favorite. So she correctly takes. So now we're at DMP. Gammons are worth nothing for both players. Yeah, so this looks a great play. Separating those two back checkers so they're 7 apart. And blue stayed on the bar. So what can white accomplish?
Wow.
Not a lot. 6 hits is good. And unstack the midpoint, maybe?
Yeah, bring another builder into play. You're not stripping your mid yet.
6-3. So now we've got this position where the winning plan is to win a gammon and the gammons are worthless. So maybe making the 20 in the 1 point was the idea there, that you basically make sure you don't get hit, and at the same time that you secure your defense. So you're protecting the downside, but making sure you can win slowly if you need to. So yes, now things have gone bad, that we didn't get our 20-point anchor.
But it's almost like the dice are listening to what you're saying, Julian, and saying, well, look, they didn't make the 20 point. Let's give the opponent a double 3 just to push your point home even more.
Very, very good of them. They don't do that when I play, I can tell you. They do exactly the opposite. So this game still hangs in the balance, I would say. It's not quite sure who's going to deliver the killing blow. So 4-5, we've got the anchor, and now he makes the 1 point. So
yeah, that's a big roll. So that'll just be 10 and 3 again, I think.
yes. So white would like to make the 4 or the 5. So 6-5.
Ooh.
We've got the more advanced anchor. So we're on the 4 point and blue's on the 3 point. So I think this is the right idea. We've got better chances of priming blue than he's got of priming us. So 5-4 only play.
Like you say, white could do with a roll to make the 5 or even the 4 point here.
Yeah, so of course we get something that's totally useless. So we can run. I'm not sure we should be running.
You don't have to worry about losing gammons, but is that enough to lose you the match if you?
Yes, yeah. So it's how bad is it if you stay? So yeah, that's one play, and I also looked at 11-7, 8-2, but I think this is better. Yeah, so we don't want 3 spares on the 7 point. So 6-4 plays safely. We could just do 13-3.
This is edging towards quite an exciting finish here.
Yes, yes, as you say, it's going to be a tense finish. So, do we have a safe play? I can't see a safe play.
No, the fours and threes are not great, and so to roll them together, I mean, you can make the 4 point, but I can't see.
Yeah, so like you, I think if we were going to do that, we should make the 4, but this play seems to have worked out even better.
We would have been hit.
Yes.
So we would have been out. Oh, that's gonna roll.
I was expecting double 6 because that's usually what happens when we get hit. Right, 5-2. So, do we have to make a move?
Okay. Well, I think I've been running out here now.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I don't like it either way. Oh, we can get both out. Oh, right.
That's what
So
I meant.
that's 100% clear. Yes.
Yeah, because it's just the one shot.
So 2s and double 6.
White must be a favourite now.
Yeah. So this is wrong. Now white's come out. We've got to break our anchor with the 6.
Yeah.
Start hitting rather than give a free shot. So 5-2.
Reach the mid.
That can't be far wrong.
We got 89 and 42. So the race is close, but of course blue's penned in a little bit.
Yes, and it's still a close game because white's got 4 checkers have gone behind the anchor, and there's still the gap on the 5 point. So it's not like white is winning every game from here. Okay, so the race is on.
Yeah, I think it's pretty level. It was 2 picks rolled.
Well, that sounds like we should be hitting loose if we have to.
Oh, well, you can switch this.
Yes.
I think
so. I'm for the switching.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, I think the plan
close.
is you switch, and then if your opponent comes in, maybe you have to hit loose. But you can have a free shot at winning by them staying on the bar, and then you don't have to take any risks.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, they heard us.
Yes, so it's good decision on his point. He's figured out that double 1 is the best roll, so he's going to keep getting that.
Oh, and it was double 6 as well.
Yes, so it's good hit.
Yeah.
3-1. Have we done enough to win the race? I think we have. I think you just play safe and cross your fingers. So to give the shot here?
I don't know if I do. It's just the one shot. I probably don't, but it's not a nice. But I'm not.
It's not obvious, is it?
No, not that time.
Ah, right. So this is brilliant.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah. So we bring 2 in. We play 6-5, so we're safe, and then take one
off. Yeah. Okay, that's 6-2 and 3 off, I think. So zero position that way.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, this is
Well, 6-2 is awkward now.
Yes, as you say, there's bad twos in this position.
Oh,
that's not two of them.
Well, two of them.
So I suspect that's the end of the excitement for this match.
Yeah, unless there's a double six coming out now, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. But it's been a tight match all the way through. So perhaps
It has, yes. So I think this is the second one we've seen where the player who was on the ropes came back by winning the Crawford game and then the decider.
Yes.
So yes, I was just thinking to myself that we talked before that Aidin was with the art gammon. So maybe he likes the board so much he's trying to win it himself.
Yeah, well, I think he's got every chance. He must like the dice that they're using as well after that match. They both run pretty well. But of course, we've got another match to go yet. So he's still he's only got half the board packed away at the moment.
Right.
Are they going to have a break, or are they going straight into it?
Yeah, so it looks like I can see the picture of the board. So they're getting up and walking away. They've decided the best thing is to let me go and have a coffee.
I'm going to go and check on my my roast dinner. Make sure my joints.
Okay, very wise.
I'll see you back here, Julian. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Right, so it looks like we're just about to start with the second match. So 6 and 3, split and down is best play. 3, 2 is useless. So probably we could split and come down from the midpoint. So probably split with the 2 out of range of the third builder. The white has rolled a 2 and 2, 4. Oh, right. So that's a choice. So he can make the 4 or the 18. So I'm not sure which is right. I guess this makes a lot of sense because he's got a third builder to make the points at the bottom next turn. So blue, I think, should have split with the 2 there. So the danger is when your opponent's got an advanced anchor, you have to make an advanced anchor if you're allowed. So 6-2 is clear, makes the 4 point. So again, I think blue should be splitting here. That the problem is that if she doesn't make a move soon, then white's going to have too many attackers to be safe. 6-1, we can hit twice or make the bar, but I like making the bar as he did.
Oh, I'm back, Julian. Sorry to have left you on your own.
Not at all. No. So how is the roast?
It's going well, actually. The reason I delayed is Gaz Owen has offered to do a bit of commentary later on if
you're eating, right?
Which I will be because I intend to eat a bit later today. So hopefully Gaz Owen will be at least doing some of the commentating later.
Right.
So
okay, so let's get back to it. So white's got the advanced anchor and blue hasn't, but white didn't double and 6-5 is not a good roll. So blue desperately needs this 3. So she hasn't got it, but make another point and creep up. So that looks the right idea. So at least this way, if we lose the fight for the 5 point, we might anchor on the 3 point.
That doesn't do a lot either.
No. So 1 and 2?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Right. So yes, this is the right plan. Make the 20 point and then worry about the 6.
Yeah. And now, of course, white rolled the number they wanted a couple of rolls.
Yesterday's number, as they say.
So how do you play?
Can we do 7 to 2? Can we strengthen our board and tempt blue off the anchor?
I think that's definitely, yeah, I don't see anything because you're not going to break, you're not going to play completely safe. Yeah, that was well spotted.
Yes, so the XG taught me this idea that you leave a blot when you strengthen your board and you challenge your opponent to get into a hitting contest.
Do you do the same now for blue?
Yes, so the 5 point is extra special. Right, so now blue's got both 5 points.
Yeah.
So 6-6 is good for the race, but awkward.
Good for the race, but bad for the position.
Yeah, so I like that play. I think you can think about coming off the anchor, but white's going to give you something soon. So white's definitely got to play 18-7 here.
There's no other play because you're given a shot anyway.
Yes, so if you leave the 2 shot and you get missed, you've still got the problem of clearing the back point.
Yeah.
So I think it was Tim Cross, I think was yesterday, was saying this, that if you have to leave a shot, then clear the most difficult point in the process.
Right.
So Redoubling, no. Right, so we can get a 5-point board. So now White's got the second half of the problem to contend with, to get the other guy home. So 11 or 12. So 7, almost home. We should be safe if we don't get hit.
Yes. Aha. Now, do you lift that block?
I do, yes, because the cube is still live. So
Yes.
we can utilize the cube unless we're on the bar. Right. So yes, I guess Merrin might have had some coaching because she's jumped on the early double here rather than waiting.
Yeah, didn't view that one as too good that time. So, and it was an easy pass. So yeah. Of course, if Merrin wins this match, then we're due a third match.
Yes. So I'm guessing the third match will be shortened, but anyway, I think we're maybe getting ahead of ourselves.
Yes, it's only 1-0, so it's a little bit.
Right. So this is the slot and split play that we've been seeing a lot of. So I was characterizing this as being weak on both sides. That and this is really the exposition. So right, yeah. So if you can roll like this, it's a brilliant idea. You end up making both 5 points. So that looks good. So we don't need to hit when the 4s are duplicated.
Well, now you can hit with the 6-3.
Yes. So I'm with you on this. That you very often want to hit at the edge of the prime. So if blue can make the 4-point, then she stops you making your prime. Whereas if you win the fight for the 4-point, not only do you get the 4-point, but you get the option of extending your prime as well.
Yeah. And it would have worked well because white would have danced, blue
Yes.
would have danced.
Yes. So that's one play, and I'm not saying it's terrible play, but we could have just made the 4-point.
Or you could have made the 9-point as well. You wanted
Yes.
to display.
Oh right, so the 4-point would have left a blot, right? So that's why it wasn't so brilliant. 6-5, and we've seen this is bad before, and it's still bad.
Yeah, it's just.
So no, I think we should come up because we're kind of trapped there, and there's.
I agree. I think
Yes, two
it
twos
duplicates
of
two.
you.
Yeah.
Well, that's not very pleasant.
No, it isn't.
So if we come out, we give a double shot, or if we make the 2-point. Yeah, maybe we make the 2-point.
This is. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to find a way to justify it after the event, but usually it's really bad not to have a point in the third quadrant. But I think here we've got the 11-point. It's kind of a substitute for the 8-point.
Right, right. Hmm.
5-3. We can get the back one out, or we could save the blot.
Yes, that's
I like this play. I think that this takes us closer to victory if we're not.
Yeah.
But as usual, it's often the fate of the best play. Yeah, so he's hit, and I think that's right, that there's danger of losing if you don't muddy the waters. Right, so 1, 4, and 6 to hit. But they're not conclusive, I don't think yet. So double 5 is, it can make the 3-point and save the blot. Right, so that would be lovely. And double a fan, I think. So some duplication of sixes, but I still think we have a good double here.
This is a very strong double. I'm not even sure I'd be wanting to.
Yeah, I mean, I always say that you should be very careful when you're on the bar against a 4-point board, because and I describe it as glass half full, half empty. You think, well, okay, next time blue will come in and everything's all right. But half the time, the glass is half empty and you stay out, and white gets 2 rolls to improve things, which is what's happened here.
So I think he's guessing that he's drifted into too good territory now.
Yeah, so I would have doubled when blue brought both in.
Yes.
But now he's rolled a joker. He's definitely too good. So 11 can't hit, but we can get a builder safely. So 4, 5, 9, 12. 3, 3. Yeah, so that I'm not sure about. I think you should switch here. That if blue rolls a 1, would you rather she got the anchor? So,
Yeah, I agree. I think that I would have switched there.
it's a psychological thing with people. We saw one again earlier today where someone saw an option of making a 6 prime, and it's like you see a good play, and then there's nothing else crosses your radar. It's like, this must be right, I'll do it. I won't look for anything better. So is
Yeah,
white too
yeah.
good here? That's a difficult question, I think.
I know now that they've anchored up.
Yeah, so it's, you've obviously got some gammon chances, but you've also got the chance of being hit as well. So I have a suspicion that white should be cashing this.
Yeah, especially looking at blue's board, because if you do
Yeah,
get hit, trouble.
it takes a while to bear off, and you can see as the game progresses that blue is going to move all her checkers in the outfield home.
And that would be it for me now. I would be cashing in now.
Yeah, so the problem is when it works, you're not going to get too many gammons anyway.
And if you get a gammon, you're 5 away. It's
Yes, right. So that's a very good point. So it's not as though the gammon is worth a tremendous amount here.
Yeah.
Well, it's still worth having if you can get it, no doubt. But as I say, it doesn't come without risk. So I think Blue's got slightly the wrong plan here. So she's trying to strengthen her board, whereas my plan would be bring the outfield checkers home and then run off the anchor.
Oh, and there was an opportunity to turn it around there.
Yes. So well, Aiden's taken the risk. So now the question is, does he get the reward if he gets away with it?
Oh,
So that's not too bad. So it's good for bearing off, and he's got 8 off now, so he's going to be in reasonable shape even if he's hit. So do you stay there?
I think I would be
gained.
Oh, I don't think I would have wasted the checkers, the pips. I think I would have come.
So like you, and I kind of thought the gammon was going to be close. So yeah, again, I would run here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even a chance of getting backgammon here on a bad day.
Yeah, double 1 or
3-2 is perfect. Okay, so now we're off. So white needs to avoid a 1, I think, is the plan.
Oh, There you go.
Okay, that
Wow.
saves an extra 5 minutes of my life.
Oh, just to update you on the other semi-final, it's now 1-1. So I've been told.
Right. Okay.
I'm not sure if they're playing a best of 7 or a best of 5 for the decider.
Yeah. No, so I mean, like with this one, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but I think probably they will switch to a 5-pointer for a decider. So
Yeah.
I think they're spot on. So I think it's unfair if one player's won a 7-point match that you play the other two at 5s. That I think winning the 7-point match should count more than winning a 5-point match.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So 5 away, 6 away, early stages. So what now? 2 down, 1 up, 1 down, 2 up. I'd rather fancy 2 down here. There's a 9th attacker, so that tells me that it's a little more dangerous to split. And you're giving 2 indirects anyway. So when you put your builders on 9 and 10, then you're giving 3 indirect. So it's not too many more shots. So double 3 has got to be excellent. So save the block, make a point, make the 5-point, and then worry about the last one.
Do you come up now with the back checker?
I don't. No, a 13-10 because I have a new concept which hasn't been mentioned by anyone else in the world, which I call zonk.
Okay, which is
the zone of no contact.
Ah.
So if you come up in that position 24, 21, then all blue's difficult numbers, she can just dump checkers behind you. So you're effectively staying back and increasing the zone of contact. So it makes it harder for blue to play safe.
What happened to your 2 feet down? You know, your where if you
that's not mine. That's the Americans. They had the 2 feet down.
Right.
It's better than being 6 feet down because that's 1 fathom, I believe.
Right. Okay.
You can drown in water that deep. Okay, so has blue got anything? I don't think so with 1 attacker. Right, so we've got a hit.
Continue. Fortunately, I've got a new PC and it just keeps pinging me up Facebook messages and I don't know how to turn them off. So if you hear the odd ping, Julian, it's
right.
my computer.
So what's that? Blue has not been hit. So we must be doubling now, shall we? So 5-1 is it's okay, yeah, it's not too bad. At least we don't get hit now.
Wow. Okay.
That's a good way to come in. That's a good way to play it, I would say.
Yes, it's 2. 5 for blue. Top was 94 for blue, and white is quite a way behind, but it's got a nice blocking structure and the spare on the well, did have a spare on the mid.
Well, yes. So I'm not sure if we clear the 10-point here. So
yeah, interesting. Because you
yes, exactly. So I'm not sure about that. It does make it harder to come home safely, but it gives us a few more roles to play. Right, so now we've got to be thinking it's doubling as white when we get the shot. 2-1 is brilliant. So now we're ready to win when we hit. So I think it's something like 29 shots if you have 6s and 3s. So now blue's down to a 3-point board. Now we can double anyway. Yes, before we've got the shot.
Right. Well, I wasn't expecting that because
I like this double. I think it's very good.
Yeah.
But, what happens is when your opponent's down to a 3-point board, you don't worry about the blot hitting contest. You say, well, okay, if I roll 6-1 and leave a shot, I don't mind too much being hit because then I can go back and hit the other blot. So you have to be positive about the idea.
Yeah, it's something they they've been a little bit cautious with the cube, and this is a good aggressive cube here.
So this one I am convinced is a big take. So this is the 4 away rule, that you can't pass and let white get to 4 away. So if you pass, he's leading 3-1. So the extra point it costs you when you leave the shot, get hit and lose the game isn't too costly.
Yeah, good point. I mean, I'd be inclined to take anyway.
Yes, so White's still got everything to prove. First of all, she's got to get the shot and then he's got to hit it. So she's taken, that's good. So 5-3, we can make the ace point. Have the best of both worlds. One is forced. So as I said, I think it's 29.
That's one of the 7 shots that don't hit.
Yes.
Has blue got a redouble?
That's a good question.
I didn't have time.
6-2, can't leave any shots.
Pretty sure it would have been, but I didn't.
Yes, so the pip count's going to be massively in blue's favour, isn't it? But
yeah,
you've got a lot of wastage involved as well.
Yeah. I mean, the position just looks so much stronger for blue.
Yes, so I mean, the crossovers are level, aren't they? But it's going, as soon as blue gets bearing off, she's going to have all the doubles we're going to roll for her, and white's only going to have like 6-6 or 4-4.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's actually redouble pass already. Difficult bit I find is counting, not the pip count, but how many checkers are left.
I'm struggling because my connection's awful. I just keep losing you, and it keeps juddering. So
right. Well, that's not too bad, because I thought you weren't arguing and saying I was being an idiot.
No, I didn't quite catch what you said, Julian. Sorry.
Okay, so yes, I mean, I was saying that it was double and pass was my view.
Okay.
That White doesn't have many playing doubles, so in order to gain a turn, he's got to roll a big double.
Yeah. Well, I mean, White's down to 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls, so EPC 29.
So it's 4 rolls against 3 if White never misses, and White's going to miss here. So he's taking sensibly passing. No. Right, so 4 away, 5 away. So yes, good take. Good double, good take, we like.
Yes, it was a good take, and but maybe some mystery cubes.
Yes, for sure. But as I say, those races are very difficult. That if you count the pit count, it says you've won, but it's much more to do with crossovers to start with. So it's when you're trying to bring your 3 outfield checkers home and you're limping, and it might take you 3 rolls to get them home. Right, so that was a split without a slot. So 3-3, I'm pretty sure this is right. 5-3 fans. So 4 away, this is double pass now.
Yeah, because of the gammons win the match.
Yes, exactly.
But does Ada know this?
Yeah, so strangely enough, there was something similar to this in the UBC where Mochi took the position at 3-2. And I rolled that one out, and it was a big pass. It was wrong by 200 when he took it. And it was about tied when the score was 3-1. And it was a monster take when the score was 3-0.
Yes. Oh, okay.
So it's like if you're 3-0 behind and you pass, then the opponent's 4-0 up, so they're 75% to win the match. So you actually have to compensate and say, well, okay, now's the time to make my stand. I'll take and redouble to 4 when I get in. So anyway, he did take, and he's justified the take quite clearly by getting his anchor. One is brilliant making the bar. Weren't too many good numbers there.
Ooh.
That's
It's almost forced, not quite.
yeah, it's certainly good. The question is how good is it?
I think that's how I would play it.
So I'm not sure. I don't like giving up the midpoint when we've got one on the 20.
One back check, yeah.
But it wasn't like there was one play was actually really good. You know, so you could play 7 and 2, but you still need to get the back checker out very sharpish.
Yeah.
And the positive with this thing is you've got the 7 point, you know, so you've got another point that's blocking him and another safe landing spot when you're trying to bring the others home. So 5-1. Okay, so this looks reasonable. Can't see anything that's going to be much better than that. 3-2. Well, we have to come up. No choice. That if you stay back, White's going to make the point. At least if you come up, you're threatening to escape, and you say that you can make the 5 point and let me out, or you can make the 4 point and leave the 5 point gap.
Mm.
So 5-2 is it makes the 4. Yeah. So now we've got one gap in the prime. So we've got 2s or 4s to come up. 2, 4. So he's convinced he should come there. So White can't double until he's hit. So 4-1.
Oh, I think you have to hit.
Yes, he did hit. So that's this interesting play. He's saying that if I get hit back, you'll still be stuck behind the prime. So that's the justification in the short term, but in the long term, you've still got the gap on the 5 point.
Yeah, you can make so now you can make the 1 point if you want, but it just doesn't seem like you said. If you'd have slotted that 5 point, you'd be in such a strong position now.
Yeah, but it's a big bet, isn't it? So if you get hit on the
yes,
5 point, then you lose the game.
yes, it's a yeah.
Okay, so he's at the edge of the prime, I would say here. So we want to be hitting.
Oh, that's a good number to do it with.
Yes.
Hmm.
6-2. So if we run, we're duping 3s, or if we hit loose, we play with only one blot.
That's quite tricky with the 5 point open because I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'm going with this play. I like this play that
Yeah.
comes closer to winning. Let's put it that way. The problem with hitting on the 2 point is that you don't have the outfield. So when he rolls 5x, you get in trouble. Right. Okay. So he's gone for the hit, and 4-5 is brilliant. So that should be enough to win the game. Okay. So are we too good?
Well, I think you could have taken the roll because you could double them out after anyway. But
Yeah. So I'm not sure. It depends on the race. So yeah, like you say, I think there's certainly more upside than downside in that position.
Yeah.
You play on. Okay, so 2 points for White. So 4-3, 3 away, 4 away.
So Merrin again should be fairly aggressive
Yes.
this game.
So I mean, we noticed earlier in this match that she was a bit more aggressive, but this score, as we were saying, you're more super aggressive rather than just aggressive.
Yeah. Well, she played the aggressive opening with the 5-2.
Right.
I think.
Okay, so 6-2, you should make the 11 point and split like this. So yes, it looks as though it's a useless point, the 11 point, but every point you have is good. 6-3 is not much good. So 6
No.
is good. And split with the 3 for sure. So blue can't really attack you when she's got to use half her roll to cover the 5 point, especially when she's got to use the other half.
Oh. Yeah, I would have split mainly because my opponent split as well.
Yes. So this was Mitch's rule, wasn't it? So I didn't understand it when he wrote this to start with, that you should counter an advanced anchor with an advanced anchor.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I always make an advanced anchor when I get the chance anyway. But the point he was making was that if your opponent's got an advanced anchor, you have to do something about it. You have to take some positive action to get an advanced anchor yourself.
Yeah.
So this 6-6 looks good enough to win the game. So I think that's market loss.
I agree. I mean, you'll give up the point and you'll still be 2 away, 4 away anyway.
Yeah, so you can play on here for the undoubled gammon, is fine.
Yeah.
In practice, I often think it's a good idea to double these things, because you sometimes find your opponent hallucinates and takes the thing, and you get the best of both worlds. So I'm very old school in backgammon, that I like to win matches. That's my strategy. So the computer knows what is right when you play another computer, but when you're playing humans, then it's often useful to put a banana skin down and see if they're going to trip over it.
Yeah, I think, and that's been shown time and time again. You know, even top players can make, you know, errors with cube decisions and that. But unless you throw the cube over there, you're not going to find out, I guess.
Yes, exactly. So if you don't give your opponent a question, they can't make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now blue should definitely double, because there's basically all the gammons have disappeared now.
Yeah. And that's going to create, oh no, it doesn't create a gap if they want to play there's just no, like you say, there's just not enough upside, is there, to
yes,
not double.
It's, that you can lose the game before you get round to seeing that there aren't any gammons. 6-4 is just about okay, but the 5s are getting to be very difficult.
Okay, 5s and 1s. But 5s, like you say, are particularly awful, and 6-5 is a nightmare.
Yes, and double 5 is not amusing. So right, she's cleared it safely. So now she's safe to play on for a roll or two.
And like you say, just to get to that point, you've had to take an element of risk.
Yeah, and you can see what, and I think Aiden is playing this perfectly. So he's getting his outfield checkers home. So when something goes wrong, he's not going to get gammoned.
Yes.
And this is in contrast to what Merrin did. So she was trying to build up her strong board so she'd win when she hit. So is this a shot? Is this the 6?
Yes, it's this is what can happen.
Right, so now we got our shot, we missed, we just ran off the gammon. So perhaps the problem I have is that I'm getting on a bit, and if you have a weak heart, you don't want to explore these variations.
I mean, there didn't seem to be any point staying back because there's no.
No, there's nothing leaves a shot immediately,
No.
I don't think.
No.
So it's probably not going to be crucial, but sometimes you roll double 1 or double 2 or 2-1 and you just get stuck, and it could be the crucial difference. But
yeah,
it looks as though we've got to the mundane.
Okay, so we're at. I always get confused with this score, Julian, because I know that the take points are a lot higher, and people.
Yes.
When I do the calculation for it, I get 30%. but the take
Yes,
point.
so that's the number that's in my mind. So
Yeah,
the difference is, I guess, I'm kind of thinking out loud here that your opponent gets last use of the cube. So um,
so a live
when
cube
they're
brings it to 25%. Is that would that be right? If the cube's live still?
yes, so I mean you contrast that with money games where you say that it's the dead cube take point is 25 and the live cube take point can go down to 20.
Right, yeah.
So both numbers have shifted up 5%. So yes, the answer is you do double aggressively, whatever the numbers say that they're better that way. Right, so here's a weird play by blue,
Yeah,
asking for trouble. So we've got 1, 3, 4, 5 hit.
this has got it, and there's a double hit there. Oh, and this is double pass, surely.
Yes. I don't think it's too good until we've made
No.
a point.
So you make the
We
1
got 2
point.
on the bar, so I'm not making the 1 point. I was tempted to start with, but I think if blue comes in, you've got 2 out of play permanently. So 20 and 11 looks like my sort of play.
Is 11 and 9 a little bit too big?
A little, I think, is the key phrase you said there. So just count the blocks and say how bad it can get. So, oh, right, yes. So having the 20 point was a good idea.
Told you that whenever you call something, the dice back up your
Yes, yes. So they're getting their revenge on me. When I'm playing over the board and call the numbers, it says those are the ones you don't want, aren't they?
That's right.
5-2 is not good. Maybe just make the 3, or we could play 2 down from the midpoint. I'm not sure what's right here.
Hmm. 11 and come out with the 5, but it does leave variety of shots. I suppose that is
Yeah,
better.
so this is my play. I'm not too fussed about being hit because I'm behind in the race and I've got the 20 points. So my thought would be if I get hit, then I can enter with a 1 and get this zone of contact back. So it's just so good to get this position and have all the covering numbers. 4-1 is a hit and cover. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Cover the 5 point actually. So
Yes.
you want the point in board. So now maybe we can double almost anything. I think you might have got me on here. 1s, 4s, and 6s. So it's important that the 6 that you can't use to enter, you can use to hit at the other side.
And that was a good roll off the bar again. Oh no.
Double 2, right? Yes. So he's hit that one. So why doesn't he hit?
Why don't you hit on the bar?
Yes.
Is he?
He must have missed it somehow. Yeah. So this is big mistake.
Hmm.
It's a bit useless.
You can make the
15, yes. So that's
15,
what
sorry,
I'll do.
yeah.
Not
15.
the 18, no, because those are too close together. So
Yeah.
making the 15 is good, and then maybe we give up the midpoint next time, or we give up the 15, whichever is more convenient. So 6-5. I did read somewhere that this was called the lover's leap. That was what you should do with a 6-5.
Yeah, they do say that. I mean, it doesn't leave many jokers.
Yeah, so there's not many in the zone, is there? So there's 9 in the zone, and the other thing is that because we've hit 2, as I described it earlier. It's the cavalry is on the wrong side of the hill. It's going to be a long time before the cavalry comes to relieve you. So that's not too bad. That's in front of a stripped point. So White's going to have to give up his midpoint to hit.
I was going to say White's got a position where all his outer ball points are
stripped. Yes. So this was the problem with making the 18 point when we suggested making the 15. So it's a lot easier to when you've got that choice of saying I can give up the 15 or the 13, but here you end up with your 2 points too close together. So I like this making the 11 point. Usually you make the 4, but there's so much blocking value here.
That's a nice roll.
It is, yes. So now the question is, can blue get out before the rain clouds come? And there's the answer. Right, so 3 away, 3 away. So I think we should double this. I mean, it depends on the race, but can you see at the top left of the board, there's this zone of no contact. So what it means is blue never leaves a shot. When she rolls something awkward, she just dumps a check behind the anchors.
Yeah.
So, right, Aiden's got the right idea. He's figured he wants to give up one of the anchors, and just wondering if this is the 20 point is the one he wants to give up, or whether he needs to keep the 20 and give up the 18. But there's probably not much wrong with this, but I would have played 2018 and play the 3 at the other side of the board. That I'm just always suspicious of having lots of blocks.
Yeah, there was a lot of 1 and 3 duplication going on, but
right, yes.
But
what worries me is this double jeopardy. So you leave the 2 blots, and blue rolls something like this 5-3 that does nothing, and then you've got to tidy them all up.
Yeah,
it's not just the danger on the first roll; it's the danger on rolls 2 and 3 when the 1 or 2 of the blots are still lurking.
Right, because you still haven't quite got a tidy position. Yeah.
Okay, so 6 to. I think we just play safe. Play safe every roll. Right, so Aiden's done well out of that. He's got out of trouble. So now would be a good time to mention the rule of 4, which is why blue didn't double. So if you've got more than 4 on the midpoint, you don't have any clearing rolls. So you've got no market loss. So you have to wait till you're down to 4 before you think of doubling.
In his
now we could think of doubling, but I don't think we're ahead enough in the race, are we? So obviously we're not, because our opponent's doubling us. So 59, 99, 105. Less 5 is 99 for white. So we've got 72, 90, 108. So 9 behind, less 6 is 3. So the race is very close.
Yeah. Again, it's not helping, Julian, that I keep coming in and out on the video.
Okay, so yes, I counted both sides, and it was very close, was my conclusion.
Yeah, it looks close, but yeah, I was starting to do a pick count, and it just kept juddering and jumping.
Right. So yes, it's difficult to do the pick count when you can't see the board.
79, 95.
So I suppose there's a good theoretical question here as to when blue should be double. So I put the question theoretically. So should you redouble when you're better than 50% winning chances?
Hmm. Well, I guess White's take point is
It's just 25%.
25%. Yeah.
Right.
So
So now there's a chance of a shot. So I think blue should probably double next turn. So yeah, that you can see that there's a lot of bad sixes for white. So it's one thing
yes.
knowing it theoretically. It's another thing of saying we should do it. Yeah. So this is good. So it looks like it's a shot is bad, but still we get a double shot on most of the sixes like this. So now we got 24 hits with 2-1 favorites. I think we should double this.
Yeah.
We didn't, so we're pleased we didn't double.
Well, that's assuming that your opponent takes, of course.
Yes. No, so I mean, even their 24 shots with 2-1 favorite, and they will take down to 3-1, so they have a comfortable take. So
Yeah.
now we don't do this. This
No.
gives us losing chances. So if you save the blot in front of white and you keep the 0.6 away, you still have 15% hitting chances from here. So it's kind of like half the time white can't get past you, and 30% of those you hit.
Interesting. I mean, I know that I've had it myself where I've given an aggressive double when I've just got a clear pass to 6, and it's amazing how often you don't clear pass.
Yeah, so it's I did sit down one day and look through all the combinations as to how many times you hit. And as I say, I got it to be very close to 15%.
Yeah. Well,
I
there's a good
think this is
example.
right. So it's 2 less shots going up, but a bit less holding. So double 4 is great. Bring them all in, can't be bad. So maybe we can still double as blue next time.
All right. That should come in on the 5.
Yes, yes, I agree. You need to fill the gap. So I'm definitely thinking as blue. Whether I've got enough to double, I don't know.
Again, they're playing a bit too quick for me to do any
Yes.
judgment. Blue's got the gap on the 4, which doesn't help.
Yeah, so I think the important thing is how many checkers you've got behind the gap. So it's saying that white can potentially miss 3 times and blue can potentially miss 4 times. So it's how easy is it to solve this problem of the gap?
Right. Yeah, because I just probably not correct in a lot of cases.
No, so I don't have a golden rule on this. I just kind of one method I use is to say when you're starting the bear off, think what happens if you roll 2 of each number. So if you imagine in your first 6 rolls, the center of the distribution is you're going to roll 2 of every number. So you kind of take 2 checkers off each point and say, well, what does that look like?
Right, I would stop and have a look at this.
Yeah, so I think we've missed it. So we're
think,
3 rolls to 4 if we don't miss, and 4 rolls to 4 if we do miss. So it's well, you need 25% cubeless to take, and I think it's pretty clear you're not close to that.
you would only take if you knew your opponent was going to roll 4-1, and even then you're borderline.
Yeah, then you're
5%.
still at 25%.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think
Right.
there was.
So good pass by Aiden. So this was where he got to last match, wasn't it? He left himself in a position to win two games to win the match.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. By the way, I can give you a couple of updates from the Worcester players at least. Dave Saunders sadly has lost his semi-final match. So and Reese decider.
Right. So I missed a bit about Reese. Reese is playing Ollie, I believe. So where's that one at?
They're 1-1, and they're playing a 5-point third match decider.
Right. Okay, so this one last time we said it was DMP. So double four can't be bad. So 5-5-1.
5-1.
I wouldn't come up to the 21. I think that's the point White wants next. So what else you do with it, I don't know.
Quite frustrating because I'm finding it a little bit hard. It's just
Yeah, so I like the hit. I think the hit is right, that it's stacking the 6 point. Okay, we might lose ground in the race, but positionally it's not too bad if we get hit. 6-3, we make the 3 point, and then probably 11-5. So blue needs an anchor to stop herself being wiped out. 3-5, so we can hit. Running doesn't seem to work. We could play 2 down.
the gammons aren't quite so important again. So I'm not sure if I'm.
So like you, I'm not sure about this. I think you have to play the 3-13-10, don't you? So at least that's a builder for the 4 point. Okay, so we don't mind hitting with a 3 or entering with a 1 would be good. So 1-4, enter with the 1, bring the 4 down, surely. I mean, 1's duplicated. There's no great swing with this. 4-2.
Do you hit on the 1?
I think you've got to. Yeah, can't see another play. Between 2, that looks good. 4-2, have to hit. 2-6, right? So we're in and out, I think.
Yeah.
2-16. So yeah, you have to play to your strength in backgammon, and our strength is the strong board. So we want to get out and start a hitting contest.
I agree. I think that.
We can't cover the 1 point conveniently, so I think this is the best we can do. The double 3 must do some damage, mustn't it?
It should do. As I say, it's just jumped to this. I've missed the last couple of moves again, just on standby.
Right.
So it's quite frustrating, really, Julian, because I'm finding it hard to keep track.
Yes, I can imagine.
So one of the
So that's a brilliant shot. We bring in 2, hit on the 4 point, and then probably 8-7 to try and cover the 4. So you definitely don't want to save the blot here. You've got 5 checkers back that you're not concerned about having a 6th checker back. You need to win the fight for the 4 point. That's what this game is about now.
Yeah, totally agree. You've got to diversify your checkers. Oh, well played.
So, as usual, the best play gets punished. So what this game is showing is one of these things that's far from obvious, is that this score where white doesn't mind being gammoned, gives him an opportunity to play game types that you wouldn't normally do. So
Yes.
usually with white sort of formation, you reckon that you're going to lose an awful lot of gammons, but here you don't care.
Yeah, I think, like you say, with that many checkers back, you can afford to play more purely. Killing a checker isn't ideal.
Yeah, so I think, I'm not quite sure if you have to, but I think you should make the 23 point, whether you want to or not. But um, it's very resilient, this 5-2 game. When I started playing, all the books said the 5-2 was the worst back game, whereas the computer really likes the 5-2 back game. And its argument, I think, is that it's not a back game at all. It's basically you
If you
can
need
play a
to.
back game, but the main objective is to hit the opponent in the outfield before he starts bearing off.
Right.
So it has flexibility. So when you roll big numbers, you just come off the 20 point and play a 2 point holding game. Or if you have an opportunity, you can sometimes move the two checkers off the 23 point. So you've got lots of different ways to win. You're not committed to saying, I'm going to keep these anchors forever and wait till you're bearing off before I hit you.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not sure about the hit. It doesn't seem to do a lot, but it's probably not going to do a lot of harm either.
Well, how else do you play the 3-1? That's the problem.
Yes, that's a very good point.
I mean, it doesn't gain you much. I suppose it puts a bit of a stumble on White's progress, but you do risk fives.
What was that number you mentioned?
Yeah, I'm doing what you're doing.
Right, so that's a good recovery.
Yeah.
We were in danger of being blown away, but 6-4. Right, okay. So he's thinking of coming into the outfield. So that's why he's throwing the blot away. But yeah, it's not obvious, this play, I think. I think I would go 24-14.
Yeah.
So I think blue can
I'm with you.
just come into the outfield at her leisure. If we do 5 out, we don't seem to have a 2. And that's definitely wrong. You've
Yeah,
given
that's
up a
really.
point. Simple rule in backgammon is that you want to make points and not give them up.
Oh, if they wanted to.
Right, so blue has got to get these back checkers moving sometime. And every turn she waits, I think it gives whites more time to flood the outfield and make it impossible to escape.
Yeah.
So that's another point, and it's blocking double 4. It's good. I think what White wants to do is to get one checker to his home board so he can look to cover the 2 point sometime. So that actually does it. So I'm going to lock up the 2 point here, that I don't want it to come back to haunt me later on.
Well, he can do it now.
Yes, exactly. So I'm saying get the job done.
Yeah, yeah.
That it's. I think I talked about this with Seb as well, and I forget whose idea it was, but it's, you don't want to wake up in the morning with 3 jobs half done. You want to wake up and say, well, I got that one done yesterday and I got that one done yesterday, so I've got one thing to concentrate on. So here you've got to concentrate on hitting and covering.
Very good point, because although you've got your block still now.
Yes, so now you've got to pay the price. So now
Yeah.
come off the anchor, go into the outfield, try and win the game. We're not scared about being gammoned. It's in. There's only one block we can save.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is another play. You can play 15-14. So if you leave your blocks 2 apart when your opponent's potential hitters are 2 apart, you're going to get some duplication. But
That's a good tip. Yeah.
okay, so 4s and 7s and 12s. So that wasn't on my list, I don't think. But
No.
not a bad roll.
The question is, Julian, how do you play the other 3? Do you go
Yes,
to the...
exactly. So my initial thought was we'll play 12-2 and 20-15.
Yeah, just leave that.
Yeah, so it's the last one. So he's found the best of both worlds. He's only played 3 of them. So that is clearly the way to solve the problem.
Ah. Okay.
2, so yeah, that's good. I'm not sure with this. I think I'd probably make the 16, because that's the point 12 away from him.
Well, your blocks double 6s just in case, I guess.
Yes, so that's the idea. So when he comes out with a 6, we're going to get a direct shot anyway.
Wow.
So yes, come round in doubles is a good plan. Okay, so we're off and running. Right, so 6 is good. 9 is also good. Save it? Yes. So
Oh.
I like saving it. The White's board is strong. Right, we're limping home. 1, 2, 3, 4, and save the gammon. So need a 4 or you're dead.
Wow. How about 2 of them? Wow.
That's probably quite good. An up equity roll, as they say.
That was too much.
So blue's got one off already because of the double six she rolled. So there's no gammons that are worthless. So I think we're still sufficiently ahead. We just want to play safely.
Yeah.
So 10 crossovers to many. So I think White's got this one. So we'll be getting to this free drop and then DMP.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Julian, but I'm just not picking up this picture at all. My internet is so unstable. I'm probably going to have to either try and log back in or call it quits because I just can't follow the match at all.
Okay. Do you not have a refresh button? I'm just trying to see what I've got on my Zoom. So no, there isn't a refresh. So I leave it to you. I'm quite happy to carry on my own.
Yeah, I do apologize. I just finding it. I can't even join in because by the time I get back connected, I've missed what you talked about.
Yeah. No, so it's not a problem. It's force majeure, as we call it.
Okay, and I will tell Gaz Owen that he may need to replace me on the next session.
Right. Well, I think Chris Bray is meant to be doing third session for today.
Yes, I was doing it with Chris, but I don't know if Chris wants.
So something's happened here. So you do what you think is best. So I'm just
I'm finding it almost impossible to follow. It started off okay, Julian, when we first, but it's just judging all the time whether it's the internet here.
Okay, so finally White is doubling, so it's a bit late. So is Blue actually winning? I don't think so. I think she should have passed this one. So now we're playing for the match.
I'll leave you to it, Julian.
Okay.
Because not
a problem at all. Anyway, it's good to have spoken to you. It's good to catch up after what is all these years now, I think.
Yes, and I will be watching you still if I can, anyway.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Cheers then. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Right, so Blue has got her last checker out. So if she survives, she should have an edge. So 3 hits and 6. I would come off the anchor. So we don't have any fear of losing a gammon. So we want to try and win this game rather than avoid getting gammoned. So 4-3 is the 7 that doesn't hit, but we can make the 5 point. It's good. So now we're just a bit scared if Blue is going to make a point. So 6-4, she can't escape, but she does make the 4 point. It's good. The game's still in the balance, I think, that White's got reasonable attacking chances, but Blue's got a reasonable prime against White's anchor. And this is 6 and something, and 6 and 3. Right, so we cannot run off the anchor, we'll attack. He's gone for the attack. Blue hits and comes out. So now Blue has the edge. Blue is favourite for sure. 1, 3. Coming in with the 1 is good. That looks like that's going to produce more contact that we like. So double 6 is good, but not perfect. So I think that's the play to win a gammon. So 11-1 twice is one alternative, or leaving the blot on the midpoint rather than the 17. So not sure which one is right, but this is definitely a good play. 5-4 is in and out. So blue is really just trying to get into a race. So double 6 is a good try, but she has to leave a 2-shot. 6-3 doesn't hit. So actually, if you play the 3 first, you'd probably find 13-7 was better. So double 4 saves the blot. So that's a good start, but the rest looks a real mess. So now white wants to work on extending the prime from the front or the back. So I would go for the back like this. So blue has very few good numbers here. So this is 6 and something, 6-2. Okay, so we can't leave a double shot, so I guess we've got to play 6-4. That's 2 less shots, but harder to tidy up. So I don't think it's a terrible play. So 4-2 makes the 5th point of the prime. Double 4 barely moves. Again, second bite of the cherry with the 1. Or 3, that can't be right. You don't want the 1 point. So 6-4, only the 6. But this is the last chance, I think. So all the 1s and double 2, and he's missed. So blue, I think, should be able to tidy this up. Not on a good day, on almost any day. That doesn't look right to me. 3-2, that's all the blocks saved. So it looks like blue is going to win this match if I haven't put the curse on her. But no, blue is Jin in my book. So that's 1 match each, and we're going to have to move on to a decider. Right, so they seem to be taking a short break, and I'm sure the tournament organisers will do their best to make sure it is a short break. So I think the problem is the tournament has fallen a bit behind schedule. So certainly, I'm sure this third round they're going to make it a 5-point decider. I'm just looking at the schedule. Sunday, 3:30 was when we were starting the third round, and so we're about 5:30. So we're about 2 hours behind already at the moment.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. See you soon.
Hi, Julian.
Right, Chris.
Sorry, we are running hugely late at the moment. I think the format has proved to be somewhat optimistic, so we're still waiting for the third match of the semi-finals, which should be just about to get going, and they're going to play a 3-pointer as a decider, not a 7.
Right.
Right, so hi Chris, sounds like your voice.
I think the format has proved to be somewhat optimistic, so we're still waiting for the third match, the semi-finals, which should be just about to get going, and they're going to play a 3-pointer as a decider, not a 7.
Right. Well, I can do a bit, but obviously we're running rather late.
The format has proved to be somewhat optimistic, so we're still waiting for the third match, the semi-finals.
So Julia, can you hear me?
About to get going, and they're going to play a 3-pointer as a decider, not a 7.
Right. Well, I can do a bit, but obviously we're running rather late.
Can you hear me, Julia? So Julia, can you hear me? I can hear you, Chris, but the feed is very bad. So there's
Right. I'm
everything
still very confused at the moment.
Can you hear me, Julia? Everything we say is getting repeated with a big time lag.
Yeah.
I can hear you, Chris, but the feed is very bad. So
Right.
everything
Very confused at the moment.
Everything we say is getting repeated with a big time lag.
Yeah. Right, hang on a minute. Any good?
I can hear you fine.
Right. Right.
Okay, so this is deciding 3-point match. So White has managed to get all her checkers out, or his checkers out rather, and needs to play safe against Blue's very strong board.
And I haven't spotted the safe play here.
No, I haven't either. So
I think it'll be 13 to 8 and 6 to 2.
that's my thinking as well.
Yeah.
So the 4, I'm not certain about. We could play 8 to 4. He's looking at. So 6 to 2 might work well if we can push Blue further forwards, but it might work badly if he enters with a 1.
This is fewer shots by 1.
Yeah. So the problem with this is.
Right. What's the race after?
So yes, we run out and come round. So the outfield.
White is 120.
Okay, so Blue shuffling things round, so it's not so easy to see.
So Blue is 10 pips up after the roll, I think.
Right, so
yeah,
52, 102, 110. Yes, so you're right. Blue was 10 up, so now Blue is 6 up.
That might be good enough to get a cube in next time. That's
yes, so in the earlier matches, Blue was a bit slow in doubling.
About 11 pips. I think that should be enough at this score.
Yes, so
double early, drop early at this
exactly,
score.
yes. So
whoops.
There's a bit of contact, but so that's going to improve White's chances, but I don't think there's enough contact for. I think you would take in a money game, but I think at this score you're at the point where you'd just like to get out of this game for 1 point.
Yeah. So Blue runs the danger of losing her market, and double 3, although 1, 2, 3, and yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good play. She's left 1 outside to protect against bad 6s. But now it's getting critical to double. So
now she must double.
Yeah, so the race is sewn up, and there's a potential of shot leaving.
Okay. Maybe she hasn't studied 3 away, 3 away. Both sides rolling.
So that's a bad play by white. So white hasn't saved a 6, so he's in danger of leaving a shot.
3. So it's now what? 57, 83 plays 66, 81, 89, 95. 83 plays 95.
So 12 pips is too
Yeah.
much, I think.
Yeah,
Which he thinks
that's
so
been
too.
dropped. So white got a couple of free rolls, but the result was as expected.
Yes. But when you give your opponent these free rolls, sometimes they turn up with 5 or 6, and you feel it wasn't such a good idea giving him the free roll.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So 2-1
1-0 to blue.
split, 6-4 hits is clear. Double 1 makes the 5 point, and there's a 4th one somewhere.
Hmm.
6-1, make the bar, excellent play. So you're making a block against 3 checkers rather than trying to play safe.
A hit. Now, what do you do with the 5? Do you strip the last? Well, that very quick strip of the.
Yes, yeah. So I wasn't sure, like you.
So 4. This looks pretty much forced, unless you're in for absolute beautiful duplication of playing 65. Then, no, this is right.
So white is meant to be doubling soon at this
And white
score.
should be white has the rack racing advantage.
Yeah, so it's
a lot of gammons.
The rolls that make the bar point are the
Yeah.
big market losers. So what's he got? 4. It's not making the bar point, but it does an awful lot of good things.
This looks good. It's good enough to cube next time, whatever.
Yes, unless you hit. So there's 5, 4, 6, 4, 6, 5.
Double 3
is close. So maybe blue can take after this, but now he can't try attacking again. So we're on the verge of doubling.
Ooh,
double 5 gets 1 out. 1, 2,
3.
1 down. That's as good as any. So 1, 2, 4 to make the bar, but we're only trapping 1 checker.
1, 2, 3.
And the 4th one is difficult.
I would play 15 to 10 because if you can. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so as you say, if you play 15 to 10, then you've won if you're not hit.
Yes, precisely.
The problem with this is that maybe you've got to do a bit more work before you win. How are you going to make the bar point?
Well, white is 108. I wonder if they're doing any counting.
So blue is 74, 83, 93, 99, 108.
Right. But white has a significant advantage in terms of structure. Given that white is trailing, I would still be doubling this.
Yeah, so we've got these small numbers will make the bar. So numbers that aren't good in the race will do good things on the other side. 6, 2 does nothing.
11 to
5 and 4.
Yeah.
Blue
is reliant on rolling a useful 6.
Yes. So eventually the storm clouds start to gather and that something's going to fall on top of you.
Oh, nearly a good roll. Now, do you play 8 to 3 and leave? It's only 6-2 and you get an extra builder. So, and blue has a blot in board.
So, yeah, so that looks like a good play because at least we're keeping the 0.6 away from him. So if he hits us, it's not easy to get out.
This looks a bit stiff because some 6s are going to play badly now. And now blue has tidied up the position. Always keep the race in mind, however. Oh, that would have made the 3 point, but now it leaves a shot. So White's previous play of the 4-1 was too, what's the word, weak, gentle. Anyway, 6-1. Now you might as well hit, I guess.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking, that if you hit and you don't get hit back, then I don't think you're winning. So the other thing is 15-8, which is a few more shots, but at least you're stopping black escaping as well.
Okay.
So 1 is good.
2, 3. Yeah, I like this
So
play.
that's a
It's
big play. It's a good play if the cube's dead.
Now blue can play for a gammon. Except, I think you bring.
I would bring it in. I don't want all these blocks knocking
I don't want to
around.
be hit by 1-6 and yeah. Oh, wow. What a roll.
So someone's got to be doubling sometime in this game.
Indeed.
So I guess White
should double now. There's a lot of
too
gammons
good.
around. 3s and 6s hit. It could be too good.
Okay, so if we've got cube access, I like this safe play and say we'll batten down the hatches and double him out next time.
Yeah. Now, surely you can double all.
Yes, so I don't think it's too good now.
No, the numbers of plays that make the bar or the 2 point. 6D. And you just.
So yes, I mean, I was talking earlier about saying that what's the upside when you take these risks. So the problem is when blue anchors on the 23 point, then there's not going to be too many gammons anyway.
And this looks like a pass, so now we're going to go to double match point.
Yes. So we're not certain whether either player will double after the first roll. I'm not sure what you do in matches.
I always double on the first roll. I've lost one.
PR, you double on the first roll.
Yeah.
If it's not, I always follow the policy of if I'm the weaker player, I will double, and if I'm the stronger player, I won't.
I just turn my brain off and double.
Yes, so there's nothing wrong with doubling without a shadow of a doubt. Okay, so 6-3 splits, 4-5 hits. Blue's got the edge, and no one's doubled. 1-6 makes the bar. So yes, as I was suggesting, you can see no one is rushing to double.
We're playing very quickly now. I'm assuming that they're on a 6-minute limit, aren't they? 1, 2. I think. Would I make the 2 point or would I stack heavy on the bar point?
I think I'd go for the bar.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what I'm trying to do about gammons here. But this looks the worst of both worlds.
Yes, because I've now got no goalkeeper, but I've left a shot. Okay, the cube is still in the middle. Thinking about it. Obviously, once you double, there are no gammons, and the cube is irrelevant.
So 5-2 looks useless. So he makes
now,
the mid.
The question is, okay, so you can play 8-6. I'll have a quick look at the race.
I like this play. That there's not a lot at the top of the board to scare us. It's my theory.
All right, because blue seems to be racing. Here comes the cube.
Yeah, so now eventually it was going to come, but now I guess hit and cover is going to be a monster market loss.
132 for white. 141 for blue.
So what was the pip count?
9 pips. It was 9 pips.
Okay, so now we've had another 13, so we're 22.
4-6 is not great.
So now we're at DMP, I guess. So
the
plan is just that we win.
Yes. So you keep making points. Ooh, 5 and 6. You probably got to pop out.
Yes. So now blue's hoping to to make another blocking point in front of white's anchor. So I'm for running now. That's you're way ahead in the race. So now I think is a good time.
Now would have been a good time.
Contact.
Yeah. It would have been hit and covered, but even so.
Yeah, so that is wrong as well. I think you should cover the 2 points. That getting hit with the 7 is not serious.
So I think this game is going to be decided by a double, as in a dice double, not a cube.
Yes, yes. Now he's gone.
Now he's gone. What did he roll? I missed it. Sorry.
6-3.
6-3.
6-4 hits and covers. So now
it's going to get exciting. 6 and 2. A fan. Good for blue. 4 points, please. Okay. No, apparently not.
So yes, not too sure about that. I think a lot depends on what the race is like.
Speed of play makes it difficult. Well, that's an easy roll to
yes.
Yes. So it looks like white went off the anchor at the wrong moment rather than the right moment.
Yes, exactly. So not that the position seemed to have changed a lot, but he did it when blue's good number was just about to arrive.
8-5. I'll quickly do another count in a minute. Oh.
Blue is 99.
Yeah. 14, 23, 31. 45, 69, 77, 83 for white.
Okay, so we've hit. So that's
so blue now in the driving seat, barring
so blue got 18 pips there, and white is right. So it looks like blue's going to win routinely now.
That's awkward. You can just play to the 2 point. Or yes, I quite like this play. If you follow Mishy's rules from his back checker strategy, you leave nothing at this point.
Yes, that much I'm clear about. But,
well, 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, but not 5-2, which makes a 3 point. That's fine.
Yes, so that's another safe landing spot. Is good.
Yeah. Probably got to go. 30, 54, 64, 17. Blue is 76. Oops. Now, did white have a better chance by running or by staying and giving the rolls?
It wasn't clear to me. So
no,
one of the advantages of staying back on the 4 point is that unless blue points on you, then it means that he's not going to have the 4 points when he bears off. So that's going to cost him in the race. But the downside is, as we've seen, that when he points on you, that's pretty much curtains.
Ooh, 1. Now
switch, I would.
2, 3. Well, I would switch from the 4 point and put white on the bar.
Yeah, so you want to drive him off the 1 point. That's where
now there are
chances are coming.
Rolls 6, 5, 3, 2. Clear the 6 point.
Yes, exactly.
Think about it. White will need at least a double 6 or a double 5 to make a game of this. Always assuming that blue doesn't roll 6-5 now. 4-1. Yeah, pretty much gin at this point.
Yes, so that's end of match, I think.
Yeah.
So how long can you be here for today, Chris?
Probably at least another hour or so. Maybe even an hour and a half. It's 5:30, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking ahead as to whether I need a break for half an hour or so. If there's,
I'll take a break by all means, Julian, and then I think was there a rumor of Gaz being around?
Yes, but he hasn't turned up yet.
Right.
Okay, so anyway, let's get back to this. So white is down to 8 checkers, I think, and blue is 6.
I think
so it looks as though it's all over.
Midnight, barring two lots of.
Yeah, so there's another checker I didn't see. So white's still 7. Okay, so good wins. Could get double
Still a
4
1.
or double 6.
You could have rolled 2 doubles and won the game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you take a break, and I'll see you later.
Right. So I'll stay for a moment because I want to hear from Julia what's going on, what the master plan is.
Okie doke.
That and the fact I'd like to know who's actually in the finals. Do you know who's in the final
I
of
haven't a
the
clue.
Masters?
I can tell you now, just the semi-final has just finished in the last couple of minutes. The final is going to be Oliver Squire and Radu Kyortan.
Okay, right.
We will try and get them on screen in about 10 minutes or so if you want to take a short break.
Yes. So earlier you mentioned there was a potential that Gaz would turn up.
It's possible.
Right.
I've given him all the details of the call, and
Okay,
he'll jump on if required.
I've had a quick chat with Chris, and he's happy for me to take a break for half an hour or so while he can carry on his own, and then I can fill in for him if he has to leave before the thing's finished.
Yeah, that is fine.
So how long are the matches in this?
The final will be 7 points, then 7 points, and depending what time we're at by the end, the last one may be a 5 or even a 3.
Okay, or 25.
We're keeping our players and our tournament directors working very, very hard today.
Good. So you should be.
I'm earning my keep. So
yes, well, you've been doing a grand job.
Right,
yeah.
I'm going to put myself on mute for a few minutes.
Yeah, I will mute myself, and we'll see everyone back in about 10 minutes time, hopefully, and we should be underway. I'll set everything up, and we should be underway then.
Okay, all right.
Right.
Cheers.
See you soon.
Okay, we have a board. I think we're allowed to commentate at this point. Let's let them get set up. Oliver Squire at the bottom playing the white checkers, and Radu Kiotan at the top playing the blue checkers. This is the first of potentially 3 7-point matches for the Masters final. This is Chris Bray talking, doing the commentary, ably assisted by Gaz Owen when he comes in, and also Jules Fetterline will be with us in due course. Everything seems to be ready. I'm just waiting for the opening roll. Clock being prepared, 2 minutes per point. Okay, off we go. Yeah, it's 2 minutes per point and 12 seconds per move. 6-3 for white, played in the standard way. 4-4, again, standard reply, but gives blue quite a big initiative early on. So Oliver will make the 10-point and probably play 18 to 14. It's nice to keep the back checkers connected, but he might reach a situation where he's only got 1 rear checker. 6-5 makes a 3-point. So now you've got a holding game against 1 rear checker. Right. 4-2. So the 4 is clear, and probably he'll play 6-4 to start a point. It's fine. Fairly well balanced position at the moment. Yep. Capable of rolling the dice properly. 3-1, next 5-point. Doesn't have to think, always useful. White would like to spring his rear checker, so the 2 is clear. It's going to make the point and doesn't want to come under 3 guns against a superior board, so it plays 13 to 10, keeping all checkers in play. This will make the 8-point with a 3-2, and again, 6-1 is more awkward, so 10-3 is nearly certainly correct, I would imagine. The blue would like to make his 4-point or his bar point. Made his bar point. So more pressure on white. 6. It's a little bit quick. So white's going to be ahead in the race. Blue is ahead in position. Has he got anything? Should always stop and think. Decide whether there are enough market losing sequences. White's in danger of crashing because he's got a lot of strip points in front of the blue's anchor. Need to have a quick look at the race. No, we won't, because he's already decided to play. So now blue has a very strong broken prime in front of white's rear checker. White needs to come up. Now after this roll, 5-4, which probably used to make 2 points, blue has got some significant market losing rolls, and here comes the cue. So, good double. Can white take 40, 53, 69, 83, 101, 116. Blue is 122, 60, 78, 90. White is 100. This to me looks like a drop that he's taken. I'm not sure. He needs to think about the right strategy here. So actually, I don't think this is correct, because there's nothing else to pop loose, and he could have brought two checkers down and threatening to make the 4 point and let white crack at the same time. So I'd be interested to see that subsequently. Now he's going to wash, playing, sorry, beg your pardon, he can make the 4 point, and now white desperately needs a 5, because without the 5, Oliver's board will crack, just like this. He'll make the point. Sorry, it's a minimum shots, so 6 and 3. Okay, now question for blue is, will he hit within a 6? I was going to hit with the 2, which is even better. So blue in a very strong position now. Blue will hit again if possible and go for the gammon. That doesn't work. So 3 and then probably 13 to 11. Yeah. So Oliver White desperately requiring a 2, not getting it. What have we got? He's now got the 2. Okay. So change of game plan. White now. Rogan now needs to bear in relatively carefully. That just leaves double 5, which seems reasonable as a hitting number. Does everything, mind you. It hits and makes the. He's going to be going with most 5s anyway, so there's no point in keeping a 6. So he should make the ace point in case he gets an outfield shot. I think you should play 8-4 with the 4. I don't see any value to keeping that checker back. If he rolls 5-6, he's going, and the other 6 he can't play, so it will actually preserve his board for a little bit longer. 4-3. Okay, so now white will crash or run. He's not going to go with 5-1, that's for sure. Okay, 4 and 1. Still thinking about this 4-1. Made his play. 5-3 is the number. No. So do you kill? These 5s is probably going to go anyway, so he's going to be forced off with the 5 after this play. But he will relish the ability to go. $60 and 2. Okay. 5-1 is white's worst number by a long way. So blue just now wants to be in safely. Doesn't want a 1 or a 6. 6-5 leaves a shot, which is not hit. Okay, now blue will need to decide if he needs to hit. 5 and so. Okay. 6 and 3. It's worth staying. No, apparently not. Admittedly, even after 6-4, white's winning chances are very small. So this looks like it's going to be a single game to blue and a lead of 2-0. Probably no more excitement in this one. Yeah. We'll concede shortly. 6 and 5. Still technically possible for white to win. You should always roll until you can't win. A series of 2-1s for blue and a series of boxes or 5s for white, and still some play in the position. Or White's probably got one too many checkers to make it exciting. 2-1. Blue's doing everything he can to make it exciting for the spectators. Oh, I've spoken. Wow. So one more double for White. As I said, you keep going till you can't win, and he doesn't win. Right. 2-0 to Radu, the first match to 7. It was a good quality game, well played by both players. The speed of play, having just done the commentary on one of the intermediate games, the speed of play has been refreshingly quick in this one. But again, I would reiterate, you should always take your time to make your moves. Very few people can play good backgammon very quickly. If anybody's watched the recent match between Moshi and Sander in the Ultimate Backgammon Challenge final, then you'll realise that it's very important to take your time on key moves. Now, 6-3, you can make the 5 point, your opponent's bar point, or your opponent's 4 point here. So if you make the opponent's 4 point or bar point, it just gives Blue the ability to dump checkers behind when he rolls a bad roll. So I think this is the correct play. Now Blue will have some funny numbers. 5-1, 6-5, 5-4. So I believe the problem with this is then Blue has an easy game, but I haven't done the racing count. So 36, 50, 28, 21, 20. Blue is 150. White is. Right, so let's see if, all right, double 6. So making 2 points. Could point and go for a blitz attack. Makes it more difficult to come home. 5-1. Yeah. Blue's definitely got an edge, but not a doubling edge, I don't believe. White's got a strong home board. It has got a sort of blitzing structure, but checkers are very poorly placed at the moment. So that's 6-1. And again, White fails to anchor. And it's basically keeping the 2 rear checkers in Blue's home board in the hope of making an anchor. 6-1 again. Well, it plays very well this time. Now Blue needs an anchor. A fan from Blue, and this would be over. 5. It's going to slot the 4. Time for arithmetic. So Blue's got a 3-point board. It's got 5, 7, 9, 11 checkers in the attack zone. But he is leading 2-0. Another double 6 is a bit too much. Now Blue has an overly stretched position, which is not great. And you come out with a 3. You probably come out with 3, or you play 13-8. So again, it's always nice to have 2 checkers in your opponent's board because they can connect and create an anchor. But equally well, if you come out with a 3, that takes away his good ones, and he'd really like to unstack that point. This is actually a very difficult decision, I believe. What we're going to do is 3s, 3s, 3s. Certainly you're not going to do anything with the 8-point or the checkers in the home board, so my slight preference is to play 20-15. Okay, so for the moment, Oliver is agreeing with me. Still thinking. the alternative. So in the end, he's played 13 to 8 and decided potentially to anchor. I say the only downside to this play, well, if blue continues to roll double sixes, is really going to, now his next six is going to cause him a lot of problems. So he's obviously way ahead in the race, but he has 4 checkers off the field of battle. 3 checkers spare on the 6 point. Ooh, so here comes the cube at 0-2. Interesting cube, very interesting cube. He's basing the cube on the future, so obviously there's nothing available yet. Now he can make the 3 point, which strengthens the board. Now nearly all of blue sixes cause him trouble except 6-1 and 6-6. 5-2 even causes problems as well, so we didn't really have time to go to an in-depth analysis of that cube. So now do you make a break for it with 18-13, or do you kill another checker? So for the moment, he's decided to kill another checker and keep some hope that if he is hit, he can then escape. The double four is an unbelievably good roll, so now how do you play it? I think you probably come in and then come out with one of them, and you leave the one furthest back in the opponent's board. I'm guessing that without deep analysis that the take of blue's white's cube was too risky, just because blue was effectively trying to fight a war with 11 checkers. 6-2. You keep the rear checker there. You can play this big by playing 13-5. You can play it small by playing, yeah, I like this play. There's very little downside to this. 4 and 6, no good. 3 and 1, you could remake the midpoint. Does it have value? Do you want the builders split? So there's very little risk in many of these plays. Containment positions are always very difficult. So white wants checkers in place to attack on the ace point, also wants to cover the outfield. 3 is quite good. Certainly keep the rear checker where it is. Okay. 6-4. 4-2. So this can bring another builder. I think you just play 9-3 here. Your prime objective is to make the ace point. Sorry, the ace point. So again, another fan. There's certainly a 3-2 makes the point, so we should do that. So you can play for more with a slot here. You can slot one of the points, hope to be hit, and then hope that blue's checkers on the 18 point get separated. But you win quite a lot of gammons just because blue has those 2 checkers on white's bar point. So there's a lot of ifs and buts with the slot. Oliver has decided to take the 2 with the potential of 4 points. So it just needs to protect against anti-jokers. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. So protect against big doubles like double 2 or double 4, double 5. Double 3 is even that is all right. Double 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so without the blue checkers there, it's 5% gammons. I don't know what the figure is with this particular structure. So, but you can bear off aggressively here. You just keep taking checkers off. Blue is never going to win this game. Oh, here you go. Sorry. Now, I could be proved wrong if blue can summon up a 5. But he can't. There are lots of repeat numbers here. So this should be, yes, this is the correct play. Right, again, now blue desperately needs a 4. Doesn't get it. So white's a huge favourite to win a gammon now. 5 and 1. Blue needs 9 crossovers, or did need 9 crossovers. White needs 6. 6 and 1. Okay, white rolls another 1. There's a glimmer of hope for blue. Must take at least 1 crossover. 4 and then 17 to 14. I'm not sure. I think the other one should have been 17 to 14 there. And that's the end of that one. So Oliver's won a gammon. And the score is 4-2 in the first match. Time-wise, we'll have a look. So Oliver's got 9 minutes left. Radu's got 13 minutes left.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
I just checked that a double by Oliver,
Yeah.
and it's a good cube. It was a cube by 100 and a 100 take as well.
Thank you, guys, for that. Yeah. I was pretty sure about the cube. I wasn't sure about the take. So
I missed one in a match earlier this weekend. It's kind of speculative to cube when you don't have any threat. So there wasn't shot, but it's sort of the future threat that gives it some weight.
Yeah. Right. So here we go. 4-2. It's now 4-2 to Oliver. What we got? So 5-4, run away. Simple plan.
I also checked the first game when Oliver had one stranded on the 24. That was a big take as well.
Okay. Right.
I think they're both playing really good backgammon so far.
Yeah. So now there will be. Where are we? So let's have a look at the race. 78, 110. Well, blue's 136, minus whatever he just rolled. This is going to be 36. What did you 68, 76?
Maybe get away with losing the mid there. Well,
yeah.
Good for double one.
The race is actually quite close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So blue should just be dumping. Oh, sorry, that's white. Blue should just dump checkers down, make points, take no risks whatsoever. Wait for a big number. That's okay. Now his doubles move all 4 checkers off the midpoint if that's something he wants to do.
Should definitely look to lose the mid there.
Yeah. Yeah. Now
yeah.
Now 6-1. If he makes the 3-point, then his 6-1 becomes very awkward and gets penalised unnecessarily, and his 5-1 is poor. So this is fine.
Actually, blue never leaves a shot for a couple of rolls. He's got so many spares.
Yeah. Start 3-point, slot cover, slot cover. By 3, so 3. That's okay. 2. Right. So small. Yeah. I guess you could have played purely and slotted another point, but there we go. So change of plan. Double 5. So 60, 78.
84 for white.
102 for blue. What was white? Sorry.
84. So could be a cube incoming.
Yeah.
So now by our calculation should be 84.93. Seems a good cube.
So it should be even at this score, because 2 points gets white to the Crawford game. So we should obviously check
Not
it.
sure the exact maths, but I would treat a race here like a normal money cube
Yeah,
for the cuber.
it's definitely 84 for white. 23, 51, 90.
Right, hi everyone.
So
Hello,
it's 7
Jules.
pips.
So what's the verdict in a money game?
I think this is double and take in a money game.
It's 84.93, so it looks like a pretty standard double take.
Yeah, so the answer is that this score that we're more keen on taking.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to let white get 2 away. And particularly what happens is when you get a glimmer of daylight, you can redouble to 4 because white's only winning 1 more point and you're getting 2 more.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked if you thought it was a take for money. If you think it's a take for money, it's big take at this score.
Yeah. Good cube though. And I think he'll find the take.
And then dropping recubes easily then if it turns in a race.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking when you get recubed, it'll be 50-50.
Yeah.
Or if you lose, you'll be 6-4, you'll go down to 25. So yeah, you need 1/3, I think, chance to take the recube. So that's just off the top of my head, the maths. I don't know the number, but I've just worked it out as
yeah, so it's taken. I mean, blue got more crossovers, and actually white's got a nicer bear-off structure, so it's probably closer than we thought. But anyway, here we go.
yeah, so blue has particularly got to get something to the 4 point.
Yeah.
Urgently.
You can never have too many checkers on your 4 point.
That's what they used to say. But I think all the people that said that have died.
I think they still say it. So
Oh,
maybe
right.
2 to the 4 now.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, so he's found another one, right.
To the 4 again.
Yeah. Oh, 1, 2. That's going to level things up somewhat.
Right, so 44.
69 for white.
58 for black.
So what did he roll?
Sorry, I was wrong. 40, 52, 58. Yes, 58. 60. So what's the checkers off?
I think it's 2 each off, so then
Right. So we're certainly close to doubling, I would
this
say.
is definitely a double then.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit worried about the wastage for blue, that there is this potential weakness on the 4 point and the 3 on the 2 point. I don't think it's terrible because at least with the 1 you can fill the gap.
Okay. Redoubling. So
50, 52. So that must have been a double. The race had got shorter and the difference was still the same. 44, 42. They're both rolling the same number.
yeah.
So that tends to indicate that blue's going to win the game.
1 less checker for white.
10, yeah. Still thinking. Yeah, so I'm convinced that we should be doubling this and probably the one before.
Yeah.
But
I just checked the position when it was 58.60 and that was a double.
right.
This is verging towards a pass now then.
Yeah, so for PR, Radu hasn't done very well, but I think in a practical sense, it's a much harder decision for white now. I mean, the fact they both rolled the same number for 3 rolls justifies not doubling. You're doubling because of the market loss when you outroll your opponent.
Anybody checking it?
I'm going to have a look at this one then. It's not far off it.
Yeah, so he's taken. So we're going to have some fun. If Oliver wins, he wins the match.
And this was a small pass.
Yeah. 4-2. Okay. 2-1's not great though. One big number for white, for Oliver. That's not a big number. 6-5, make double 5 good, I think. I'll stack the heaviest gap. Is he desperate enough to one? Given that 6 checkers, 5-4 might be correct. Close call. Trouble is, all his 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s miss. So. I guess you go 5-4, so that if you get 2 checkers off, a double will still work. 2, looking very skinny for white. So he might be down to 1 number after this roll. Not even that. Okay. So 4 points to Radu. He leads 6-4 Crawford. First of 3 matches. I suspect there will be the third match, if it happens, will be much shorter than the first 2. Okay, here we go. Crawford game.
So yes, we had this score a couple of times earlier on, and effectively Radu is almost exactly a 3-1 favourite. So he has to win. Well, Oliver has to win 2 games to win. So a half on each would be a quarter. But Radu's got the 3 drops, so that increases his percentage a bit. But on the other hand, Oliver can win a backgammon this time. So net result is the 2 cancel out. So it is pretty much 75-25.
That's not a good time to roll boxes. So the 6 is clear.
Yeah, so Radu's had a lot of double 6s, hasn't he? So you remember the game that one game he lost where he seemed to pile all his checkers on the 1 point because nothing could move.
I think it can play 13-11 here, given the score. 15-13 looks a bit weak with 2 on the bar.
Oh, 2 on the bar, yeah. So I'm definitely with you, Chris. The gammons don't matter, but as I said, provided you're not getting backgammoned, you can play a bit wild.
Yeah. Six, 4, okay. So, again, blue doesn't need to go blitzing. I mean, at the moment he's got a blitz, but he's also got a potential prime formation as well.
Yeah, so you're exactly right, Chris. I mean, effectively it's DMP, and you'd much rather be playing a priming game than a blitzing game. You don't want to generate losing chances just so you can win a gammon and win 8-4.
Yeah. So now he is going for the blitz. 2, 4, 7, 9, 10 checkers in the zone. I suppose it's worth stopping white anchoring.
Yeah, so I mean, the other thing is if we get hit, we can always revert to plan B and just make the bar.
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to try. Hello. What's this? What? Oh, 6-3. I thought it was 6-5. I apologize.
Yeah, so I don't like his play. I think maybe 21, 15, 13, 10 seems to.
Yeah, he should be thinking about making the bar point here to complete a prime. If white gets an anchor, then blue's position is great, but it's still not as good as it could be, I think. 5, then. Okay.
So I would attack. I would go 13-9. That we want to be fighting for the 3 point. You're not worried about being hit here, I don't think, too much.
6-3. Well, I can hit on the 2 point to prevent white getting a deep anchor. Keeps him off balance, not a huge amount of risk. Of course, if he rolls a 3, he's got a good anchor. So there's the good anchor. All right. So now white is in the game. I'm still not convinced that this score, blue should not have been played a priming game rather than that hitting that
exactly.
checker.
It looked a nice idea to hit 2, but then once you get away with it and you're not hit, you then get committed to covering the blot on the ace point, and you've lost the priming game.
Yeah. So provided white can roll a 3 sometime in the, apparently he has done. Right. So now it's awkward for blue to bring it home. Obviously he's favourite, but this has become more difficult, I think, than it should have been.
Yes, I agree entirely. So part of the problem is that blue's played 4 checkers behind the anchor. So even when he gets home, that it's the bear off is not routine.
This is fun. Are you going to hit?
I can't see why we shouldn't. I mean, we're not worried about being gammoned. Yeah, as I say, we're not worried about being gammoned, and we're not giving up the anchor. We're not going to get closed out.
No, you're never going to lose. 5s and 3s are good, but 5-6 is good. Okay. 3 and 5. Right. Okay. So blue still has the problem of getting 4 checkers home. So I can get one of them home with this roll, which he will do. Ultimately, he'll probably leave something on the midpoint that can be hit. Now white has to think of a plan. So he's not probably going to get a shot this time. So I would slot the 5 point.
Yeah, that's a good play, Chris.
Yeah. 6-3. So now he wants to make the 5 point and really the bar point and the full point as well. So 10-4, and then think about the 2. You're going pure, in which case 13-7, I think, because you might get an indirect now and you won't want the blot in board. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, this is one of these ones where the plays are close, because if you get the shot this time, you like this play. If you get the shot next time, you like the other play.
Right. Well, blue has to leave something. Couldn't play 5-3 safely in board. So now a key moment.
1s and 10s, and that's none of them. None of the above.
So do you come out at the score because of 1-1, 2-1, and 3-1?
I think you do, because again, I think the only danger is you get backgammoned, and I think the 3 point anchor is high enough that you can run off the backgammon.
Yeah, I would play 22-17, and then I'd make the bar with 3. Yeah.
Now the other thing you gain on this play is if he rolls a 6. So if he rolls 4-2, he could just play down and leave indirects with the 2.
Yeah.
If you're covering 10 and 11, it's not so easy to play safe.
Yeah, that's a very good play from Oliver, I believe. Let's see what Radu can come up with. Nothing at all, because he's misrolled the dice. Oh, 2-1. Proof of the pudding is in the eating. Right. So, if there's any justice, Oliver will roll a 2 or a 7 at this point.
So that looked a good play by Radu. So I think it's just minimum shots and closer to home.
Yeah. Now this time, I don't think you do get anything, do you? You might want another checker back, I guess.
Yeah, like you, I can't see there's much gain being there.
Right, now you start ripping them off.
Yeah, so this really shows the problems with the 3 point game, that blue's going to get a lot of checkers off before he leaves any shot at all.
Yeah, unless he rolls back-to-back double 3s.
Yeah, so 3 is the number he should avoid. Provided he avoids the 3, he's doing well.
Yeah, 6 is good, 1 off, it's fine. Next plan is to clear the 6 point after. Oh, well, someone's rolled double 3 at least.
Yeah, so I think Oliver's playing this well. I think the idea is that you have a solid prime and you want to ideally extend it from the back, but with this you've got to live with extending it from the front. But
Yeah.
You just want to have a strong prime when you hit.
Two
off.
off.
Two more
Just,
off. So yes, we don't have any twos if we take the
one,
two off. But
one
we've got
off
lots
rather
of
than
twos.
two, but he's got a million twos to play, so that was a slightly odd play.
Yes, so I'm with you on this. I don't see much wrong with taking things off.
So 6 and maybe make the bar just in case. You never know what might turn up.
So 2 is bad. So
No, that creates a bad. It hasn't got any option. It creates a bad 6-5.
Yes, so there's no alternative there. Right, so Oliver's got his prime ready. He's just needs to.
I often roll 6-5 as blue in this position.
So is that 4-2? I would take 2 off with 4-2. I don't think there's any urgency to strip the 5 points.
No, you've got plenty of 2s left.
Yeah, the more you get off, it's money in the bank. So when you get hit, you're still going to win.
I agree. You get hit later now. So now this is
2
the wrong
checkers behind
idea.
now. So
now if you roll 5-2-6-2 and gets hit, White's got real winning chances.
Yeah, so as I say, you're 2 checkers behind with this play.
Yeah. You take 2 off, and then the only roll that leaves a shot is 6-5. So you've got another 2 off.
Exactly. Yeah. So
and then you've only got 4 checkers left. So I mean, so technical error by Radu.
Was that a 2 off or none off play?
Yes.
Yes, it was.
So I would
work those out. Is he just make the comparison, and 2 off just sounds so much better?
Yeah, I mean, I have a suspicion that play could be wrong by 80 or something like that. It's really so critical.
So if he rolls 5-2 or 6-2, 4-2. Now do you? Well, you can, it leaves double 3, double 4, double 5, double 6. So maybe now you play 5-4-2, which only leaves 5-2 and 6. So you basically double the number of shots you leave if you take a checker off. So is that worth the extra checker off?
I don't think so here. I hate making this safe play, but I think you've got to, because White's going to slot to the front of the prime and go back for the other 2 blocks.
Slot the ace, 4-2. Just keep everything slotted. 4, keep going. You don't play 7-5 here. You want the block. Yeah, I think this is the right play. Right, key moment in the game. Double 3.
Right, so we're glad we played safe last time.
Yeah, precisely. The end of the first match. 1 match to Radu. The second match will commence, I think, fairly shortly, because
yes, one thing you can count on with Radu is that he plays pretty sharpish. So what was it? 14 points. He's taken 5 minutes.
Yeah. So the key moment in that match was the 2 racing cubes. Certainly the first one was correct, and the second one, I think, according to Gaz, was a tiny pass, but it's very difficult over the board to get these right consistently. I think, are they going straight on? We will see. We'll just put the count on the players. Looks like they're going to play straight on, I think.
Yes, right.
It's good for the spectators and good for the commentators.
Yes, and good for the tournament organisers, so everyone can get home early.
Yeah.
So they might need an official to come over and explain how to set the board up for them.
Yeah. Now I've now switched to using one of the Backgammon Galaxy Tempest clocks, which I think are brilliant. It's so easy to use because you use your phone as the app, and it's superb. Yeah. We're also waiting for the publication of Moshi's book in conjunction with Mark Brockman Olsen. So that should be out fairly soon as well. I will spend next weekend in the Cotswolds at Mr. Biddle's annual tournament.
Yes, so I understand. I've got a couple of my students are going down to visit you there.
Oh, right. Who are they?
Nicole and Alex.
Oh, right. You teach them, do you? Okay.
Yes, so they're my artistic students.
Ah, right. Yes. Yeah. No, I know them quite well because they're running Fulham now.
Yeah, so you might well know them better than I do because my only contact is online.
Yeah, I run an online session for my own club on Tuesday afternoons, and Nicole quite often is a guest at that, listening in. So just an hour. Oh, sadly, the players have left the room, so let us hope. Just taking an actual break for 2 minutes. I'll just mute myself for a couple of minutes.
So are you still there, Gaz?
Yeah, I'm here.
So how's the world been treating you?
Yeah, it's good, thank you. Yeah, long time no speak.
Yes, mutual.
Yeah.
So we're the only ones talking to each other, so it's confidential. So you could tell me how you're getting on with that gorgeous blonde you were looking for before.
We're not on the stream still.
No, I'm just trying to con you, to be honest.
Yeah, life's good. Yeah, playing a lot of backgammon as per usual. A lot of Chouette. Chouette's picked up again recently, but that seems to have a negative effect on my match play.
Yes, so I think the two are very different. Sadly, I haven't played any live backgammon since 2020. On a positive note, it means I haven't lost a match over the board for 3 years now.
No, you've been missed. People were asking you about you this weekend, wondering when you're going to come back.
Yes, so for me, it's always a bit of a struggle because I'm getting old now. So
Yeah.
as the time passes, I gradually forget more and more things. So I'm learning lots of new things to make up for that. So I have a suspicion I'm probably playing about the same as I did before, and I really think I have been for 20 years, something like that.
Yeah. It's a slow grind, isn't it, to improve in this game when you've sort of reached your peak.
Yeah, so I always say to the students that what you can expect to do is to reduce your PR by a percentage each particular go.
Yeah.
So if you're reducing your PR by 50%, you can say, well, okay, I'll start at 16 and go down to 8, and then next year you go down to 4, and then next year, there's less gain every time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sadly, very true.
But you've been doing well, I think, haven't you, Chris? That you're one of the. There were a few people whose PR improved a lot during the lockdown, I think.
Yeah. So I did a hell of a lot of teaching in lockdown. I also think that Mishy's last book probably dropped about 0.2 or 0.3 of my average PR.
So what was the last book?
The Backchecker Strategy.
Right. Yes. So that was.
I just think it clarifies lots of things, and I changed how I play from the middle game to the end game based on the book, and you can see the difference in the results.
Yes. So I have developed a new idea in backgammon which no one has mentioned before, and it's nothing radical, but it does have a great name, and it's called Zonk.
Right.
And Zonk is the zone of no contact.
Right.
So the idea is when you're splitting your back checkers that you don't routinely move the second one up to make the advanced anchor, because it allows your opponent to play safely behind you.
Yeah.
So in my terms, I'd say when your opponent has reached state 3, so I think that's Mitchie's completed stage, that he's got both his back checkers out, then you definitely need to keep this zone of contact, that your main winning plan is to get a shot and hit it. So you have to keep this one checker back as far as you can.
Yeah, no, I like that idea. Yeah, I spent.
I always recall you being very good at those plays, and yeah, something I struggled with.
So
'Cause I
yes, the good thing about this idea is not that it's a new idea, it's the name that I think being when you put zonk down as the comment as to why the play is right, then it wakes people up.
So should I put that in a Times column then, Julian?
It's entirely up to you.
With the correct
editorial
accreditation, of
freedom they
course.
argue for now.
Sorry?
Editorial freedom they argue for.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I've been through the UBC all 12 matches twice now. And I've just prepared a presentation for the Cotswolds on lessons learned from that. And I
Yeah,
thought
so I've gone through all those as well, and sort of done lots of rollouts and lots of lessons on those. And yeah, it's amazing. You see these brilliant players that the PRs are fantastic, but there's some always with people. There's some area of the game they don't understand. So you can see some mistakes they make, and you think, well, that's just stupid. You know,
Yeah.
Miles knows that this is wrong, but everyone has some gaps in their knowledge.
Moshi made two horrendous errors. I mean, in the last game, the first one was blindingly obvious, I think, to everybody. But the second one, where he had a 4-1 to play and could either make his 5-point or hit and put a second checker back, I thought was really difficult. But it turned out to be a 0.27 blunder.
Yeah, so there was one. I think it was. I'm trying to remember which match it was. I think it was match.
There was one where Sander dropped a double that was only just a double. It was a point.
Yes, so it was a double with big threats, but only threats.
Yes. So that was highly instructive. So I might actually record. I'm giving a lecture at the Cotswolds, but I might also just do a video of it, an hour's video, if I get time. Right. Having put the work in to create the bloody thing.
Yes, exactly. So you want to get a good return from it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
right.
Clocks
Here we go.
at 14.
Match
Scores
2.
0-0, and they're ready to kick off.
Yeah.
They're still friends.
Yeah. They could be the only two people left in the world, couldn't they? Right.
4-1, splitting slightly better than slotting.
4-2. Right. No excitement. 3-1. It's an easy game when you roll well. That's another key feature of that game. 6-4, make a point. Swiss cheese board, 6-4, not enough to double.
Yeah, still only 8 in the zone and a 3-point board, and White's made the 5-point is enormously good.
Right. So again, it's still only 8 checkers in the zone. White's got a good board. I don't see that many market losing rolls here.
I think he'll keep this. I feel like this is Radu's style. Maybe not. Good, no double, I think.
Apparently not. 6-6. And he will have lost his market, certainly if White fans.
Point on head
might be too good.
It's something,
might be too good.
Something Tim mentioned yesterday. Right, so that means it's not too good. So I'm taking.
Do you really have enough market losing rolls to cube that?
Yeah, good cube, I think. Just he's so far up in the race.
Well, I was snatching it as White, but making the 5-point is a monstrous gain. So
3-1 was a fantastic roll.
Having done that, how great is it going to be?
So you can play 13-9, 24-22, or you can play 16-10 with no risk. Do you want to? You probably don't want to end up making the 9-point. This gives.
Yeah, so this was a play that tempted me. So
I think that was a good play.
Yeah, okay.
Main area focus, getting out from the back.
So
6-5. So yes, that's the point we want to make, the 10-point, the one that's 7 away from the anchor. So it's only going to leave indirects in the future. So I liked his.
Told me that one long time ago.
So you can leave nothing by just playing a checker in. Do you actually want to make the 8-point? You probably don't. This is a play which, barring 3-4, gives you a very good chance of bringing all the checkers home very easily.
So I think all those plays are going to be reasonably close. I don't.
They'll all be very close, but one of them will be right. That's a tricky thing about backgammon.
I think he should have left a shot while he's on the bar. It's easier to clear the mid when it's stripped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 10 and 8 was the play I would have made.
Yeah. But I think the other one he looked at with them all spread out, because the plots effectively protect themselves to a certain extent. This is now correct, I think. Even if he gets hit, he gets a lot of returns.
Yeah. I don't think we want to make the 7.
No, we don't.
Not easy to avoid it.
3.
So
we don't want to give
definitely
3
wrong.
6 for nothing.
So making point 7 away is very safe unless white comes out with 3-4, 3-5 or something. But I'm not quite sure he wants to do that because it's getting more.
Christened by Mark might call it as the Cinderella point, the point 7 away.
Right, the 1 7 away. So yes, I read it online. Someone rediscovered it. A guy called Dr. Timothy Chow.
Wow, look at this. 6 6 5 5. He rolls another 5 5.
He might win a backgammon.
He might. I'd go for something slightly slower, like 6-2.
I like 13-12 here. I like that play. That we've got too many there. We need to unstack. So that looks like a good play, getting down to 4 on the back point.
Yeah. We might want to get. I don't see the value of holding the 3 point, and there is a backgammon danger here. So he's certainly going with 1 now. Ooh. Ooh,
yeah, so as you say, you have to make some progress.
I'm not sure that that looked wrong to me, but
yeah, it's flirting with danger.
Flirting with danger. A big double now. 3, another 2-1, and white will be regretting 3-1 just.
Wants to roll.
Right.
Okay, so the backgammon's
only
2.
It's still 2-1 for the purist. Okay.
Yeah, so
gammon.
10 in 12.96, he'd get backgammon.
Okay. So 4-0 for Radu. He's 1 match up as well, so he's 3 points away from winning this.
Yes, I think he's getting paid on an hourly rate. That's why he's knocking along so fast.
Yes, and he's used 55 seconds of his time. And Oliver has used 1 second. So they're playing this pretty quickly. That was the other thing about watching the UBC final, is the time that they took on the difficult plays was an object lesson to anybody who actually wants to play good backgammon.
Right, so the score, blue is leading 4-0. So this is a 3 away, many away score, where there's Stick Rice came up with a rule that said that the leader should never double. So that's an abbreviated version of the rule. I think it's fair to say you should never double when there's any gammons.
Right. Yes.
So, the truth of the matter is, usually you're either too good or not good enough.
This is great rolling.
So we rather hope Oliver gets something, otherwise it's going to be short and sweet, this match.
Well, he's going to make his 5 point here.
Yeah.
Doesn't really need to think about this. Certainly not going to split at the back. So yeah, okay, that's fine. Now, in a lot of scores, blue would have a good double here, but not at this score.
Yeah, so doubling at this 3 away, many away can be catastrophic. So
yeah.
I've seen one in the UBC contenders where someone was wrong by 500 to double.
Oh well, it doesn't equal the worst double I've ever seen, or redouble, which was endgame in the London Open super jackpot against
Falafel, was it?
Falafel, yes. I think it's something like a 1.49, or I mean, it was
so that is big. Because
it was unbelievable.
Gaz explained to me he had one in Gibraltar where his opponent made a 1200 mistake by doubling. So 1400, I think, is the record as far as I'm concerned.
This looks logical. I don't think you've got to give up the 8 point. Double three. Oh, new game. He's going to come up and make the 3 point. So now blue is going to struggle to get home. Well, he may not, but 4-2. No point in making the 3 point. So blue's sitting there waiting for a big double.
Yes, so that's
It's a very
his plan.
simple strategy in a lot of backgammon games.
Yes, and he's actually got quite a good formation, so he's got quite a few rolls to wait for his double to turn
and
up.
4-2 is an awkward roll, so he may give up the 8 point.
Yes, I mean, I wanted to play 13-9, but then you don't have a 2 either. So what can you do with the roll?
Is this a bit big? Do we need to do this as white?
Yeah, and I don't think we do. I think we can progress slowly. That there's no urgency, I think, to make any new points. I mean, we'd like to keep the point in the third quadrant. 8-2 is a play, yeah. So
yeah, white's counts 123.
So blue will be 50, 71, 104, 108.
Yeah.
So what was white?
I've forgotten already. That was
but we figured it's quite close anyway, haven't we?
127.
There aren't many ones he can hit with here. There's 1, 6 and double 1, but I think it's still not necessary.
4-2 is easy to play.
So now white needs a 5 or a 6.
6 is good. What about the 1? So you're either going to the ace point and having a double slot, giving blue some license to go, or you're simply playing 13-6, and then the ones you will.
I was looking at 8-2, 13-12.
Yeah, that's also legal. Yeah.
So
yes.
Yeah.
Nice to have the 5-point board before the hitting.
Yes, no, I agree. Sorry, I missed that one. Yeah, 8-2, 13-12. Are we agreed?
That's something I picked up on Sanders' game at UBC when you're watching and seeing what plays they make that you didn't see, and he's always making assets.
Yeah.
So I think it could be right there to make the deuce.
Anyway,
that was the trouble with leaving the blot, is having to tidy it up next roll.
Yeah. I think in inverted commas he made the obvious play, but now he does need. I've just played 7. All right, this is fine.
Yes, I mean it's always easy to be wise when blue doesn't hit you.
Yeah, 6-3. Okay, so crunch point coming. Something's got to give in a couple of rolls' time. Ooh, what are we doing here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Right. Any 6 by white, except that one, obviously.
Okay, so we can see 3 of them.
You see 4 of them.
Clear.
Probably still behind in the race.
Probably.
So we saw one of these before where the argument was that you clear the difficult points. So if you're ahead in the race, you want to clear the midpoint just on the basis that you can double him out. This way you've got nothing if you're missed, I think.
He could have made the ace there, just save the block. But
ooh, double 4. Right.
Right, so the race is on. 20.
80 for white.
71 for blue.
Okay. So it's likely to be very equal after the roll, but certainly, I mean, blue's going to make this move. He's ahead in the match. He's ahead in position. So there's
yeah.
No
so did we get 9 as the starting point? So
yeah, 71-80.
The blue's got the gap on the 4 point, but it's got good chances of filling it, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any wastage for white in his position. It's less than perfect. He's gone deep, but you don't expect to waste in this position, I don't think. More than normal, shall I qualify that with?
Yeah.
So this is the advantage of playing your difficult moves quickly, that you get to spend a minute or two on the obvious ones. So 8, So that means we're 1 behind.
I think I might have miscounted blue by 2, so I just need to.
Well, not to worry. We know it's very close.
Right, 6 is good, 2 is good. It's still going to be close until we get further down or someone rolls a big double. 4, 2, 4. Yeah. Four. It's an argument for 6 to 4 there, but this is probably right. Now double 5 is probably very significant.
Yeah, so that probably wins, I would say.
The white is currently 46 pips. $57 for blue. Oh, ignore that. 33 for blue. Sorry, I've obviously miscounted that. Right, time to think time.
So 34 against
Plays
40.
40. Doesn't
And
look
that
like
sounds
much
like
to take,
too many.
especially with the gap on the 5 point as well.
Yes.
Those 5s are going to be awful.
So this match score again is you're more keen to take, that you don't want to let him get to 2 away, but there is a limit to these things. You have to have some significant chance of winning, and I think this one is just too far out.
Yeah.
So what is it, 10 to 11 in checkers? So we've got an extra 1 off is positive. So yeah, one of the things that's Mochi wrote an article many years back on 5-point matches, and one of the points he said is that when you've got skewed scores like this, that he divided games into 2 types. So this is the type A, races holding games where there's no gammons. So much as though white would like to take and redouble and win 8 points, that the most he can get from this is 4. So even when he takes and redoubles, so all he's done is tied the score. So it's not really any great shake. So I think I remember seeing earlier in the week that 5-0 is 16% for the trailer, so 84-16.
Right. It's also white because of his structure is not going to get in any efficient redoubles, because if he rolls a big double, it's basically gone way
Either
beyond
it's too bad or he's missed his market, as you say.
He's taking his time, but I still think he'll pass.
How much would you be adjusting here for the score in terms of what percentages and pips? Because it's obviously about 2 pips off a take normally.
Yeah, that's it. So there is a seminar online which I would highly recommend that you have a look at, and it's called Cube Strategy in a 7-point Match.
All right.
Which is
Who's that by?
Dirk Sheeman.
Dirk Sheeman. That is useful.
So he wrote this book, I think, on match strategy, and I think that was on 5-point matches. But this one, as I say, he extended it up to 7. So he categorized his adjustment as saying, would it be a blunder to take it a normal score, or would it be a double blunder? So he's saying a single adjustment is that if your equity is above 920 after double take, then you should be passing conservatively. Or if your equity was 1060 after a double as a normal score, you could push it down to 980 if the score is 1 adjustment. And similarly, if the score is giving you 2 adjustments, then you can just say it has to be a double blunder to pass for money for me to say that I'm going to adjust that.
Okay, well, I'll have a look. How many times have you read The Theory of Backgammon? Yeah.
I don't know what The Theory of Backgammon is, so I probably haven't never read it.
Dirk Sheeman's book, his masterpiece.
Right, no, I have never read that.
Right.
Has
It's
anyone read it?
incredibly heavy. I've read it, yeah. But it took me a
So
long
yes,
time to
I remember. I think I heard some criticism of it, that there were lots of numbers in it. So I think that's what put off most of the.
Well, I've got a maths
students
degree,
on it.
and it took me ages to read. You know, so
It,
there's a
it's,
lot
so
of
it's a mathematics book. I've got a maths degree, but I've struggled with pure maths, and I've really struggled with it. It's
yeah. There's a lot of good nuggets of information in there if
Yeah.
you can separate it from what I think is just a bit too much in terms of the maths.
Right. Anyway, back to the action. So
Yeah, back to the game.
Oliver passed. We thought was right.
I checked the
that's
position actually. Unless I've got it wrong, it's a big take. I'm surprised.
Really? Really?
Were there? Did Oliver have 5 checkers off and Radu only had 4?
Yes, that's right. 10
Yes.
to 11 was the
So
check.
it's coming out as 160 take.
Right.
Radu's winning chances were 75.5%.
Yeah. So I mean, I knew there was a big adjustment. We were keen on taking, but I really thought the position was too bad. So I didn't. I had more like sort of 85 winning percentage wins. I thought that.
I'm surprised too. I guess
I'll have a look at that one.
Radu's
Definitely.
position was quite backloaded as well,
Oh,
so there's some
I
adjustment
don't
there.
like this. I don't
Yeah,
like this
so
double three. If that's how he's
Radu
gonna
had a
play it.
position where, if you got it in front of you, he had effectively 2 checkers on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 point, and 1 on the 3, and then or 3 on the 3 point, and then off
Yeah.
the 3 on the 3 point, 1 had moved forward a pip and 1 had moved back a pip. So he had a palindromic position about the 3 point.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I've got it right. 34.40.
Yep, sounds like you got it, and that we were wrong. So it's a big adjustment.
Wow.
We would have
How
all
about
made
this
it
double
under there.
three?
Yeah, so the theory is you don't want to pass and let him get to 2 away, but you don't want to take and let him get to 1 away. So the idea is that you do take, and again you recube on any potential chance of winning. So when you're redoubling to 4, you're giving him 1 extra point when it fails, and you gain 2 points when it works.
I think we were just wrong on the position because I didn't even notice an extra checker off. So that's a big swing already.
Yeah, so I noticed that, but it was the gap on the 5 point that Oliver had was what upset me.
Yeah.
They had 3 checkers on the 6, 3 on the 4. What was the rest of it?
2 on the 3, 2 on the 2.
Yeah, so that's 40. Yeah, okay. And his opponent had, he was 34, wasn't he? This is fun.
Right. So what's the score? 5-0. So we don't
5-0.
need much excuse to double.
He had a 3. He played a very strange double 3. I thought at the start he didn't need to run off his.
Yes. Yeah. So sometimes it's right to do that when the opponent's got a blot in board.
Now,
so if
double, if blue fans, the cube is coming.
I think
Well,
Oliver had a good instinct that might have been a cube.
Ooh,
yeah, I think it's a cube no matter
it's
what.
a cube anyway, whatever he does now.
I mean the cube before the hit from the bar there.
Yes. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking of. So when he's got a big lead like this, then the cube decision is what you would think is obvious, is that I've got a 5 point lead, I can afford to give him 1 point and have a 4 point lead.
Probably about 10 minutes, yeah.
The nice duplication on 5 there, but bringing it down was always better anyway.
So this instantly looks like a big pass to me.
Yep. Too many gammons.
I guess we've got 5, 7, 8, and 12 to hit, which is quite a fair selection, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll just check that position in preceding game, Gaz, and you're entirely correct.
It's quite tempting to take at these scores, so you don't really want to let him have a point and get to even away. But
yeah, so I've synthesized match strategy and have a beautiful explanation of it. And the answer is you don't want to let your opponent get to be a power of 2 points away.
yeah,
So 1, 2, 4, 8. And there's a beautiful explanation as to why, which makes it all seem so obvious and why didn't we understand it, is those are the numbers on the doubling cube. So when you're those number of points away, then the doubling cube instantly takes you to the exact number of points you want.
That position was still a take for money as well. So interesting. Right.
Okay, so
Next game.
back to the real world. Yes, so
and even though he's still so far from the win, you've got more chance to get to the 4 away and 2 away when you get to 6 away.
yeah, so 6 away is not a power of 2. So you don't like him being an even number away, but as I say, it's not as bad as a power of 2.
Yeah.
There was a zonk opportunity there, Julian, but given the score, is probably right not to take it.
Yes, when you've got this good lead, you want to get to these gammon-free positions like this. So you're prepared to sacrifice some winning chances to remove your opponent's gammon wins. So once you've got to a position without gammons, then Radu's actually quite keen to take. He'd love to be in a position where he can win the match with the risk of only losing 2 points. So that looks like the sort of play that experts make. Radu's play is the sort of play that I would make, but like I say, the experts seem to like putting lots of blocks in board.
6 checkers on your
6 point is good for bearing off, Radu has shown us.
yeah. Well, white has the freedom
in board. Yeah, so if we're ahead in the race, we could break the 18. So he's sensibly looking if he is ahead.
$121 after the roll for white. $132 for blue.
Yeah. So how many were we ahead?
We're 11 ahead. 11.
Right. Yeah, so that can't be too bad.
Good play.
Yeah, so he forgot to hit.
Not hitting.
For him.
And he would have got a nice, easy return shot.
And you
I
can
think
play
given
3-2 here and show off a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Standard technique from blue, who will give up midpoint in a minute. 2 points for white, I think. You could play 13-8, but you might as well.
Yeah, so it depends what the race is like. I don't think we've gone enough in the race just to say that we're just going to come down safely.
$96 for blue.
109 for white.
Okay. Looks like the right play then.
So yes, there's a trick here whereby you can figure out white's take point. So if he passes, then blue will be 6-1, so we're 11%. So if we take and then we recube, then that'll take us to 50. So that's half the match. So 11% will be half of our take point. So 22 will be our take point. And we've already factored in that we're going to auto redouble. So 22, you can see it's actually pretty much the same as for money. I mean, it's very tempting as blue to say that you've got to be slow with the cube. When, as I say, I think the answer is that it's pretty much the same as normal.
Does this make it a 3-pip race?
Well, as Solomersky said, it's like my bank account. There's not a lot in it.
Mm. Good job they're not playing quickly, isn't it? Oops, 4, just to the 5 point. Yeah. That's a bit slow. Blue is now 69.
I think the difference is 6. You should probably stop here and have a look.
Yeah. At some point, you should always do a count. So double 3 is a great roll. Now it's definitely got to stop and think. $52 for blue.
And 52.
62 for white.
Oh, 62, right.
Mm.
So that's 20%.
Yeah.
In my book, so that would be.
So according to your
pass.
theory, this is double pass, is it?
Yes. Is there anything weird on checkers off? Any reason why we should adjust? No, so I think it's double and big pass is my verdict.
The little demon in the back of your mind always thinks, but what if I double and he takes and then recubes to 4 and then it'll be 5 all and I'll have eroded
Yes.
my advantage, but that's not the way to think about backgammon racing.
Yeah, so as I say, the key is that when everything goes White's way, that he's only tied the score. It's not like he's won the match or anything.
Right.
So I don't think it's terrible waiting because races generally the equity changes reasonably slowly. So you should be delighted to cash it. But as I say, if you don't double, then chances are you'll probably double him out next time. So good double,
Good double,
pass,
good pass.
we think.
Yeah. All right, so 6-1 Crawford.
Yeah, so Gammon's alive. White would like to win a Gammon to get to 3.
What's
So
White? About 9%, 10% from here, isn't it?
11 is the number.
11, is it? Okay, and then of course he's got to win this, and he's got to win the next match as well. So he's basically at 5.5% to win the whole thing at this point.
Right, so 2-1 slotting is right when you want to win Gammons.
Yeah, I never play anything else actually.
Me neither. So it's yes, it's also right at gammon save. So
Yeah.
it's not a bad play.
I think I'd play 13 to 10 though.
So I like this play. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
okay.
control the outfield. I'm not saying
you
yours
were
is
wrong
crazy.
because you got pointed on.
Yes.
Okay, take an anchor, then build your forward position and win. Yeah.
So now it's not so clear because then you're creating a zone of no contact when you come up. You're saying, okay, you can't gammon me, but you can play safely behind if you want to. So I think here you make the 11 because you've only got one checker back.
Okay, all right. I like that thinking. Whoa.
Yeah, good play.
Yeah, you're entirely correct, Julian, based on the rolls, even if the theory's wrong.
Well, maybe not because I did get pointed on the 4 point, which wasn't so
Yeah,
smart.
Hello, wait a minute, come back. What?
Yeah, so why are we making the 3 rather than the 4? We've got 4 points. I'm not saying this is terrible, but it's.
You can make the bar and the 4 or the 3. So
I think he's just doing it to count.
okay.
Ah, right, yes.
but he shouldn't consider running with one anyway.
No, whatever the count, he wants the contact and the gammons.
Yeah.
So yes, I think your play is clear, Chris, that you end up with 4 points in your prime, which
Yeah.
the other one does give you 4 points in your prime, but you've got 2 gaps. So my theory on these positions, when your opponent escapes both his backjackers, is you split your backjackers with the smallest number you can, and then you never move them again until you hit.
3, 5. It's a 4-pip race at this point. So I believe that puts blue 1 pip ahead. Now the question is, do you still keep playing for your gammons, or do you just try and win this game and then win a gammon?
Usually, if the race is level or you're ahead in the race after the play, you do want to make the bar point. It removes the gammon losses, but here you don't have any fear of gammon losses, so it's not at all so clear.
Ooh, don't like that.
Yeah, that
was
front of the prime is not nice.
Yeah, no, weird. Now, do you protect against 6-1 by starting 2 points? Yeah. Right. 3-1. Yeah. This doesn't require a huge amount of skill to play these positions. Normally the problem comes in the doubling cube, and that isn't going to happen here. So next time white will give up the midpoint.
Yeah, so we had one earlier where I think it might have been Oliver kept the midpoint a bit too long because you have a danger of leaving shots when you roll 1x that you can't handle it. So the 6-1 you can see is already bad.
Yeah, could have made 2 points. Oh no, it's still got 6-1. Sorry, so that's absolutely fine. Now you have to give up.
Now he's cleared it. So now the question is for blue is if he rolls 5x,
oh, double
volunteer.
3. 1,
And that
2.
gives us a
Gives
bad,
you a bad
double
6.
Yeah.
But also now but you can play 6-1, so that's the trade-off.
Yeah, so I might well have left 4 on the 8 point and just done some more shuffling inboard.
I don't think you start killing too many checkers here. I just play 8-3, 5-2.
Yeah, it depends what the race is like. I'm
Yeah.
Lost track of the race, but I think blue is certainly comfortable in the race. Just how comfortable, I'm not sure.
Double 2. Well, I guess he's thinking he's behind. So
okay, so if he runs out, he's 28, 39, 79, 89, 91. So 91 for white.
Oh, 6-1. Excitement for the crowds.
So this is very dodgy. Why don't we clear the back point for one more shot?
Yeah, because now you've got extended jeopardy. All right, missed. Got to stay, I think.
Yep.
Got to stay.
I see he can race if he wants to, but certainly it seems better to stay now that the contact is tangible, that we've got some potential of shots for sure. So if he squeezed off it next time, if blue saves his brought on the 8 and then we run with a 6, then that's not too bad for us, because the 6-1, 6-2 are still shots. And the other thing is the other numbers by staying there is you hold him up. So when he rolls the 5-1, 5-2, he has to play in board rather than leave a shot.
There's only about 5 pips in this, so this may, I think it's 76-81, but I'll probably need to recount, but it's closer than I thought it was. Unless the danger is you're 10 out in these conditions.
So 81 I've got for white, yes.
Yeah. 48, 56, 76 for blue. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so I think we've talked ourselves into the fact
we talked ourselves into the right play, 6-2. Yuck. So Oliver needs a bit of luck here. He's obviously. Oh, sorry, I should keep my mouth shut. 5 for Radu. So.
Yeah, so one thing Radu has shown is that his racing games are his forte.
Right.
He plays quickly and he rolls big numbers, so that means the games go rather quickly. So Oliver got a double as well.
Yeah, Oliver is rolling like a drain and is about to award the prize to Radu, I believe. He's finally got a checker off there. So about 3 very large doubles for white and some very low numbers
62-30.
Yes. So never give up until you have to.
Well, actually, there is a different rule that Kent Goulding came up with. The rule that said when the probability of the ceiling falling on your head exceeds your probability of winning, you should leave immediately.
There was a match in the UK ladies versus the US where the UK lady had a 0.4% chance of winning the game, and then she was going to be 6-3 Crawford down. So she won the game and won the next 3 games to win the match. So, you know, never give up. I think we're in the land of statistically, no, not quite.
8.
2 ones for blue. That's it. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Radu on winning the tournament.
Right, so good match and well played by both, I think, for sure.
Yeah, it was a very well played match. It was good quality backgammon. Luckily for everybody, they played it reasonably quickly. Thanks to everybody for listening to the broadcast this afternoon. And no doubt Julia will tell us if there's more in the pipes in terms of tournaments being broadcast. Julia, it's all yours.
Yes.
So just while you're live, can you tell us who won the intermediate?
The intermediates is still underway. It's 6-0 at the moment to Merin Rose against Liviu Ionescu. That's the 3rd match of the 3.
Right.
So we should have a result for soon, but it's a little bit too late for the stream now. So I'm not sure where we'll be streaming from next, but do just keep an eye on our social media and I'll be in touch with everyone about it. A huge thank you to all our commentators. This has been an absolute marathon of a session today. I think we're just coming up to 9 hours of play.
Yes.
And yes, the exhausted crowd in the room can hear me saying that.
Right,
thank you to all of you, and Jeff and Simon and Tim as well for having joined us on the commentary. A quick plug for Artgammon, a huge thank you to them who've provided the boards for prizes and this lovely streaming board that's going to be in use this year, wherever we go. Thank you to all the listeners and viewers for sticking with us for so long. Do like and subscribe to the channel, and that will let you know when we've got next broadcast set up.
Right, so I'm going to disappear. So thank you very much, Julia. I think you've done a grand job this week.
Yeah, well done, Julia. Jules and Gaz, thanks for the company. It was great.
Yep. Okay, so take care, everyone.
Signing off from Shrigley Hall now. We'll see you all very soon.
All right, bye.
Bye for now.